After drying the dishes, Malcolm said goodnight and went upstairs. With no homework, he took out the diagram Dr. Relf had given him, the one detailing the symbols on the alethiometer. Be systematic about it, Asta advised. He didn't bother responding, since he always was systematic. They studied the picture under the lamplight, and he wrote down what each of the 36 images represented, or was meant to represent, but they were so tiny he couldn't decipher them all. "We'll have to ask her," said Asta. "Some are easy, though, like the skull and the hourglass." It was tedious work, and once he'd listed all the symbols he could identify, leaving blanks for the rest, both he and Asta felt they'd spent enough time on it. Neither felt sleepy nor inclined to read, so Malcolm took the lamp, and they wandered through the guest bedrooms in the old part of the inn to look across the river. His own room faced the opposite direction, so he couldn't regularly watch the priory, but the guest rooms all faced the river for the better view, and since no one was staying, he could go wherever he liked. In the highest bedroom, just under the eaves, he turned off the lamp and leaned on the windowsill. "Be an owl," he whispered. "I am, well, I can't see you. Look over there. I am. Can you see anything?" There was a pause. Then she said, "One of the shutters is open." "Which one?" "Top floor. Second one from the left." Malcolm could barely make out the windows because the gate light was around the other side of the building, and the half-moon shone from that direction too, but finally he spotted it. "We'll have to tell Mr. Taphouse tomorrow," he said. "The river's loud tonight. Yeah, I wonder if they've ever flooded before. In all the years the priory's been there, they must have. There'd be stories about it. There'd even be a picture in a stained glass window. I'll ask Sister Fenella." Malcolm wondered what single image, small and clear enough to fit on the alethiometer's dial, could symbolize a flood. Perhaps it would be a combination of two pictures, or maybe it was a secondary meaning of another symbol entirely. He'd ask Dr. Relf, and he'd tell her what the Gyptian had said about the flood. He definitely needed to do that. He thought of all those books in her house that would be ruined if the water rose. Maybe he could help carry them upstairs. "What's that?" said Asta. "What?" Malcolm's eyes had grown as accustomed to the darkness as they ever would, yet he could make out little more than the stone building and the faint outlines of the shuttered windows. "Over there, right by the corner of the wall." Asta whispered urgently. He strained, peering into the gloom. Was that a flicker of movement? He couldn't be certain. Then he saw it, a shadow at the wall's base, darker than the stone. It was roughly the size of a man but misshapen, with a hulking mass where the shoulders should be and no visible head. It shifted with an awkward sideways shuffle. A wave of cold fear washed over Malcolm, settling heavily in his stomach. Just as suddenly, the shadow was gone. "What was that?" he breathed. "A person. It didn't have a head. Could someone be carrying something?" Malcolm considered it. That was possible. "What would he be doing out here?" he murmured. "Checking the shutter. Maybe it's Mr. Taphouse. What could he be carrying? A sack of tools, maybe? I'm not sure." "I don't think it was Mr. Taphouse," Asta said, her voice low. "I don't either, not really," Malcolm agreed. The way it moved was all wrong. "It's that man? Gerard Bonneville?" "Yes. But what's on his shoulders? Tools." A sudden, awful understanding dawned on Malcolm. "Oh, I know his daemon. If the hyena was draped across his back, it would explain the bulky silhouette and the missing head. What's he trying to do?" Asta pressed. "Is he planning to climb up? Does he have a ladder? Can't tell." They both stared again, willing their eyes to see more. If it was Bonneville and he intended to scale the wall to the shuttered window, he'd have to carry his demon. He couldn't leave her behind. Every roofer or steeplejack Malcolm knew had a daemon who could fly or was small enough to tuck into a pocket. "We should tell Dad," Malcolm said, "but only if we're certain." "Aren't we, though?" "Well." Her hesitation mirrored his own doubt. "He's after Lyra," Malcolm stated quietly. "He has to be. Do you think he's killed someone?" "But why would he want to hurt a baby?" "I think he's capable of it," Asta insisted. "Even Alice was terrified of him. I thought she liked him." "You really don't notice much, do you?" I could tell from her demon she was scared stiff. That's why she was asking us questions about him. Maybe he wants to take Lyra because he actually is her father. Look. The shadow reappeared from around the side of the building. Then the man stumbled and the burden on his shoulders writhed and tumbled to the ground. A moment later, a piercing, hysterical shriek of laughter tore through the night. The man and the demon seemed to whirl in a crazed, violent dance. The unnatural sound clawed at Malcolm's ears, a shrill, hiccuping wail of agony. "He's hitting her," Asta whispered, horrified. Once she said it, the scene snapped into terrible clarity for Malcolm. The man held a stick and had forced the hyena demon against the wall, beating her relentlessly in a furious rage while she tried in vain to escape. Malcolm and Asta were paralyzed with terror. She shifted into a cat and pressed into his arms, and he buried his face in her fur. They had never conceived of anything so utterly depraved. The commotion had been heard inside the priory. A dim bobbing light approached the window with the broken shutter, followed by a pale face trying to peer directly down. Malcolm couldn't identify which nun it was, but then a second face joined the first. The window swung open into the darkness and the sounds of tortured laughter. Two heads leaned out, looking down. Malcolm heard a sharp, commanding call and recognized Sister Benedicta's voice, though he couldn't decipher the words. In the faint glow from a lantern above, Malcolm saw the man glance upward. In that split second, the hyena demon made a desperate, lurching leap to the side, scrambling away. The man felt the profound, inevitable pull deep in his chest the instant she reached the limit of the invisible bond connecting them, and he staggered clumsily after her. She pulled herself away, moving as quickly as her limping body would allow. The man's awful rage followed close behind, his stick lashing through the air, and that frenzied, laugh-like sound of agony seemed to swallow the night. Malcolm watched as the two nuns at the window recoiled at the sight, then swiftly pulled the shutter closed, plunging the scene back into darkness. Gradually, the cries grew distant until they faded entirely. Malcolm and Asta held each other, shaken. "I never," she breathed out, "never imagined we'd witness something so brutal," he finished, his voice low. "What could drive a person to that? And it was tearing him apart, too. He has to be out of his mind." They stayed like that, clinging together until the last echo of that tortured laughter had vanished into the quiet. "He must despise her," Malcolm said quietly. "I can't even begin to understand it. Do you think the sisters saw what he was doing?" "Yes, in that first moment they looked." But he paused when Sister Benedicta shouted, and that's when his demon broke free. "If it was Sister Benedicta who saw, maybe we could ask her." "She wouldn't tell us. There are things they prefer to keep from us. But if she knew we'd seen it too, perhaps." "Perhaps. I wouldn't mention it to Sister Fenella, though." "No, definitely not." The man and his tormented daemon had disappeared, leaving only the deep darkness and the steady rush of the river. After another minute of silence, Malcolm and Asta extinguished their lamp and crept out of the room, navigating by touch through the blackness until they found their beds. When sleep finally came, Malcolm dreamed of a wild pack of dogs, dozens of them, all breeds and sizes, surging through the empty streets of a deserted city. Watching them run, he felt a surge of strange, fierce exhilaration that lingered, vivid and unsettling, when he woke in the morning. The Bologna instrument, the philosophical instruments in the weather office, so admired by some patrons of the trout and scoffed at by others, performed as they always did, telling their attendants precisely what anyone could have seen by simply glancing upward. The weather was fair and bitterly cold, the sky a clear expanse both day and night, with no hint of rain. Far out in the Atlantic, beyond the range of their perception, all manner of severe weather might have been brewing. A monumental low-pressure system could have been forming, perhaps even steering toward Brighton to bring about the very kind of catastrophic flooding Coram van Texel had warned Malcolm about. But no instrument they possessed could detect it, save perhaps for an alethiometer. So the citizens of Oxford read the cheerful forecasts in their papers, basked in the weak winter sun, and started to store their sandbags away. The river still ran high and fast. A dog that slipped into the water at Botley was swept away and drowned before its owner could reach it. While the water level showed little sign of dropping, the banks held firm and the roads were dry, so most people allowed themselves to believe the worst had passed. That Monday, Hannah Relf was at home, meticulously recording her latest insights into the deeper interpretive layers of the alethiometer's hourglass symbols. The pages of notes she had accumulated provided more than enough to occupy her mind. She worked steadily through the day, and when a knock came at her front door in the late afternoon, her thoughts had already begun drifting toward the prospect of tea. Pushing her chair back, she welcomed the interruption and went downstairs to answer. "Malcolm, what a surprise! Come in, come in." "I know it isn't my usual day," he said, shivering slightly on the step, "but I thought it was important, so I came straight over. I was just about to put the kettle on. You've arrived at the perfect moment. I came directly from school. Let's go into the sitting room. I'll light the fire. It's freezing in there." She had been working upstairs with a blanket over her knees and a small naphtha stove at her feet, so the sitting room hearth had remained cold all day. Malcolm stood awkwardly on the hearthrug as she arranged newspaper and kindling and struck a match. "I had to come because— Hold on, wait, tea first, or would you rather have chocolatl?" "I really don't think I should stay long. I just came to warn you." "Warn me?" "There was this man, Egyptian. Then come into the kitchen. You are not stepping back out into this cold without something hot to drink." She poured tea for both of them, and Malcolm shared the news from Mr. Van Texel, describing the canoe and the coming flood. "I was hoping the weather was clearing up." "Not a chance," he insisted. "He knows. The Gyptians understand every river and canal. They monitor the weirs all the way to Gloucester. A major flood is coming, the worst in years. He mentioned something disturbed in the water and the sky, signs only certain people could read. It made me think of you and the alethiometer, so I came to warn you, and because of all these books, I could help carry them upstairs, maybe." "That's thoughtful, but not just yet. Did you tell anyone else about the Gyptian's warning?" "My parents." "Oh, and he said, the Gyptian man, he said he knew you. What was his name?" "Coram Van Texel. He told me to say Oakley Street to you, just that, so you'd believe him." "Good heavens," Hannah murmured. "Where is Oakley Street?" "I don't know that name in Oxford." "It's not in Oxford. It's more like a code. Did he say anything else? Let's go inside and tend the fire. Bring your tea." Once Malcolm was settled near the hearth, he described Gerard Bonneville and what he'd witnessed from the guest room window at the Priory. She listened intently, her eyes widening. "Gerard Bonneville? How strange. I heard that name just yesterday. I had dinner at the college and spoke with a guest, a lawyer. Apparently, Bonneville was recently released from prison, assault or grievous bodily harm, something like that. It was a notable case because the chief witness was Mrs. Coulter, Lyra's mother. Bonneville vowed in court to get revenge. Lyra, Malcolm said immediately. He wants to hurt Lyra or take her. It wouldn't surprise me. He sounds unhinged. He told Alice he was Lyra's father." "Who's Alice?" "Oh, right. Did he really? I'm telling the nuns tonight. They need to fix that shutter. I'll help Mr. Taphouse." "Was he trying to climb up? Did he have a ladder? We couldn't tell, but it makes sense. They need more than shutters," Hannah said, poking the fire. "If only we could rely on the police." "I'll warn the nuns anyway. Sister Benedicta can protect Lyra from anything. Dr. Relf, have you ever heard of someone harming their own demon? Not anyone in their right mind. It made us wonder if he was the one who injured her leg." "Yes, I can see that. How dreadful." They both fell silent, gazing into the flames. "I'm sure Mr. Van Texel is right about the flood," Malcolm said, "even if it doesn't seem like it now. I'll take precautions. I'll start with the books, as you suggested. If needed, I'll stay upstairs until the water recedes. What about the Priory? I'll warn them too, but saying Oakley Street to the nuns won't mean much." "No. You'll just have to be convincing, and you mustn't say those words to anyone but me. He told me that." "Then you've heard it from both of us. Have you met him, Mr. Van Texel?" "No, never." "Now, Malcolm, if you're done with your tea, I should send you on your way. I have to go out this evening. Thank you for the warning. I'll take it very seriously." "Thanks for the tea. I'll come by Saturday as usual. Hannah wondered whether Malcolm had mentioned the man and his demon to his parents. It was the kind of thing that would trouble a perceptive child, and she could see he was deeply unsettled. She wanted to learn more, especially about this Gyptian who knew Oakley Street. Could he be an agent himself? It wasn't impossible. Her plans for the evening were shrouded in mystery. The trouble was, she didn't even know her destination. Several days prior, Professor Papadimitriou had provided Hannah with instructions on how to reach him, adding cryptically that if he needed to contact her, she would be aware of it. That morning, a plain white envelope had arrived, containing a card with a brief message. "Come to dinner this evening, George Papadimitriou." It felt less like an invitation and more like a summons. Assuming the gathering would be at his college, where he had once mentioned a particularly talkative porter, though Jordan College employed several, she found the request puzzling. As she was selecting a dress, aiming for a sober and discreet appearance, the letterbox rattled again. Her daemon, Jesper, peered down from the landing. "Another white envelope," he observed. This card held only an address, 28 Staverton Road, 7 p.m. "Simple enough, Jesper," Hannah replied. At 7:01, following a brisk walk in the chill evening air, she rang the bell of a spacious, welcoming villa situated just north of Jericho. The garden was dense with overgrown shrubs and trees, obscuring the view from the street. She wondered if this was the professor's private residence, curious to see how such an enigmatic man lived and who his other guests might be. "This isn't a social call," her daemon murmured quietly. "This is about business." The door was opened by a gracious woman who appeared to be in her 40s, with features suggesting North African heritage. "Dr. Relf, how lovely you could come. I'm Yasmin Al-Kazi, bitterly cold out, isn't it? Please, leave your coat on this chair. Come right through." 3 men were waiting in the warmly lit drawing room. Professor Papadimitriou was among them, and he naturally seemed to be directing affairs, as he always did. The room was large with a low ceiling, illuminated by naphtha lamps on side tables and a couple of anbaric standard lamps beside the armchairs. The walls were adorned with numerous drawings, prints, and a few watercolors, all of which Hannah judged to be of fine quality. The furniture was neither old nor new, but looked deeply comfortable. In the gentle light, Papadimitriou stepped forward to shake her hand. "Allow me to first introduce our hosts, Dr. Adnan and Mrs. Yasmin Al-Kazi," he said. Hannah smiled at the woman who had greeted her, now standing near a drinks table, and shook the hand of Dr. Al-Kazi, a tall, lean man with dark hair, a sharp black mustache, and brilliantly intense eyes, his demon a sleek desert fox. "This is Lord Nugent," Papadimitriou continued, indicating the third man, "and this is our guest, Dr. Hannah Relf." Hannah had never met any of them before, though Malcolm would have instantly recognized the trio as the men who had once visited the Trout Inn, asking about the Priory. "What may I get you to drink, Dr. Relf?" offered Yasmin Al-Kazi. "White wine, please." "Thank you. We'll be eating shortly," Papadimitriou stated. "I don't wish to waste time for our purposes tonight, Hannah. Consider this Oakley Street. Lord Nugent is the director, and Adnan is his deputy. Everyone here is part of Oakley Street and is aware of your involvement. Our task is to outline a complex situation and then ask something of you." "I understand," she said. "I'm listening with great interest." "Shall we move to the table?" suggested Dr. Al-Kazi. "Then we can talk without the interruption of moving later." "An excellent idea," Papadimitriou agreed. "This way," said Mrs. Al-Kazi, leading them into a smaller dining room. The table was laid with cold meats and salads, allowing the conversation to flow without interruptions for serving. "I know it's a cold night," she said, "but this is more efficient. Some of us have a train to catch. Please help yourselves." Since this is an Oakley Street matter, Papadimitriou began. "I propose Lord Nugent speak first. Hannah, you are aware, of course, that he formerly served as Lord Chancellor." "But here," Lord Nugent said, his voice a deep, resonant bass, "I am simply the director of Oakley Street." His lamer daemon leaped to the vacant chair beside him as he continued. "Dr. Relf, for a couple of years now, we've depended on your interpretations of the alethiometer. We're deeply appreciative. You must have guessed that other readers are also working with us. Actually, no, I hadn't guessed that, Hannah admitted. I've been kept largely in the dark. The specialists in Uppsala and Bologna were also providing their unique insights. The instrument in Geneva is controlled by the magisterium, and the Paris group leans in that direction. The Oxford alethiometer is the only other one we're aware of. Now that we're speaking as Oakley Street, Hannah ventured, may I ask if there's another agent among the Oxford readers? None at all, Lord Nugent confirmed. The other Oxford scholars are genuine, with purely academic reasons for using the device. Unless one is secretly working for the magisterium, Yasmin Al-Kazi stated flatly. She didn't smile, but Lord Nugent allowed himself a brief one. Unless, of course, that is the case, he conceded. So far, a certain equilibrium has been maintained. But last week, the reader in Bologna was killed, and her alethiometer was taken. We can only assume it was destined for Geneva. It would have been on its way. One of our more resourceful agents managed to intercept the thief and secure the instrument. It's inside that case under the lamp. Hannah turned to look. On a side table, illuminated by a naphtha lamp, sat a worn wooden box, precisely the right dimensions to hold the device she knew so well. An immediate urge to inspect it washed over her, and Papa Dimitriou noticed. "You may examine it after dinner," he said. "As best we can tell, its misadventures haven't harmed it, but your confirmation would be invaluable." She felt a slight tightness in her chest. Instead of speaking, she took a deliberate sip of wine and returned her gaze to Lord Nugent. "What we are proposing, Dr. Relf," he said, "requires your consent. It carries a significant personal cost, so you'll need to consider it carefully. We will, of course, answer all your questions. Simply put, we would be immensely grateful if you would set your academic work aside and read the alethiometer for us full-time. You would use this instrument and be its sole guardian. Naturally, this would remain confidential. You must tell us what difficulties this would create for you, and the decision is entirely yours. But first, I'll ask Adnan to provide some context on why this is so crucial." "Before you begin, Dr. Al-Kazi," Hannah interjected, "I have a question. You might have been planning to address it, but here it is. Lord Nugent just referred to the magisterium as the adversary. I know the consistorial court of discipline is behind various unpleasant acts, like killing the man who was my insulator. And there's that vile League of St. Alexander now turning children against their teachers in schools. I assume these are all connected, and I'm willing to oppose them, but who are we? What larger entity is Oakley Street a part of? What is the cause I've been supporting all this time? It sounds painfully naive when I say it aloud, but I've been working well. I've been working without the full picture. I assumed I was on the right side. How could anyone be so unaware? Evidently, I could. I find it comes rather easily. I hope you can provide clarity, Dr. Al-Kazi, but as I said, you may have been about to anyway. "I certainly intended to," he replied, "but now I shall be especially thorough." His demon, a delicate desert fox, shifted to the opposite side of his chair to better observe Hannah, curling up neatly. "Oakley Street is a clandestine government agency. We were established with the specific aim of countering the efforts of the organizations you named and several others. Our creation was in 1933, just prior to the Swiss War, when it appeared likely Britain would fall to the magisterium's military forces. As it happened, our survival wasn't guaranteed, and a portion of the credit goes to the Office for Special Inquiry, which eventually took on the informal name of Oakley Street. Its primary mission was to safeguard democracy within our nation, followed by protecting the core principles of free thought and expression. We were fortunate in our royal leadership, I must admit. King Richard was a vigorous advocate for our work. The director of Oakley Street always holds a position on the Privy Council, and the old king took a fervent personal interest in our objectives and methods. King Michael, perhaps, was somewhat less engaged, but the current monarch appears to share his grandfather's curiosity and has provided discreet assistance that remains outside the public eye. How much is Parliament aware of regarding Oakley Street? Very little, indeed. Our operations are funded rather inadequately from the General Defence allocation, channeled through the Cabinet Office. There exists a faction of MPs, government backbenchers, who are ardently pro-magisterium, you'd likely recognize several names who suspect an entity like Oakley Street operates and would dearly love to expose and dismantle it, ending all our efforts. This presents a profound and troubling contradiction, which I'm sure you appreciate. To defend democracy, we must sometimes operate outside its transparent norms. Every intelligence service grapples with this paradox. Some accept it more readily than others. Yes, Hannah replied. It is a contradiction, and an uneasy one, to return briefly to the device from Bologna. I assume it rightfully belongs to the university there. It did, Lord Nugent said. Surely it still does in both a legal and moral sense? Undoubtedly, Lord Nugent conceded. Much like Adnan's democratic dilemma, this presents another ethical quandary. The university's administration there is now controlled by a faction sympathetic to Geneva. Our researcher was working for us covertly, as you are, and we believe she was discovered and murdered on the orders of that very group. They learned of her activities and eliminated her for it. Had our agent not intervened immediately, that instrument would now be in Geneva, aiding our adversaries. Good heavens, Hannah murmured. She took a slow sip of her wine, her gaze moving thoughtfully across the four faces present, Nugent, sharp and nuanced. Yasmin Al-Kazi, poised yet radiating a genuine, warm engagement. Adnan Al-Kazi with his dark, understanding eyes, and Papadimitriou, analytical, intense, and formidable. So, for the time being, the Bologna device is considered a prize of conflict. Dr. Al-Kazi continued after a moment. And this is a war? We're engaged in a war? Hannah asked. A clandestine one? Yes, it is, Nugent affirmed. And we are asking you to assume a more active role. We are fully conscious of all the consequences. Consequences? Regarding your security, among other things. The last individual we asked to undertake a similar task was killed, as you know. We see that reality as clearly as you do. Her situation, however, was far more vulnerable than yours will be. She was effectively behind enemy lines. We can ensure you have protection. And you would require this of me on a full-time basis? Perhaps you could remind my colleagues of your current responsibilities, Papadimitriou suggested. Mrs. Al-Kazi was placing a glass bowl of fragrant, crystalline ice before each of them. Thank you, Hannah said. This looks wonderful. Well, I have two primary roles. In the limited time I'm allotted with the Bodleian alethiometer, I'm expected to focus, like the other scholars in my research group, on one specific symbol cluster of the device. My assigned symbol is the hourglass. There are 12 of us, each studying one of the 36 symbols, and we meet regularly to share findings and maintain collaboration. I have 5 hours of access to the instrument each week. That is my public, official duty, so to speak. But as you are aware, I also undertake work for Oakley Street. When a specific query is sent to me, I dedicate a portion of those 5 hours to seeking an answer. But if I don't start showing results with my sanctioned research, they'll remove me from the group and give my alethiometer hours to someone else. Honestly, I'm already one of the slowest, precisely because of the work I do for you. And it's infuriating. It must be, Al-Kazi replied. But in that situation, if you're already known for being behind, it wouldn't raise many eyebrows if, for instance, you chose to voluntarily surrender your 5 weekly hours with the Bodleian's alethiometer, and claim it was too challenging, you mean, and abandon my official project. Hannah let her spoon clatter against the bowl. That's not really feasible. The embarrassment alone. Well, I suppose I could endure that, but I have a career to consider. She picked the spoon up again, only to set it down with another sharp click. She turned to Papadimitriou. Professor, you understand what this would entail, she said, and Jesper, mirroring her agitation, fluffed up his fur. You're asking me to undertake a task that got the last person who tried it killed. At the same time, you want me to wreck my professional standing by pretending to quit a research line because it was beyond me. That's taken together. It's completely unreasonable, don't you think? Papadimitriou nudged his melting dessert aside. Yes, it is, he admitted. War demands unreasonable things from many people. Make no mistake, we are at war, Hannah. There is no one else who can do this. I know every member of the Oxford alethiometer group. Frankly and discreetly, I've been reviewing their reports. Your colleagues are diligent, knowledgeable, and skilled, but you are the only one who demonstrates a genuine, intuitive grasp of the symbols. You may be the slowest, you are also by a significant margin, the best. Do not worry about your career. Hannah immediately felt a flush of shame, but no words came to her. She took a deliberate spoonful of her ice. Regarding the danger, Lord Nugent interjected, I won't downplay it. If it becomes known what you're doing, particularly that you possess the Bologna instrument, you will be at risk. I will arrange for a protective detail. We had surveillance on the previous Bologna reader, which is how we responded so swiftly once it was. Once it was already too late, unfortunately. Our resources were thin then. They will not be now. You wouldn't notice the protection, but it would be there. And you would know, Al-Kazi added, leaning forward, that you were making an immense contribution to this war, this hidden conflict. You know the identity of the enemy, so you understand what we're fighting against. Consider what's at stake, our right to speak and think freely, to investigate any subject we choose. All of it would be obliterated. That is worth fighting for. Wouldn't you agree? Of course I agree, Hannah shot back, her voice tight. You don't need to convince me of something so fundamental. What else would I possibly believe? I believe that completely. She pushed her bowl away, the spoon rattling. A sudden vivid memory flashed through her mind, a childhood trip to the coast where her father had pointed to the horizon and spoken of unseen currents shaping the world, a lesson she now felt in her bones. We are well aware of your convictions, said Nugent gently, and we fully acknowledge the profoundly difficult position this places you in. Why don't we finish this excellent dessert, and then you can examine the instrument from Bologna? I would be very keen to hear your initial impressions. How many alethea meters actually exist? Asked Yasmin Al-Kazi. I feel I should know this, but I don't. Papa Demetrio answered for Hannah, who retrieved her bowl and took another bite. 5, as far as our knowledge extends. There are whispers of a 6th, but nothing substantiated. Why can't we simply manufacture another? Hannah could explain it in more detail, but I believe it concerns the unique alloy used in the needles. However, the physical device is only part of the equation. Each instrument forms a singular bond with its reader. Neither is fully functional, in the operative sense, without the other, which is precisely one of the core mysteries we need to unravel, Al-Kazi noted. Lord Nugent rose from the table and brought the small, corner-worn box over to Hannah. It appeared to be rosewood. A faded, painted design on the lid was barely discernible as a heraldic crest. Hannah raised the lid and studied the alethiometer for a long moment before carefully lifting it from its bed of deep red velvet. She placed it on the white cloth. This one was thicker than the Bodleian's instrument, yet its golden casing was just as smooth from years of use, catching the lamplight with a warm, fiery gleam. The 36 symbols around the dial were painted more plainly, simple black on white enamel, not the vivid colors on ivory she was used to, but they seemed less like ornament and more like fundamental truths. At the center of the dial, behind the hands and needle, an engraved sun blazed in full glory. Her hands moved toward it almost of their own accord, as if drawn to the face of someone dearly loved. The Bodleian alethiometer was ornate, magnificent, an object of profound respect. This one was practical, unadorned, and yet it felt right in a way she couldn't put into words. It seemed to welcome her touch, as if her fingers were the very ones that had over centuries worn the gold to a soft sheen and smoothed the edges of the wheels. The moment she felt that connection, she longed to be alone with it, to spend days in its company, to keep it within reach always. She let her mind settle into that familiar state of calm focus, sensing the first 10 or 12 layers of meaning beneath each symbol. She turned the first wheel to the baby, which in this context represented the questioner. The second she moved to the beehive, standing here for diligent labor. The third she set to the apple, fixing its meaning at the level that indicated a general inquiry. With the reference books, she could have framed her question with greater precision, but this would have to suffice. Should she take on this task or not? Immediately the needle began to spin. Hannah counted 6 full circles before it came to a decisive stop on the marionette, at the 6th layer for a basic reading like this. The marionette meant affirmation. Yes, she should. She looked up, drew a deep breath, and blinked as she emerged from her light trance. They were all watching her. Yes, she said, I'll do it. Unmistakable relief and delight washed over their faces. Even Papadimitriou broke into a boyish gift-receiving grin. What Hannah didn't tell them was how instantly at home her hands felt on this device, how naturally they fell into work, in a way they never had with the Oxford instrument, and in almost the same instant she saw the hitch. But, she added, yes, said Papadimitriou, I can interpret the Bodleian alethiometer as deeply as I do, only because the library holds all the books detailing the deeper symbol ranges. From memory, I can work about a dozen layers down, no more. If I leave the group, I won't be able to consult those books without making it obvious I have access to another alethiometer, and without the books, I won't be of much use to you. The others glanced at Papadimitriou. The rich scent of coffee had begun to drift into the room. Papadimitriou said, on the surface, that is a difficulty, but books are far easier to reproduce than alethiometers. I will personally see to it that you have as many as you require. If it becomes known you're searching for such books, Yasmin Al-Khazi pointed out, people will connect the dots. A missing alethiometer here, a scholar suddenly eager to acquire certain texts there. It won't be one there, Papadimitriou replied. It will be several different theirs. Do not worry about it. Nugent, accepting a cup of coffee from Mrs. Al-Khazi, spoke up. We can circulate some green paper. Green paper? Hannah asked. False leads, Nugent explained. In the early days of Oakley Street, operations of that sort were often drafted on green paper. The term stuck. We could suggest we've located the missing instrument, or that we've managed to construct another one, perhaps even several. Hannah considered the green paper on the table. It does seem to have its uses, she remarked. I understand, Hannah replied. May I return to practical matters? By all means, I will require a steady income. While I could resume teaching, that would leave little time for the work Oakley Street requires. Allow me to handle that, Lord Nugent said, a distant relative, an unexpected inheritance, something along those lines. Our resources aren't vast, but we can certainly ensure you don't go hungry. I should hope so, Hannah said. She became aware then that her hands had not moved from the alethiometer since she first picked it up. Feeling suddenly self-conscious, she withdrew them and took a sip of her coffee. It was lukewarm, more practical details. Yasmin Al-Khazi continued, Do you have a safe at your home? No, Hannah answered, and a faint, incredulous laugh escaped her. I own nothing worth locking away. You do now. We will arrange for a new domestic appliance, a replacement central heating boiler, for instance, to be delivered and installed within the next few days. It will not, in fact, be a boiler. It will be a safe. Please keep the alethiometer inside it when it is not in use. Of course. Her mind immediately went to placing it upstairs, away from any potential flooding. That thought, in turn, brought back Malcolm's warning. Lord Nugent, she asked, is there an agent of Oakley Street named Coram Van Texel? No, he said flatly. Interesting, she thought. One of them is lying, and my money is on Nugent. I can always ask the alethiometer later, she pressed on. Or a man called Gerard Bonneville. Does he have any connection to this? Bonneville, the physicist. I wasn't aware he was a physicist. He has a hyena daemon with a missing leg. He was a leading researcher into the Rusakov field, dust and all that. Then he lost his way entirely and was imprisoned for a sexual offence, if I recall correctly. How did you come to hear of him? He's apparently in Oxford. He visited the pub owned by Malcolm's father. Malcolm mentioned him recently. She shifted in her chair, the worn leather creaking softly. One more thing. How will we communicate? In the same manner as before? No, Papadimitriou interjected. You and I will need to establish a regular meeting pattern. Let's say that in your new role as an independent scholar, you've sought my advice on a book you wish to write. We meet to discuss your research, something of that sort. What are you doing early Saturday evening? I would typically be working at home. Come to Jordan College at 6 o'clock. Very well. And I wonder if you might begin on something immediately, Nugent added. Yes, I suppose I could. she said, her hand drifting back toward the rosewood box. Now that I have this, it concerns the child at the Priory. For reasons we don't yet comprehend, she is extremely important to the opposition. Can you make general inquiries, or must it be a specific, narrowly framed question? Both are possible, but the more precise the question, the longer the reading takes. Make it general, then. We urgently need to understand why the child is significant. If you could formulate a question that reveals that, it would be an immense help. I'll do my best. One final point, Nugent continued, his tone shifting almost imperceptibly. Your young friend, the boy from the inn, Matthew, is it? Malcolm Polstead? Malcolm. We have no intention of endangering him, but he could prove useful in several capacities. Maintain your connection. Share with him whatever you believe he can keep confidential. Gather whatever intelligence you can. Something shifted in the room then, a sudden and palpable change in the atmosphere. It carried a strange charge, as if the others all shared a secret from which she was excluded, and they were avoiding her gaze. It couldn't have been solely Lord Nugent's words, which seemed harmless enough on the surface. Was she misinterpreting their meaning? The tension lingered for a heartbeat, then dissolved. People rose, farewells were exchanged, coats retrieved, thanks given. Hannah placed the alethiometer in its box inside a plain cotton bag and began her walk home. The moment they turned onto Woodstock Road, she spoke to her daemon. Jesper, what was that about back there? They understood the implication beneath his words. The demon replied, perched on her shoulder. And they disapproved. Well, I managed to gather that much myself, Hannah said, her breath forming a small cloud in the chilly evening air. She walked a little faster, the weight of the cotton bag feeling both insignificant and immense. The following day, Malcolm discovered the nuns were occupied with preparations for the feast of St. Scholastica. Sister Fenella had clarified to a previously disappointed Malcolm that this was not a literal feast, but a day of celebration marked by lengthy services in the oratory rather than a lavish meal in the refectory. Lyra, of course, was not expected to join the sisters in their prayers, yet she couldn't be left alone during their devotions. Consequently, Sister Fenella was excused from the ceremonies and tasked with watching the baby while she prepared the evening meal. Malcolm entered the kitchen just as the elderly nun was sliding a lamb stew into the oven. Pantalaimon, the infant daemon, began a cheerful chirping, prompting Malcolm to step closer so his own daemon, Aster, could alight on the crib's edge. Aster then cycled through every bird form she knew, one after another, sending Lyra and her daemon into peals of delighted laughter as if it were the most hilarious spectacle imaginable. We haven't seen you for a couple of days, Malcolm, remarked Sister Fenella, settling onto her stool and pulling a cabbage across the table. What have you been busy with? All sorts of things. Sister Fenella, will Sister Benedicta be able to speak with me after the service? Not for long, dear. It's a very full day. Is there a message I can pass along? Well, I need to warn her, but I should warn you too, since it concerns everyone here. Oh my, what is this warning about? Malcolm watched her experienced hands methodically shred the cabbage with an old knife, setting aside the outer leaves and core for stock. You know the river has been running high, he began. Most folks think it will recede now that the rain has stopped, but the rain is coming back. The river is going to flood worse than it has in many years. Is that so? Yes, a Gyptian man told me. They know the river better than anyone. They know all the waterways across the country. I wanted to make sure Sister Benedicta was aware, so she could secure everything, especially for Lyra, because this bank sits quite low. I told my father, and he said you could all come stay at the Trout, though he supposed it might not be holy enough for you. Sister Fenella laughed, clapping her work-worn hands together. I've told other people, Malcolm continued, but I don't think anyone believes me. I wish you had some boats here. If you could float, you'd be fine in a flood, but we'd all just be swept away, said Sister Fenella. But I wouldn't fret too much. We had a significant flood. Oh, about 50 years ago. I was a novice then, and the entire garden was submerged. The water came right in until the ground floor was several inches deep. I found it thrilling, but the senior sisters were terribly upset, so I kept quiet. Of course, I had no responsibilities in those days. The water receded quickly enough. So I really wouldn't worry, Malcolm. Most things have happened before, and by God's grace, we're all still here. There was something else I needed to tell Sister Benedicta, said Malcolm. But perhaps it can wait until tomorrow. Is Mr. Taphouse here today? I haven't seen him. I heard he wasn't feeling well. Oh, I had something to say to him as well. Maybe I could visit him, but I don't know where he lives. Neither do I, I'm afraid. Then I'll have to see Sister Benedicta after all. When do they finish the service? It turned out the lengthy service would conclude in about 20 minutes, giving the sisters an hour for recreation or to attend to tasks in the garden or with their embroidery before supper. Malcolm decided to use the time by attempting to teach Lyra to speak. Now, Lyra, look here. I'm Malcolm. It's easy to say, go on, give it a try. Malcolm. She stared at him with grave intensity. Pantalaimon transformed into a mole and burrowed into her blankets, making Asta chuckle. No, don't laugh, Malcolm chided gently. Try it, Lyra. Malcolm. In response, Lyra furrowed her brow and drooled thoughtfully. You'll pick it up in time, he assured her, gently drying her face with a towel. Give Asta a try? Come on now, Asta. She watched him warily, staying silent. She's quite ahead for her age, really, Malcolm remarked. It's clever, her daemon being a mole. How do they even know about moles? That's a mystery, the elderly nun replied. Only the Lord above knows, which makes sense, since he made all things. I remember being a mole, said Geraint, her aged demon, who usually observed quietly with his head tilted. Whenever I felt scared, I'd turn into one. But how did you know what a mole felt like? Malcolm pressed. You just feel mole-ish, Asta offered. Malcolm murmured. Look, he's coming back up. Pan's head emerged from the blankets, no longer a mole but a rabbit now, staying near Lyra for comfort, yet brimming with curiosity. Here's an idea, Lyra, Malcolm said. You can teach Pan to say Malcolm. The infant and her daemon exchanged cautious babbles. Then Asta shifted into a monkey, standing on her hands, and they both broke into laughter. Well, you can laugh even if you can't talk yet, Malcolm noted. I bet you'll learn soon enough. How about Sister Fenella, can you say that? Sister Fenella? The little girl turned toward Sister Fenella with a wide, joyful smile, and her daemon became a squirrel, much like Geraint, chattering happily. She's really clever, Malcolm said, filled with admiration. Just then, he heard voices stirring in the hallway, and the kitchen door opened to admit Sister Benedicta. Ah, Malcolm, I was hoping to speak with you. Good, you're here. Everything all right, sister? She was asking about Lyra, but she didn't quite wait for the answer. Another nun, Sister Caterina, arrived to watch the baby, while Sister Fenella went to the oratory for a private devotion, or so Malcolm understood. Sister Caterina was young and pretty, with large dark eyes, but she seemed anxious, and her nervousness made Lyra uneasy as well. The baby was truly content only with Sister Fenella. Come along, Malcolm, Sister Benedicta said. I need a quick word. It didn't sound like he was in trouble. The summons felt different. I actually wanted to tell you something too, sister, he mentioned as she closed the office door behind them. In a moment, you recall that man you mentioned? The one with the three-legged demon. I saw him the other night, Malcolm began. I was searching for something in the upstairs bedrooms at home, and he recounted what he had witnessed. She listened intently, her brow furrowed. A broken shutter? No, it isn't broken. Someone must have left it open. Never mind that. You saw what he was doing to his demon. Clearly the man is unwell, Malcolm. What I need to tell you is to stay away from him. If you spot him anywhere, just walk the other way. Don't let yourself be drawn into conversation. I know you're friendly with everyone, and that's a good quality, but you must also use judgment, which is another virtue. That poor man isn't rational, and his fixations can harm others just as they've harmed his demon. Now, what was it you wanted to tell me? Was it about him? Partly. But the other part is that there's going to be a flood. Egyptian man told me. Oh, nonsense. The weather's shifted. Spring will be here before we know it. Thank the Lord, all that rain is behind us. But he explained. Much of what the Egyptians say is superstition, Malcolm. Listen politely, but again use your judgment. All the forecasts from the weather office agree. The heavy rains are over and there's no flood risk. But the Egyptians understand the rivers and the weather. Thank you for passing along his warning, but I believe we'll be safe. Now, was there anything else? Is Mr. Taphouse all right? He's feeling a bit under the weather. Now that all the shutters are secured, I've told him to rest for a few days. Off you go, Malcolm. Sister Benedicta was impossible to reason with. Malcolm wasn't looking for an argument. He was only trying to pass along the warning Mr. Van Texel had entrusted to him. That night, the wild dogs returned to his dreams. Or maybe it was the same relentless dream, a chaotic pack of every breed imaginable, streaking across a desolate plain with a singular murderous focus. The terrifying part was that he felt a thrill watching them. He woke in a sweat, heart pounding, and clung to Asta, who had undoubtedly shared the nightmare. The unsettling feeling lingered all morning, even as they walked to school later than usual. Having failed to convince the nuns about the impending flood, Malcolm tried his teacher's next. The reaction was identical. It was all nonsense, superstitious Egyptian talk. Either they were ignorant, scheming, or simply not to be trusted. Some folks just don't want to hear a warning, Malcolm muttered to Robbie, Eric, and Tom in the schoolyard. Robbie shrugged. Doesn't seem very likely a flood. The river's still high, Tom added, always loyal to Malcolm's view. Wouldn't take much more rain to tip it over. My dad says you can't believe a word from the Egyptians, Eric announced. There's always a hidden agenda with those people. A what? Said Robbie. Secret plans, Eric clarified. Things nobody else is in on. Don't be daft, Malcolm shot back. What possible secret plan would this be? I don't know, Eric said with smug conviction. That's why it's a secret. You stopped wearing your league badge, Robbie pointed out. Bet there's a secret agenda behind that too. In response, Eric slowly reached up to his blazer lapel, turning it back with a precise finger and thumb. Pinned underneath was the small enamel lamp of the League of St. Alexander. Why hide it? Malcolm asked. Those of us who've reached the second degree wear it this way, Eric explained. There aren't many of us in the school. At least if you wear it out, people know you belong, Robbie said. Hiding it is just sneaky. Why? Eric asked, genuinely puzzled. Because if you see a badge, Malcolm said, you can watch what you say. If it's hidden, you could get in trouble without ever knowing why. What even is the second degree? Robbie pressed. I'm not allowed to tell you. You'll tell us, Malcolm said, a challenge in his voice. I bet you spill it before the week is out. I won't, Eric insisted. Yes, you will, Robbie and Tom said in unison. Offended, Eric turned and stalked away. The League's influence had settled into a grim new normal after its initial victories. Mr. Hawkins, the deputy head who had cooperated from the start, was now firmly installed as the replacement for the vanished headmaster. Eric claimed Mr. Willis was at a special training camp, but since Eric's word was rarely trusted, no one knew for sure. Some teachers who had left in protest or been forced on leave had returned, either sullen or broken. Others had disappeared completely, replaced by unfamiliar faces. The real power in the school, however, lay with a shadowy group of senior pupils, the core, most influential members of the League. They met with Mr. Hawkins daily, and their decrees were delivered as gospel in the next morning's assembly. It was subtly conveyed that to question these proclamations was to defy a divine order, a trap many students fell into before they understood the rules. Now the understanding was everywhere, a cold fact of life. This half-secret group was guided by 2 or 3 adults, rumored to be special governors. They never spoke in assemblies, never taught, and hardly spoke to any student. They simply patrolled the hallways, taking notes, treated with a sickening deference by the staff. No child was ever told their names or their actual purpose, which somehow made their silent presence more threatening than any shouted command. It simply became an accepted fact. Roughly half the student body had aligned themselves with the League. From that number, a handful had drifted off, while a few others had reluctantly signed up. For the time being, the woman who first introduced the idea hadn't been seen again, and the newspapers remained completely silent on the matter. You could move through the school for a good while and never hear it discussed. Yet its presence was felt by everyone, as though it had always been there, as if a school without this oddly captivating, vaguely threatening atmosphere would feel unnatural. Classes proceeded as usual, though each one now began with a prayer. The artwork that once adorned the halls and classrooms, mostly prints of famous paintings or historical scenes, had been removed. In their place hung posters, displaying Bible verses in aggressively bright colors. Open mischief among the students had dwindled. Playground scuffles, for example, were less frequent. Yet a peculiar sense of guilt seemed to hang over everyone. That Saturday, Malcolm took La Belle Sauvage out for her first long journey since Mr. Van Texel had returned her. The Gyptian was right. The little canoe felt tighter, more eager to answer the paddle, and she cut through the water with a new surprising swiftness. A thrill ran through Malcolm. He imagined he could paddle for miles without weariness, camp almost anywhere unseen, and command the waterways in a way he never had before. When the day comes that we need a larger boat, he said to Asta, who rested on the gunwale in her kingfisher form, we'll seek out that Gyptian boat builder. He could make it for us. How would we even find him, and what would something like that cost? Not sure. We could ask Mr. Van Texel, and how do we find him? Don't know that either. Malcolm was quiet for a moment, the water slipping past. I wonder if he was a spy, he mused. I mean, with Oakley Street and all. Asta didn't answer. Her focus was on a tiny fish darting below. They were on the canal now, its waters higher but calmer than the river's flow. Malcolm could feel his demon's keen desire to dive in and snatch that fish, and he mentally urged her on, but she held herself back. They moored the canoe in their usual spot, secured a promise from the chandler to watch over her, and soon found themselves walking down Cranham Street. "What's that?" Asta said the instant they turned the corner. A magnificent gas-powered car stood directly outside Dr. Relf's house. Malcolm halted to look. "She has a visitor," observed Asta, now a jackdaw. "Maybe we should wait. Don't you want to see who it is? In a way, I just don't want to intrude. It's them intruding on us," Asta countered. "She expects us. We always come at this time. No, I've got a feeling." It was the opulence of the vehicle that unsettled him. It clashed with everything he knew about Dr. Relf. Still, Asta had a point. They were expected. "Well, we'll just have to be polite and keep our wits about us," he decided. "Like proper spies." "We are proper spies," Asta stated. A chauffeur lounged beside the car, a short pipe in his mouth. He cast them a disinterested glance as Malcolm rang the bell. Dr. Relf answered, looking slightly flustered. "We can come back later if—" Malcolm began, but she shook her head decisively. "No, Malcolm, come in," she said, and her Damon Jesper added in a murmur just audible to them, "But be careful." Then more loudly Dr. Relf announced, "My visitor is just leaving." Malcolm stepped over the sandbags by the door. Asta flickered from a robin back to a jackdaw. He shared her unease completely, but thought firmly, "Stay like that," as she settled into her dusty black feathers. He arranged his own face into an expression of bland, mild agreeableness, the next best thing to invisibility. It was a fortunate instinct. In the sitting room, Dr. Relf said, "Mrs. Coulter, this is my pupil Malcolm. Malcolm, say hello to Mrs. Coulter." The woman's name struck Malcolm with the force of a gunshot. This was Lyra's mother. She was the most stunning woman he had ever laid eyes on, with her youthful face framed by golden hair and a gentle expression, clad in a gown of soft grey silk. A subtle, sun-warmed fragrance seemed to cling to her, like a memory of southern breezes. Her smile was so openly friendly it unnerved him, bringing back that odd, unsettling moment with Gerard Bonneville. Yet this was the woman who had turned her back on her own child. He couldn't let on that he knew, of course. He would never admit a thing about the baby. "Hello, Malcolm," she said, extending a hand. "What lessons is Dr. Relf giving you these days?" "Intellectual history," Malcolm replied evenly. "There's no better teacher." Her daemon was what truly unsettled him. It was a golden-furred monkey with inscrutable black eyes sitting motionless on the back of her armchair. Asta, who would usually flutter over in greeting, felt a cold ripple of fear and stayed firmly on Malcolm's shoulder. Are you a scholar yourself, Mrs. Coulter? He asked. Only an amateur. How did you come to study with someone like Dr. Relf? I returned a book she'd lost. Now I borrow from her library and we discuss them, he said, using the polite, detached tone he reserved for unfamiliar patrons at the Trout. He hoped she wouldn't ask where he lived. What if she knew Lyra's location and pieced it together? But then they said she had no interest in the child. Maybe she truly didn't know or care. And where is your home? She inquired. Down in St. Ebbe's, he answered, naming a southern district of the city, and surprising himself with how calm he sounded. The golden monkey shifted slightly, but remained silent. What do you plan to do when you're older? Everyone asked that, but he'd expected something more original from her. Not sure, really, he said. Might work on the riverboats or the railways. Well, I'm certain the history of ideas will prove very useful for that, she said, her smile sweet as honey. The sarcasm was unmistakable. It irritated him, so he decided to throw her off balance. Mrs. Coulter, he began, I met someone recently who claimed to be a friend of yours. Asta noticed Jesper's eyes widen. Mrs. Coulter smiled again, but it was a different smile now. How interesting. Who might that be? Didn't catch his name. He came into our pub. He was talking about you. His demon is a three-legged hyena. The effect was immediate and electric. Malcolm saw it. Asta saw it. Dr. Relf and Jesper saw it. The colour drained from her cheeks, leaving two pale patches. The golden monkey leaned forward, placing both paws on her shoulders, as if to steady her. How extraordinary, she said, her voice perfectly level. I'm sure I don't know anyone like that. Which pub was this? The Boatman's Arms, Malcolm said, confident no such place existed in the city. What was he saying? Just that he was a friend and planned to visit you soon. Honestly, I don't think many folks believed him. He was a stranger after all. Do you often linger in bars chatting with strangers? The colour had returned to her face, but now it appeared as two sharp, bright spots high on her cheekbones. No, I just help out evenings, Malcolm replied in his mildest tone. You hear all sorts of talk. If he comes back, should I tell him I saw you and you don't know him? You'd be wise to say nothing at all, and wiser still not to listen to nonsense. I'm sure Dr. Relf would agree. Malcolm glanced at Dr. Relf, who had been listening with wide eyes. She blinked, gathering herself, and asked, Was there anything else I could assist you with, Mrs. Coulter? Not for the moment, Mrs. Coulter said. The golden monkey had moved to her lap, pressing its face into her hair, as if whispering secrets only she could hear. Her hand moved absently through the golden monkey's fur, and he twisted his head to fix Malcolm with a stare from those deep, unsettling eyes. Malcolm met the gaze steadily, his outward calm a stark contrast to the turmoil inside. If that creature had a name, it would be Spite. He decided. Mrs. Coulter gathered her Damon close and rose, murmuring something private before extending a hand to Dr. Relf. It was so kind of you to receive me on such short notice, she said, then turned. Goodbye, Malcolm, was her only farewell, offering no handshake. Relf escorted her to the door, helped her into a luxurious fur coat, and saw her out. From the window, Malcolm watched the chauffeur snap to attention and fuss around the vehicle. Why on earth did you say that? Dr. Relf asked, as the large car pulled away. I didn't want to give her my address. But the man with the hyena demon, what possible reason? I wanted to see her reaction. Malcolm, that was incredibly rash. Maybe, but I don't trust her. I wanted to rattle her, and I thought that would do it. It certainly did. But wait, remind me, did that man ever mention Mrs. Coulter? Did he claim to know her? Malcolm recounted what Alice had told him about Gerard Bonneville. I just figured, he added, if she means any harm to Lyra, it might give her a scare. It gave me a scare, said Dr. Relf. I need some tea. Come to the kitchen. What was she really here for? Malcolm asked, perching on a kitchen stool. Well, Dr. Relf began, to ask about Lyra. Seriously? What did you tell her? It was odd. She seemed convinced I had some link to the girl, which I suppose I do, indirectly, through you. It was... She paused, kettle in hand, as if halted by a sudden realization. Yes, it felt exactly like the sort of fragmented insight you get from an alethiometer when you're rushing or aren't a skilled reader. She was desperately keen to learn the child's whereabouts, and something had suggested to her that I might know. But you didn't. Absolutely not. She started by asking about the Oxford alethiometer group, about various matters, but it was polite, detached, as if she wasn't truly invested. Then she began inquiring about the child rumoured to be kept in or near Oxford, treating it like a mild curiosity, though her intensity betrayed her. Jesper was watching her Damon the whole time, and he was clutching the back of her chair. As she set the kettle on the stove and busied herself with the tea, her mind was racing. Malcolm noticed and stayed quiet. She didn't speak again until they were settled by the fire. Then she drew a long breath. "Malcolm," she said, "I'm going to take a risk and tell you things I shouldn't. You must keep this quiet. You understand how vital that is?" "Of course. Yes, I know you do. I just hate the thought of endangering you, and I can't decide if it's more dangerous for you to know these things or to remain in the dark. Probably more dangerous not to know. That's what I believe. Well, the truth is, I've left the alethiometer group." "Why?" "I was given an opportunity to do something different, to work with another alethiometer independently. I thought they were very rare. This one became available quite unexpectedly. That was fortunate." "Perhaps. It might be. I think that was one of the things Mrs. Coulter was probing for, whether I had it." "Is she a spy, then?" "I believe so, for the opposing side." "Did you manage to conceal it from her? I mean, hide that you're involved?" "I hope so. That Damon, his expression gives nothing away. Honestly, the creature looked like it had just swallowed a lemon and found the experience vaguely amusing. He seemed genuinely startled when I mentioned Gerard Bonneville." "Yes, he was." And she was deeply shaken. "I'm still not convinced you should have done it. We wouldn't have learned what we did otherwise." "Learned what?" "That she knows about him. Remember I told you about the broken shutter on the Priory window when we saw him striking his Damon?" "Yes." "Well, it wasn't actually broken. Sister Benedicta mentioned that someone must have left it open by mistake," Malcolm explained. "That's curious," Dr. Relf replied, setting her teacup on the hearth. "I wonder if it was intentional." "We've considered that," Malcolm said, "but I can't imagine who would do it. Malcolm, you must promise not to speak of the alethiometer to anyone," Dr. Relf said, her tone serious. "This is a matter of utmost secrecy." "Of course I won't," he assured her, a little taken aback by the intensity of her request. He took a biscuit as she moved toward the window. "But Dr. Relf," he ventured, "can I ask what you're doing with the new device? Is it like the work with the group?" "No, it's different," she said, her back to him. "The people who provided it have asked me to inquire about Lyra among other subjects." "Why are they interested in her?" "She holds some significance they don't fully grasp. They also want me to investigate certain matters concerning dust." He sensed her reluctance, but pushed forward with one more question. "Are they from Oakley Street?" She turned. The sky outside had darkened, leaving the room illuminated only by the glow from the coal fire, masking her expression. "Yes," she admitted, her voice heavy. "But that is not to be spoken of, remember." "I understand. I won't ask anything else." She looked back out the window. "It seems your Gyptian friend was correct about the weather. More rain is coming. We should finish soon so you don't get caught in it. Come choose a couple of books to take." Recognizing her unease, and not wishing to overstay, Malcolm quickly selected a mystery novel and a book on China before saying his farewell. With the safe now installed and her ties to the alethiometer group severed, Hannah confronted Professor Papadimitriou that evening about the strange tension at the dinner, that moment when all eyes avoided her and the air turned cold. Papadimitriou explained. "Sometimes," he said, "agencies like Oakley Street had to employ leverage blackmail even to turn an enemy agent. There was a current target, for instance, whose weakness involved an attraction to young boys." The horrifying implication struck Hannah immediately. "No," she cried out, "you cannot mean not Malcolm. Hannah, I will not allow it. You would use him as bait. What then? Stage some sordid entrapment." Secret photographs, you would place a boy in that situation. It's despicable. And Nugent assured me he wouldn't be in danger. What a fool I was to believe him. Hannah, he would be in no danger whatsoever. It would be over in an instant. He wouldn't even comprehend what occurred. We would ensure that. He is far too valuable to risk. I refuse. Absolutely not. I would sooner return this alethiometer and forget I ever involved myself with. That would be, and you waited until I was committed before revealing this. Now I see precisely what I've committed to. Come back when you've calmed down, was all he said. But of course, she would do anything to shield Malcolm from such a scheme. She saw Lord Nugent differently now too. Beneath that polished charm lay a ruthless core. All she could do was consult the alethiometer, tracing the swings and hesitations of its needle for guidance. As always, the deeper she delved, the more complexities emerged that evening. The rain began in earnest. The potting shed. When Malcolm went to the Priory that evening to check on Mr. Taphouse, he found the workshop dark and locked. In the kitchen, however, he was surprised to find Alice kneading dough. "Oh," was all he managed to say. She gave him her usual look of disdain and remained silent. "Hello, Malcolm," said Sister Fenella. The elderly woman was settled beside the stove near Lyra's crib, her appearance noticeably unwell. "Alice is lending a hand for a bit," the nun continued, her tone airy and slightly winded. "Ah, I see," he replied. "How's Lyra doing?" "Sound asleep. Come take a look." Lyra's cheek was nestled into the fur of her kitten-shaped demon, but the moment Asta fluttered down to the cradle, Pantalaimon stirred awake and let out a fierce hiss that promptly roused Lyra, who began wailing with every ounce of breath in her tiny lungs. "It's all right, Lyra," Malcolm soothed. "You recognize us." "What a commotion. I reckon they can hear you clear across the river and over at the Trout Inn." Asta shifted into a young cat, leaped into the cradle while carefully avoiding Lyra, and scooped up Pan the kitten Damon, giving him a gentle jiggle. He was so taken aback that Lyra instantly ceased crying to watch, which made Malcolm chuckle, and then Lyra giggled too, her eyes sparkling with leftover tears. Malcolm was thrilled to have provoked such a turn. Alice had wandered over to observe. "Little charmer," Alice remarked, before returning to her bread dough. "Oh, not at all," Sister Fenella said. "She's familiar with Malcolm, isn't she, my dear? We know Malcolm and Asta, don't we? May I hold her?" Malcolm asked. "It's nearly feeding time? Yes, go ahead. Can you manage to lift her?" "Simple enough," said Malcolm, and while Asta playfully swatted at the kitten demon, he leaned in and gathered the baby into his arms. They were accustomed to this by now, and she didn't cry out in surprise as she had initially. Malcolm hooked a stool closer with his foot and settled Lyra on his knee beside Sister Fenella. The infant gazed around curiously before her hand found its way to her mouth, and in went her thumb. "She's so hungry she's trying to eat herself," Malcolm commented. Sister Fenella was stirring a small pot of milk on the stove, testing the temperature with her pinky finger. "There, that's just perfect," she announced. "Malcolm, dear, could you fill the bottle for me?" Malcolm handed Lyra back to her and poured the milk meticulously into the sterilized bottle. He wanted to share with Alice what had transpired that afternoon involving Mrs. Coulter, but not while Sister Fenella was present, and besides, the girl was so aloof and distant he found it difficult to speak to her at all. Once the bottle was prepared, Sister Fenella cradled Lyra in the bend of her arm and leaned back to begin the feeding. Malcolm felt a pang of concern. The old woman was as gentle and kind as ever, but her complexion was ashen, her eyes rimmed with red and weary. "I stopped by to check if Mr. Taphouse was feeling better," he mentioned, sitting back on the stool. "We haven't spotted him for several days. I hope he's all right. I'm certain Mrs. Taphouse would inform us if he were unwell. Perhaps he's taken a short holiday. He did finish all those shutters, though, didn't he? Oh, he's a truly skilled craftsman. If you need any other tasks done, I can handle them." Alice let out a brief, derisive snort. Malcolm chose to pay her no mind. For a short while, the only sounds in the kitchen were the rhythmic thump of Alice's hands kneading dough, the soft crackle of the fire in the stove, the contented suckling of Lyra on the bottle's nipple, And another faint noise Malcolm couldn't place until he realized it was the strained, shallow sound of Sister Fenella's breathing. The old nun's eyes were closed, a slight frown of concentration tightening her brow. Then, as Malcolm watched, the bottle slowly slipped from her grasp, and the arm holding Lyra began to sag outward, so gradually that he had time to cry out, "Alice!" and snatch the baby before Sister Fenella could topple toward the fireplace. Lyra shrieked in objection, but Malcolm had her secure, and he caught the bottle as well. In an instant, Alice took hold of Sister Fenella's shoulders and eased her back upright, but the elderly woman was unconscious. Her squirrel Damon, Geraint, had collapsed in a faint upon her chest. "What should we?" Alice began. "You support her so she doesn't fall again, and I'll go fetch." Right, hurry." Malcolm rose to his feet, holding Lyra close. The child's cries subsided, intrigued, but Malcolm gently pressed the bottle to her lips anyway. With Asta, now a cat, padding softly behind him while carefully holding the kitten Pan in her jaws, he made his way down the chilly corridor toward Sister Benedicta's office. It was, predictably, deserted. He scanned the room as if she might be concealed behind a chair, then sighed. "She's not here, Lyra," he muttered. "Seems she's always somewhere else when we actually need her, doesn't she?" Stepping back into the hallway, he spotted a slim figure further along. "Sister Katerina," he called out. The young nun turned, her expression one of sharp surprise, more startled than he had anticipated. "Yes? What's happened? Sister Fenella has collapsed in the kitchen. She was feeding Lyra and just went down. We need help." "Oh, good heavens! What should I?" "Please find Sister Benedicta and then come to the kitchen right away." "Yes, of course, immediately." She whirled around and hurried off, her voice echoing as she called for the prioress. "That was Sister Katerina," Malcolm told the baby. "She's fetching Sister Benedicta. You just keep on with your supper, little one. Don't fret. Back to the kitchen we go. It's freezing out here, isn't it?" Back in the kitchen, Alice had managed to prop Sister Fenella back into her armchair, but the elderly nun remained unconscious, her breathing a loud, labored rasp. "Sounds like pneumonia," Alice said, still supporting her. "My grandmother sounded just like that when she caught it." "Did she?" "Recover? Eventually, but not from that. Honestly, she held on for years. Good grief, this one needs changing." She nodded toward Lyra, who was diligently emptying the bottle. "Well, I can't manage that," Malcolm said. "Figures, only because nobody ever taught me how. If you need anything else done, I'll do it." Alice echoed his earlier boast with a smirk. "They wouldn't call a carpenter for diaper duty," Malcolm pointed out a bit defensively. "Is there any milk left in that pan?" "A little here." "Hand her over. I'll hold her. You warm the milk. You know how to handle a baby?" "I've got 2 younger sisters. Of course I do." She took Lyra with a confident, steady hold, and when she patted the baby's back, a truly impressive burp emerged, startling her own demon into briefly shifting into the form of a fluffy turkey chick. Malcolm placed the saucepan back on the stove to take the chill off. "Not too hot now," Alice cautioned. Right. I saw how Sister Fenella did it. His little finger was far from clean, so he gave it a thorough suck first before testing the milk's temperature, then poured it all into the bottle. He repositioned Sister Fenella, tucking a cushion behind her head just as Sister Benedicta and Sister Katerina arrived. "Attend to the baby," Sister Benedicta instructed. Sister Katerina moved to take Lyra, but Alice pulled back slightly. "She's settled with me now," Alice stated firmly. "I'll keep her until she's done." "Oh, if you're certain." Alice fixed her with a steady gaze. Malcolm recognized that look and was amused to see its effect on someone else. Sister Katerina glanced away, flustered, and even nudged a stool forward for Alice to sit on. The nun's pug Damon retreated behind her ankles. Meanwhile, Sister Benedicta was tending to Sister Fenella, passing a vial of smelling salts beneath her nose. The old nun flinched and murmured but did not wake. "Should I run for the doctor?" Malcolm offered. "Thank you, Malcolm, but that won't be necessary tonight," Sister Benedicta said. "Poor Sister Fenella needs rest above all. We'll see her to her bed. You've both done very well, Alice. Please give Lyra to Sister Katerina now. You should return to your bread dough. Malcolm, that's all for this evening. Off you go home. If you need anything else, yes, I shall ask you straight away. Good night. Her concern for Sister Fenella was palpable, and he shared it. But Lyra, he thought, was perfectly safe. The next day was Sunday, granting Malcolm the morning to stock his canoe with what he considered emergency supplies, partly because Asta, now a squirrel chattering in his ear, wouldn't stop insisting on being prepared. His small toolbox was the top priority, but he also packed an old biscuit tin from the kitchen, filled with an odd assortment of useful bits and pieces. Malcolm considered packing a few medical supplies, but quickly dismissed the idea as he didn't actually own any. Still, he made a mental note to acquire some eventually. By the time he was done, Alice had shown up for her usual midday shift in the kitchen. The moment they were alone, she leaned in and asked, "Have you caught sight of Sister Fenella today?" "Not a glimpse," Malcolm replied. "But if they'd needed the doctor, someone would have fetched me." They fell into a cautious silence whenever Mrs. Polstead was nearby, almost as if they'd agreed to keep things hushed up, though there was no real reason for secrecy. Malcolm had already told his parents everything, and they'd been just as surprised as he was to learn Alice was working at the Priory. "If she can handle baking, I might offer her more hours here," his mother had mused. His father simply chuckled and called Alice a dark horse. Once his parents left the room, both Malcolm and Alice started talking at the same instant. "You remember what you said about—" Malcolm began, while Alice blurted, "that other nun." She then waved a hand. "Go on, you first." "You mentioned Gerard Bonneville claiming he was Lyra's father, right? You haven't gone and told anyone, have you?" "Just listen," Malcolm said, and he recounted his visit to Dr. Relf, how he'd found Mrs. Coulter there, and what he'd said to her. "I didn't come right out and say he claimed to be the father." "Course you didn't, good. Just that he said he knew her, that was enough." She looked absolutely stunned. "So I'm certain it's true. She recognized him, no question. What was she even doing there?" "She was asking Dr. Relf where Lyra was." "Did Dr. Relf tell her?" "Never. She wouldn't." He almost added, "She's a spy," but bit his tongue. That was one secret he had to keep, though talking to Alice was becoming easier by the day, which meant he had to be extra careful. He continued, "Dr. Relf said she didn't know herself. She seemed surprised. Mrs. Coulter probably came about the alethiometer." "The what?" He started to explain, but just then his mother returned. Stopping mid-sentence would have seemed odd, so he finished describing the alethiometer and its purpose. His mother paused to listen. "Is that what you get up to over in Jericho?" she asked. "No. That's what she does at the Bodleian Library." "Well, stone the crows," his mother said, shaking her head. "Listen, Alice, how would you feel about picking up some hours here in the kitchen? I don't mean washing dishes. Actual food prep? I'm not sure," Alice muttered, staring into the sink. "Maybe. Well, whenever you've consulted your social calendar, let me know. I'm already working at the Priory. They might need me more if Sister Fenella's poorly. See what you can manage. The offer's here if you want it." "All right," Alice said, her eyes fixed on the soapy water. Malcolm's mother blew out her cheeks, rolled her eyes, and headed out to the storeroom. "You were saying about Sister Katerina," Malcolm prompted. "Yeah, she's the one who left that window open. She did it for him." "Seriously?" "Yeah, seriously. Don't you believe me?" "Of course I do. But how does she even know him?" "I'll show you," Alice said, and then clammed up. But before Malcolm left, her daemon, both of them in cat form at the time, spoke quietly to Asta. That had never happened before, and Malcolm was astonished, but he simply waited until the brief exchange was over before heading out. "What did he say?" he whispered to Asta as they moved toward the bar. "He said we should go to the Priory kitchen around 8 o'clock. That's all. No reason given." Malcolm knew 8 o'clock was Compline. All the sisters would be in the oratory for the final service, except perhaps Sister Fenella and Sister Katerina if she was watching Lyra. And then the rain began, not a gentle shower, but a furious downpour. It fell in relentless sheets, turning the ground into a rushing, icy stream where nothing solid was visible, just a cold, flowing expanse. Using homework as an excuse, Malcolm slipped upstairs by 7:30, then crept back down. Not that anyone would have heard him over the furious drumming on the roof, the doors and the windows in the storeroom. He pulled on his tall boots and buttoned up his oilskin coat, securing the sou'wester tightly on his head. He moved to the lean-to and carefully fastened the coal silk tarpaulin over La Belle Sauvage, thinking it was better to be safe. With Asta nestled firmly against his chest, he pushed into the gale, making his way onto the bridge to watch the churning river below. He recalled Coram van Texel's warning that the rising waters had stirred things best left undisturbed, and that the sky, too, held its own dangers. Shielding his eyes, he glanced upward just as a searing bolt of lightning cut across the clouds, a brilliant personal signature written in the storm. The immediate thunderclap was so violent it rattled his bones and left him swaying, his fingers gripping the cold stone parapet to keep from falling. Asta murmured, "His chariots of wrath the deep thunderclouds form, and Malcolm, his voice nearly lost in the wind, finished, and dark is his path on the wings of the storm." The exposed bridge suddenly felt like the worst place in the world, and a sharp, genuine fear sent him hurrying across to the relative safety of the priory walls. From the oratory, the distant sound of chanting drifted out, almost swallowed by the rain. He tapped the kitchen window with a small stone to be heard, and soon Alice slipped outside, pulling a thin coat around her shoulders. The downpour instantly soaked her hair, plastering it darkly against her face. "You remember the potting sheds?" she asked quietly. "The ones belonging to the priory." "Obviously," he said, a little too sharply. "There's one at the far left end. I can see a light inside. You can get into the shed beside it and look through. Go check." They had to lean in close to hear each other, and he could feel the warmth of her breath. "But why? Just go. I can't stay out. I'm watching Lyra." "Where's Sister Catherine?" Alice shook her head firmly. Her Damon, Ben, and Asta were whispering intently together. As Alice turned to go back inside, Ben shifted into a ferret and leaped into her arms. Malcolm felt Asta scramble up to perch on his shoulder, and then the door closed, leaving them alone in the pounding rain. "What did Ben say?" Malcolm asked, repeating the question from earlier that day. "He said we have to be absolutely silent, not a single sound." Malcolm nodded, and Asta ducked inside his oilskin, twisting to peer out from beneath his chin. They began to trace the priory wall, moving away from the bridge toward the moonlit garden where Lord Asriel had once walked with his daughter. The rain fell so heavily that Malcolm had to watch his step, and he felt a strong current of water rushing past his boots. The river must be flooding its banks. They reached the kitchen garden, and Asta, now in the form of an owl for better sight, whispered, "That last shed, there's a light, just like she said." Wiping the rain from his eyes and cupping his hand over them, he could just make out a faint, unsteady glow from the window on the far side. He knew the layout well from helping Sister Martha in the garden. The last two sheds were essentially one building divided by a flimsy wall, each door held by a simple iron latch. Sister Martha never bothered to lock them, claiming she owned nothing worth stealing, and that keys were more trouble than they were worth. Moving with extreme care, Malcolm lifted the latch of the shed adjoining the lit one. Inside, the darkness was softened by cracks in the warped wooden planks of the dividing wall, through which a faint, dancing candlelight seeped. The roof above them thrummed like a massive drum under the rain's relentless beat, a fragile shell that seemed ready to give way at any moment. Malcolm moved carefully past the flower pots and placed his hands against the rough wooden planks of the shed wall. Straining to listen, he thought he could make out voices, two of them, and then, cut off sharply, that awful high-pitched cackle. Bonneville was right there, just on the other side. Asta shifted into a moth, and as she landed near a narrow gap in the wood, Malcolm felt a jolt through their bond as she saw something. He pressed closer, peering through the opening to see Gerard Bonneville and Sister Caterina locked in an awkward, urgent embrace. She was leaning against a stack of empty burlap sacks, her bare legs pale in the flickering candlelight, while the hyena demon was licking her pug demon, who lay on its back, wriggling with delight. Malcolm forced himself to take a slow step backward. His mind was just calm enough to manage that, but only barely. He retreated from the wall and sank onto an overturned crate at the far end of the shed. "You saw?" Asta whispered, her voice trembling. She's supposed to be protecting. That's exactly why he's with her. He wants her to hand over Lyra. Inside Malcolm's head, thoughts spun like dry leaves caught in a gust. Nothing felt solid or clear. "What can we possibly do?" Asta murmured. "If we told Sister Benedicta, she'd never believe us. She'd ask Sister Katerina, who'd just deny everything and say we were lying. She knows Sister Katerina left the shutter unlocked, and she knows Bonneville is lurking about. But she'd never believe this. There's no proof." "Not yet," Malcolm said quietly. "What do you mean?" "We understand how babies are made, right?" "Oh, so you think—" "So that's what they're doing. If she ends up pregnant, that would be proof even Sister Benedicta couldn't ignore." "But it wouldn't prove it was him," Malcolm pointed out. "Well, no. And he could be long gone by then." "With Lyra. Do you really think that's what he's after? Of course, don't you?" The thought was sickening. "Yes," Malcolm admitted. "You're right. He wants Lyra. I just can't figure out why. The why doesn't matter, revenge maybe. He might want to hurt her or take her hostage, to use her as leverage." From beyond the wall came a long, high moan from the nun, a sound of emotion Malcolm didn't recognize. It cut through the noise of the rain and the wind. He imagined that cry flying out into the night, making the moon hide its face and causing owls to shudder mid-flight. He realized his hands were clenched into tight fists. "Well, we have to," he began. "Yeah, we have to," Asta echoed. "We have to do something. What if we do nothing and he gets to Lyra?" Next came a low, rich laugh from the man, nothing like the hyena's screech and not a laugh of humor, but a soft, satisfied sound. "That's him," Asta whispered. Malcolm said, "If we tell Sister Benedicta, she'd probably think they're both in the wrong, but she can only punish Sister Katerina. She can't touch him. If she believes us, she might not. Is what they're doing actually a crime? If she didn't want it, then yeah, I think it would be. But it seems like she does." "Yeah, I think so too. So the police couldn't do anything to him even if they believed us, even if they caught him, even if... But punishing him isn't the point. Keeping Lyra safe is. That's what matters most." "I guess so." From the direction of the priory came a deep, rumbling crash, deeper than the thunder and lasting much longer. At first it felt less like a sound and more like the earth itself shifting. Flower pots rattled and clinked. Several toppled over. The rumbling continued, the ground trembling underfoot. Sister Katerina cried out, "No, no, let go, please, I have to go." Bonneville's voice murmured something in response. "Yes," she gasped, "I promise, but I must." Suddenly Malcolm was on his feet, one thought blazing in his mind. Lyra! He burst out of the shed door, slamming it back against the wall, and sprinted toward the priory. He ignored the torrents of rain, the water streaming over the path, the man's shout behind him, and the hyena daemon's crazed, "Ha! Ha!" Asta raced beside him, now in the form of a greyhound. As they approached the priory and turned the corner, Malcolm felt the water around his legs grow deeper and swifter. The light from the gatehouse had vanished because the gatehouse itself was gone. In its place lay a chaotic mound of stone, splintered wood, and broken tiles, faintly lit by a flickering glow from within the building. A sudden surge of water, cresting the rubble, washed over him, rising to his knees and nearly sweeping him off his feet. The river had broken through its banks. "Alice!" Malcolm shouted. Behind him, Sister Katerina's voice rose in a terrified cry. "The kitchen!" Asta called out, and Malcolm fought his way toward the kitchen door. Water was already swirling at its base. When he forced it open, he found the room flooded, the floor submerged, and the fire in the stove hissing and sputtering steam. To his horror, Lyra's cradle was afloat, rocking gently on the dark water, while Alice lay slumped across the kitchen table, half buried under fallen plaster and broken beams from the ceiling. "Alice!" he cried again. She stirred, moaning softly, then tried to sit up too quickly and slumped back down. Malcolm snatched Lyra from the cradle, with Asta darting close to steady Pan. He pulled the blankets free and wrapped them tightly around the baby. The only light came from the dying orange embers in the stove. Had he grabbed enough blankets? Would she stay warm? Alice was fumbling along the wall, trying to stand, when the door burst inward with a crash, even against the weight of the water, and Bonneville stormed into the room. Spotting Malcolm, he lunged forward with a snarl so vicious it seemed to come more from his demon than from the man himself. Clutching Lyra close the baby, now crying in fright, Malcolm braced himself. But then Bonneville stumbled forward with a heavy splash as Alice swung a chair into the back of his head. He grabbed for the table, only succeeded in overturning it, and fell with a crash into the water beside it. Alice lifted the chair and struck him again. "Now go! Hurry!" she yelled. Malcolm tried to run, but the water dragged at his legs, making every movement agonizingly slow. Bonneville's hands, then his arms, then his bleeding head emerged above the overturned table. He slipped, fell back, and rose once more. One side of his face a mask of bright blood. "Malcolm!" Alice screamed. He lunged for the door, holding Lyra tightly. The baby was now shrieking with rage, tiny fists waving. "Give that to me!" Bonneville roared before slipping under again. Malcolm was out, Alice beside him, both stumbling toward the bridge. The water slowed them to a nightmarish crawl. There was no sign of Sister Caterina or the other nuns. Could they all have drowned? Or been trapped under the fallen gatehouse? The only other movement came from Bonneville and his limping, battered Damon emerging from the kitchen behind them. Almost no light remained to see by, and the air was filled with the roar of churning water. Relying on instinct and memory, Malcolm staggered along the path, calling, "Alice! Alice!" until he bumped into her, and they both nearly fell. "Hold on! Don't let go!" he shouted. Gripping each other's cold hands, they pushed through the flood and up onto the bridge. A single lamp from the Trout still glowed, revealing that part of the parapet, and one entire side of the roadway had been washed away. "Careful!" Alice cried. "Don't let go!" They edged sideways along the remaining strip of bridge, feeling it tremble and groan beneath their feet. Lyra had quieted now, contentedly sucking her thumb, curiously watching everything from the safety of Malcolm's arms. "The bridge! It's going to collapse!" Alice gasped. Then, looking back past Malcolm, she cried, "He's there! Hurry! How could he possibly? Just move!" They scrambled down the steps toward the Trout's terrace, only to be forced back. The river was surging over the stone platform, its surface churning at table height. One step into that current, and they'd be swept away instantly. "Which way do we go?" Alice screamed. "Around the other side, maybe the front door." Malcolm never got to answer. From close behind came that bone-chilling laugh. "Ha, ha, ha." And there, illuminated in the harsh glow of the inn's doorway lantern, was Bonneville's face, streaked with rainwater and smeared with blood. Alice snatched up a loose stone from the parapet, as large as her clenched fist, and hurled it directly at him. He staggered and fell once more. "Now, hurry!" Malcolm cried, pulling them along as they raced down the slope toward the inn's front entrance, toward what they hoped was safety. The door was locked. Of course, he realized with a sinking heart. "They think I'm still upstairs in my room." "Mum! Dad!" he shouted, but the howling wind, the relentless rain, and the river's roar shredded his voice like tissue. Clutching Lyra tightly against his side with one arm and gripping Alice's hand with the other, he edged along the pub's wall to the rear door. Locked as well. He passed Lyra to Alice, grabbed a hefty stone, and began hammering against the wood. But the storm's fury drowned out the blows. He could barely hear them himself. He struck again and again until his arms burned, and he could no longer hold the stone. There was no response. Bonneville was closing in, and they couldn't just stand there waiting to be found. "This way," he said, his voice tight. Alice followed as he splashed through the deluge toward the garden, past the storeroom, to the lean-to shelter where his canoe was stored. In the faint, rain-diffused light from a landing window, they saw the tragic shape of a drowned peacock, its brilliant plumage sodden and draped over a bush. Inside the shelter, Belle Sauvage waited, snug beneath her coal-silk canopy. "Get in, sit there and hold Lyra. Don't move," he instructed, pulling back part of the covering so Alice could see the bow and where to step. He passed Lyra over, and Alice took her with steady arms. Malcolm drew the canopy back over them and climbed in himself. Water was streaming so deeply over the grass that he felt a desperate hope this might work. Indeed, La Belle Sauvage was already straining at her mooring rope, as if she sensed Malcolm's intention. A sharp tug freed the knot. Malcolm seized the paddle, using it to steady the canoe as it began to move slowly at first, then faster and faster, sliding down the grassy slope toward the river. But the river was rising to meet them, and suddenly the little boat broke free from the grass and surged forward. There was only one direction to go. La Belle Sauvage shot like an arrow over the frenzied current, speeding down toward Port Meadow, toward the vast, wild expanse of water flooding through Oxford, toward whatever awaited beyond. Part 2, The Flood, 16. The Pharmacy. Malcolm could see almost nothing. Between the oppressive darkness of the sky, the slashing rain, and the canopy blocking his view ahead, he was effectively blind. The canopy also caught the wind, making the canoe lurch unpredictably from side to side, so even if there had been something to see, holding a visual fix would have been impossible. For several long minutes, he was convinced he'd made a catastrophic mistake taking to the canoe, that drowning was now a certainty. But what choice did they have? Bonneville would have caught them, stolen Lyra, killed her. He focused entirely on keeping the small craft upright, steering more than paddling. The flood's immense force carried them along without any effort from him, but he had no idea where they were or what they might crash into at any moment. A submerged tree, a bridge abutment, the side of a house. Malcolm tried to force the terrifying thought away. There was another problem, too. Malcolm huddled at the back of the canoe, the relentless downpour soaking him as he worked the paddle. To keep steering, he had to leave his section uncovered by the waterproof tarp, and already the collected rainwater sloshed over his boots. "We'll tie up the moment we find something solid," he called out to Alice over the drumming rain. "Then we can bail this out." "Fine," she replied simply. He strained to see past the canopy, pushing his sou'wester back from his eyes, squinting into the grey, waterlogged gloom. A massive dark shape rushed past. Was it a tree? From her perch on the rear hoop, Asta peered ahead in her owl form, though the heavy raindrops smacking her wide eyes made seeing nearly impossible. Then, abruptly, "Left, go left now!" she shrieked. Malcolm plunged the paddle deep and threw his weight against it just as a low-hanging tree limb scraped violently over the canopy, nearly tearing the hat from his head. "More trees ahead," she cried again. He dug the paddle in with everything he had, fighting the current desperately, feeling the canoe spin and jolt against a tangle of branches. A thorny limb whipped across his face, drawing a sharp yell from him and startling Lyra into a loud wail. "What happened?" Alice called out. "Nothing." "It's all right, Lyra," he called back, though his eyes streamed with pain and his thoughts swam. He kept his grip on the paddle until he felt a sturdy branch press against the hoop where Asta was perched. Seizing it, he held the canoe steady. He dropped the paddle at his feet and with his free hand groped for the rope. Finding it, he tossed it over the branch and, with cold, trembling fingers, managed to tie a clumsy knot. "There's a canvas bucket under your feet somewhere," he said. While Alice searched, he pulled the canopy back over the last hoop and secured it, leaving only one fastening open. "Here," she said, passing it forward. Lyra was still crying. He took the bucket and began bailing, tipping the water over the side where the tarp was still loose. It didn't take long, then he realized his boots were full too, so he wrestled them off to empty them. After fastening the tarpaulin completely, he leaned back, utterly spent, and let Asta gently inspect the scratches on his face with a soft, puppy tongue. It stung even more, but he bit back a yelp. At least now, under the cover, he was sheltered from the brutal rain. It hammered on the coal silk fabric, but not a single drop got through. "Under your seat, there's a tin," he said. "I sealed it with tape, so it should be dry. Pass it here, and I'll open it. There are some biscuits inside." She fumbled around and found the tin. He picked at the tape until he found an edge and pried it open. It was perfectly dry. And he'd forgotten. He'd stored his Swiss Army knife and a small electric torch in there. He switched it on, momentarily dazzled by its beam. The light even stopped Lyra's crying. "Give her a biscuit to suck on," he suggested. Alice took two, one for herself and one for Lyra, who, after waving it uncertainly for a moment, found her mouth and began to suck with great contentment. Malcolm noticed something from the corner of his eye, or was it in his eye itself, a tiny smudge of white on the canoe's floor. Then, without the slightest warning, it transformed into that shimmering, flickering spot of light again, floating in the darkness before him. He blinked and shook his head. This was a terrible time for those dancing spots, but it wouldn't vanish. It hung in mid-air, sparkling and spinning, flashing and turning. "What's wrong?" Alice asked. She must have felt him shaking his head, or sensed his distracted attention. Perhaps she could see a little in the dark. "Something in my eye. I need to keep still. Try to get it out with a corner of your handkerchief," she advised. Malcolm sat still in the wet, uncomfortable chill and tried to force himself to feel calm. He felt it again, that sensation Asta had spoken of during his geography homework, a serene, weightless drifting in a space that seemed boundless in every direction. The shimmering ring expanded just as it had before, and though he was powerless to move as it drew nearer, swelling to fill his entire field of vision, he felt no fear. If anything, it was reassuring, that tranquil oceanic float. This was his aurora, a reminder that he remained part of the vast order of things, and nothing could ever alter that. He let the vision run its course and returned to himself weary, as if the experience had demanded great effort. Blinking, he shook his head. Yet that small white shape was still there on the floor. He reached down and picked it up, a calling card, the kind gentlemen and ladies carried with their names printed neatly. His vision was still too unsteady to read it, so without a word to Alice he slipped it into his shirt pocket. Once fully back in the cramped space beneath the canopy, he realized what Alice had noticed earlier: Lyra needed a fresh diaper. There was simply nothing they could do about it now. "What are we going to do?" Alice asked. "First, stay awake. If the water drops while we're still tied to that branch, the canoe could tip and leave us stranded halfway up a tree." "Yeah, that'd be pretty dumb," Malcolm agreed. Lyra was murmuring softly to Pantalaimon, content with her soggy biscuit. "At least she's happy," Malcolm said. "But we've got to change her soon or she'll get sore. We'll have to wait till we can see where we're going and till we can find some warm water to clean her up. As soon as it's light, we'll try to paddle back home." "He'll still be out there," Alice muttered. That was the least of their worries, Malcolm thought. The flood's current might keep them from returning at all. They could be swept right through Oxford and onward to where? We'll look for a house or a shop, somewhere we can get what she needs," he said. "Yeah," Alice replied. "Okay, there's a blanket down there if you're cold. You can wrap it around both of you." After some fumbling, she found it. "It's soaked," she said. "It'll still block the wind. You gonna stay awake?" "Yeah. Keep watch. I'll try anyway." "Well, wake me when you can't anymore." He switched off the flashlight. The canoe was never meant for sleeping. Even if he tried to stretch out, an inch of icy water remained in the bottom, impossible to bail completely. And even if it were dry, the only place to rest his head was the hard wooden seat. Honestly, there was plenty to complain about. But Alice hadn't uttered a single complaint. He was impressed and resolved not to mention the stinging pain from the thorn scratches across his face. He heard her settling at the other end of the little boat. Lyra, pacified by the biscuit, had quieted and was dozing in Alice's arms. Alice had wedged herself in the bow knees propped over the front seat, cradling Lyra against her. Her daemon was tucked in beside her. Asta shifted into a ferret and curled around Malcolm's neck. "Where do you think we are?" she whispered. "Somewhere past Port Meadow. There's that little chapel off to the right, with a cluster of trees. That's nowhere near the river." "I don't think there is a river anymore. This is much higher. Water's everywhere. It might go down fast." "Not yet. It's still pouring." "Yeah? You think we'll get swept away?" "No. We managed to tie up in the dark, didn't we? Once morning comes and we can see, we'll find our way back. It'll be easy," he said. "It's moving so fast, though," she whispered back. "Then we'll stay tied up until it stops." "We can't. We have to find clean things for Lyra." She fell quiet, but Malcolm could sense her mind working in the dark. What if it never stops? She murmured. That Gyptian man didn't say it would do that. He just said there was going to be a flood. It feels like it could go on forever. There isn't enough water in the whole world for that. It'll stop eventually. The sun will come out, every flood ends and the water goes down. This one might be different. It won't be. After a moment she asked, What's on that card, the one you picked up? Oh, right. He pulled it from his pocket, cupping his hand around the flashlight to keep the glow from waking Alice. He read the words, Lord Asriel, October House, Chelsea, London, on the back was written, with many thanks. If you need my help at any time, be sure to ask Asriel. Then the idea came to him, not just an idea but a vision, sparkling and brilliant. Asta understood it instantly and breathed, Don't tell Alice. The plan was clear, to travel over the floodwaters, all the way down the Thames, to find Lord Asriel and bring his child to him. It felt almost as if that was the reason Lord Asriel had paid for the improvements to La Belle Sauvage, as if he had known the flood was coming and prepared a safe vessel for his daughter. It was as if the faithful canoe itself had whispered the message to Malcolm. The thought warmed him completely. And without a word, they agreed. Don't tell Alice, not yet. He tucked the card away and switched off the light. The rain hammered against the tarpaulin just as fiercely as it had from the start. If anything, Malcolm thought, feeling cautiously along the painter, the canoe seemed higher in the tree than when he'd tied it. Being tipped out as the water fell would be bad, but being dragged under as it rose would be worse. Still, a bowline was a reliable knot. He could undo it in the dark if he had to. You know, he whispered, a slipped reef knot would have been even better. Just one pull. Should have practiced, Asta whispered back. A few more minutes of silence passed. He felt his head nodding and jerked it upright. Don't fall asleep, she urged. I'm not sleepy. Yes, you are, Malcolm thought he answered. But the next thing he knew, his scratched face met the gunwale. He'd slid over little by little until he was nearly lying down. Why didn't you wake me? He whispered to Asta. I was asleep too. He pushed himself up, blinking and yawning, rubbing the left side of his face where the skin wasn't torn up like the right. You all right? Came Alice's quiet voice. Yeah, I just slid over sideways. I thought you were going to stay awake. I was awake. I just slipped. Right. He settled himself upright again and checked the branch. The boat didn't seem to have moved up or down, but the rain still drummed relentlessly on the tarpaulin. You cold? He asked Alice. Yeah. You? A little. We need more blankets. Dry ones. And cushions or something. This is really uncomfortable. We'll get them in the morning. Once I can see where we are, I'll try to paddle back home, he said. But we'll get things for Lyra first. They were quiet for a minute. Then she said, What if we can't get back? We will. You hope? Well, it's not far. This water's racing. We can't paddle against that. Then we'll hold tight here until it stops. But she needs? We're not in the middle of nowhere. There are shops and things just across Port Meadow. We'll go there as soon as it's light in the morning. Your mum and dad will worry. Nothing we can do about it now. What about yours? No, Dad. Just my mum and my sisters. I don't even know where you live. Wolvercote. She'll think I've drowned. So will the nuns. They'll think Lyra's been swept away. Well, she has been. You know what I mean. If any of them survived. Another minute or two slipped by. Malcolm caught the low murmur of Alice's demon speaking to her, and her whispered reply, Did you check the potting shed like I asked? She said. He felt his cheeks grow warm, grateful for the cover of night. Yes, he was there with Sister Katerina. What were they doing? I couldn't get a clear look. I know what they were doing. That snake. I wanted to finish him, you know, when I struck Bonneville. Why? Because he'd pretended to be decent to me. You wouldn't get it. No, I don't. But if you had killed him, I wouldn't have said a word to anyone. You think he's really hunting Lyra? You're the one who told me that. Do you suppose he could be Lyra's father? No, I've met Lyra's actual father. When? He recounted the bizarre midnight encounter in the Priory garden and lending Lord Asriel the canoe. To his surprise, she didn't laugh or dismiss it. What did he do with her? I told you. He just walked back and forth, holding her and talking softly to her. They were speaking in hushed tones themselves, their words nearly lost under the steady drum of the rain. Alice fell silent for a long moment. Could you hear what he was saying? No, I was keeping watch by the priory wall. But he seemed like he cared for her. Yeah, absolutely. Another minute passed in the dark. If we can't get back, she said, her voice tight. If we're just carried off somewhere. Yeah, what are we supposed to do with her? Maybe try for Jordan College. Why? Because of Scholastic Sanctuary. What's that? He did his best to explain. You think they'd really take her in? She's not a scholar or anything. I think if someone asks for sanctuary, they have to grant it. It's a rule. And how would a bunch of old men in a college know how to care for a baby? They'd be clueless. They'd hire someone, probably. They could write to Lord Asriel and he'd pay for it, or maybe come fetch her himself. Where is this college, anyway? Alice asked, on Turl Street, right in the heart of the city. How'd you learn about that sanctuary business? Ralph told me, he said, and launched into the story of returning her book to the trout, leaving out any mention of the acorn or the secret observations. Talking to Alice was somehow simpler in the darkness. He stretched the tale out, even though he'd told it before, thinking it might help keep her alert, not realizing for a second that keeping him awake was her entire aim. Where did you say she lived? In Jericho. Cranham Street. The ground floor must be flooded by now. I hope she listened and moved all her books upstairs like I warned her. He let his mind drift then, imagining a morning where the water on Port Meadow lay placid as a vast lagoon, the sun breaking through to dance on the surface. The buildings of Oxford would gleam against a blue sky, as if just painted. It would be simple to cross to the city centre then, to find Jordan College. What a joy it would be to paddle toward those spires, to glide along streets turned to canals and more beside second-story windows, taking in all the odd watery perspectives and strange rippling reflections. They'd find a place along the way that had what Lyra needed, milk, especially because she'd had nothing but a biscuit since he snatched her from Sister Fenella's arms. How long ago was that now? She needed something clean to drink. This water they floated on was surely churned full of mud, and worse. The ghosts of all the drowned creatures would be wailing beneath the surface. He could almost hear them now, a distant, eerie, a sharp kick connected with his ankle. Malcolm, Alice hissed, fierce and low. Malcolm, yeah, I'm awake. What is it? Is that him? Be quiet. He listened intently. That awful, mocking laugh was unmistakable, but where was it coming from? The rain continued its relentless downpour, the wind still howling through the skeletal branches overhead. Yet, amidst the natural chaos, Malcolm detected a distinct rhythmic pattern, the dip and pull of oars, the harsh complaint of dry rowlocks, and that unsettling, cackling laugh cutting through it all. It felt like a deliberate mockery of Bonneville, of the raging floodwaters, even of Malcolm's own frantic efforts to secure their small canoe. Then Bonneville's voice sliced through the dark, raw and furious. "Quiet, you wretched creature! Silence that insane mouth, that vile noise! Go on, gnaw your own leg off! Just shut it! Stop that cursed racket!" The sounds drew nearer. Malcolm's fingers closed around the Swiss Army knife in his pocket, opening the blade without a sound. His mind raced through grim options. Target the demon first, then the man. The paddle lay at his feet. A solid swing might send the demon into the water, rendering Bonneville vulnerable. But what if Bonneville seized it first? The risk was paralyzing. Gradually, the noises began to fade. Malcolm heard Alice release a long, shaky breath she'd been holding. Lyra stirred in her sleep, letting out a faint, distressed whimper that Alice quickly muffled. In the absolute blackness, Malcolm pictured Alice's hand gently covering the child's mouth, followed by a soft, contented sigh from Lyra, a sound so intimate it would be lost to anyone not in the canoe with them. "Is he gone?" Alice whispered, her voice barely audible. "I think so," Malcolm whispered back. "Did you see a light?" "Nothing. So he's just rowing blind in this." The man's completely unhinged. But he didn't spot us. A heavy silence settled between them before Malcolm spoke again, his voice low. He won't give up. He's not done with us. Alice's reply was immediate and fierce. He's not getting her ever? No, Malcolm agreed. He strained his ears. No oars, no shouts, no manic laughter. Bonneville's boat had been travelling the same direction as the flood's pull downstream. Yet with the entire landscape submerged and treacherous new currents likely swirling in the darkness, there was no telling where he might have been swept. A profound bodily yearning for dawn ached in Malcolm's bones. Here, Alice whispered. He leaned forward, found her hand in the dark, and accepted the biscuit she offered. He ate it with deliberate slowness, making each tiny crumb last, feeling the gradual, faint surge of sugar lending a whisper of strength to his weary limbs. He recalled they had a full packet left, precious sustenance for what lay ahead. But his exhaustion was a deep, cold tide, and the sugar was but a feeble dam against it. His head began to nod. Alice remained silent, Lyra slept on, and soon all three succumbed to an uneasy sleep. Malcolm awoke to a pallid grey light seeping under the tarpaulin. A bitter, bone-deep cold had him shivering violently, his tremors rocking the canoe. The drumming rain had finally ceased, and he was grateful to find the craft still riding level on the water. Moving carefully, he loosened a corner of the covering and lifted it just enough to peer out. Through a tangle of bare branches, a vast, desolate expanse of churning grey water met his eyes, surging powerfully from left to right across what had once been Port Meadow. The distant spires of the city were just visible beyond. There was no land, no riverbank, no bridge, only a silent, irresistible torrent carrying everything in its path. Paddling against such a force to return home was an impossibility. He checked their mooring, the branch, the knot in the painter rope, the stability of the tree. Ironically, luck, or perhaps a sliver of it, had served them well. They were nestled among the upper branches of a cluster of trees surrounding the tower of an old oratory, precisely where he'd estimated they were, though the perspective from this arboreal perch made everything unfamiliar. The name of the place escaped him, but he knew they were roughly halfway down the meadow to the south. Here, the main fury of the flood was disrupted and diffused by the stand of trees, which had spared them from being torn away and swept downstream. Their reprieve, however, was temporary. They would need to move, and soon Malcolm stared out at the churning expanse of water, and a cold dread settled in his chest. His small canoe felt utterly insignificant against the raw power of the flood. Gentle streams and placid canals were one thing, this raging torrent was something else entirely, yet there was no choice. He gauged the distance to the distant rooftops of Oxford, visible across the drowned meadows, and tried to calculate a path through the surging current. The city seemed a world away, separated by a vast, hostile sea. Steeling himself, he pushed himself up, rolled back a section of the stiff tarpaulin, and retrieved the paddle. His movement rocked the boat, stirring Alice from her uneasy sleep. She was cradling Lyra against her, both wrapped in a damp blanket. The child remained unconscious. "What are you doing?" Alice whispered, her voice rough. "The faster we move, the faster we can get her help. The rain stopped at least." She lifted the edge of the covering and peered out. "That's a nightmare," she said flatly. "You can't paddle across that. Where are we?" "Near the Binsey area, I think. Looks like the whole Atlantic Ocean decided to pay a visit. It's not that wide. And it should calm down once we're among the buildings," Malcolm said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "If you say so," she muttered, letting the tarpaulin fall back. "How's Lyra? Wet through, and she smells like a swamp." "Lovely. Well, we'd better get on with it. Not like the sun's gonna dry us out." He reached up to untie the knot securing them to the tree. It was lower now than when he'd tied it, proof the water was still rising. "What should I do?" Alice asked. "Sit perfectly still. It's going to rock. But if you panic and start shifting around, it'll be 100 times worse. Just don't move." He could practically feel her skeptical glare, but she held her tongue and adjusted her position. The bowline had been pulled taut by the strain overnight, but Malcolm worked it loose with practiced fingers. A bowline was reliable like that. You could always undo it, even under pressure. For a fleeting, almost sarcastic moment, he thought a slipped reef knot would have been quicker. Well, genius. Maybe next time you're fleeing a biblical flood, you'll remember. The instant the rope came free, the canoe swung violently away from the trees. Malcolm immediately regretted not opening more of the tarpaulin. His view ahead was terribly restricted. "I need to open this up more," he announced. "Not all of it, just enough to see where we're going." "You should have." "I know." She bit back whatever else she was going to say. Malcolm sent a silent thank you to the Gyptian boat builders. The fastenings released with surprising ease. Alice helped pull the waterproof fabric back. And finally, his field of vision improved. He dipped the paddle into the water, making a hesitant stroke to push them out into the open. The current immediately grabbed the canoe and spun it so the stern led the way. Malcolm cursed his own timidity. In water like this, hesitation was a liability. He dug the paddle in deep, wrestling the boat back around. To her credit, Alice stayed silent and motionless, just as he'd instructed. Then Malcolm tried to set a direct course across the wild, sweeping flood and made almost no headway. He could see the rooftops of Jericho, the bell tower of St. Barnabas, the imposing classical facade of the Fell Press, and the spires of central Oxford itself, but they seemed distant and unattainable. The flood had its own destination in mind. Fine, he thought. Just focus on staying upright and pray we don't hit anything submerged. The very idea of striking a hidden obstacle was so terrifying, he forced it from his mind. The canoe was swept forward, as helpless as a leaf in a gutter. The floodwater was carrying them relentlessly toward the city, but not smoothly. The submerged buildings disrupted the flow, creating treacherous boils and whirlpools of churning water. Keeping a straight line was impossible. Malcolm's entire world narrowed to the frantic work of preventing a capsize. He clung to the hope that they'd find quieter water near Broad Street and Jordan College. The grand, desperate plan to reach London now felt like a foolish dream from the dark hours of the night. Jordan College, sanctuary, safety, a dry bed, that was the only goal that mattered now. The immense surge of water from Port Meadow had crashed through the tight lanes of Jericho and now thundered down the broad avenue of St. Giles, swollen by even greater torrents pouring in from the Banbury and Woodstock roads. Malcolm and Alice witnessed a city in chaos. People fought to stay afloat in the rushing current. Others, in small punts and dinghies, attempted daring rescues, while some clung desperately to the trees in St. Mary Magdalene's churchyard, or were being pulled through shattered windows into the relative safety of Balliol and St. John's colleges. A cacophony of desperate cries, shouted encouragements, and the growl of a motorboat from a side alley blended with the relentless crash of water against ancient stone. Before Malcolm could steer the canoe into Broad Street, La Belle Sauvage was caught in a violent swirl, nearly capsizing. Alice let out a sharp cry. Malcolm drove his paddle deep with all his might, righting the craft, but missing their turn entirely, and they were swept instead into the Corn Market, Ship Street, screeched Hawk Astor. "I know I'm trying," Malcolm shouted back, straining to aim for the Tower of St. Michael at the North Gate, the landmark for the little street leading to Jordan College. But the way was barred. Part of the tower had collapsed, and the flood churned violently against a massive pile of rubble blocking the entrance. Their only choice was to press on, hoping to veer into Market Street. But that too was impossible. A large vegetable wagon bound for the Cudded Market had overturned and shattered against a corner shop. Crates of cabbages and onions floated like bizarre buoys, and the drowned horse still lay trapped in its harness. No passage there either. The relentless current carried them onward toward the crossroads at Carfax, where Malcolm made another frantic attempt to turn left into the High Street, hoping to loop back via Turl Street toward Jordan, but the little canoe had as much control as a cork in a rapids. The flood hurled them across the junction and into St. Aldate's, where the downward slope accelerated their terrifying ride. "This isn't working!" Alice yelled. Over the roar, Malcolm could hear Lyra crying, not a scream of terror, but a steady, miserable complaint against the cold, the wet, and the canoe's constant pitching. "We'll find a place to stop for her soon," he called back, his voice tight with strain. All around, the city lay wounded. Buildings gaped with broken windows and collapsed walls, shattered doors and torn-up trees sped past on the brown water. Nearby, a man in a motorboat struggled to approach an upper-story window, where an elderly woman in a nightgown called for help, her terrier Damon barking frantically. Then Folly Bridge was simply gone, vanished into the tumult, and the Thames was no longer a river but a raging inland sea of grey chaos sweeping from right to left, threatening to swallow La Belle Sauvage whole. But Malcolm saw it coming. He planted his paddle with a force born of pure desperation, muscles burning, and just managed to steer them toward the lower, flatter land downstream. This was a neighborhood of suburban homes and small storefronts. Soon, hawk-eyed Asta, with Ben flying close above the canoe, cried out, "Left! Go left now!" This time, the path was clear. Malcolm guided the canoe into a quieter side street, away from the main torrent's fury. "I'm taking us in by that green cross," he shouted, spotting the symbol. "It's a pharmacy. See if you can grab that bracket on the wall." Alice sat up, carefully shifted Lyra to her other arm, and scanned the building. Their movement had slowed here, making it possible. She reached out, seized the metal bracket firmly, and held the boat steady against the brickwork. Malcolm peered out, examining how the metal bracket was secured to the brick wall. "Does it feel solid?" he asked. "It ain't wobblin', if that's what you're asking." "All right, let go. I'll grab it and get us tied off." She released her grip. The canoe drifted forward beneath the faded green cross, and Malcolm seized the bracket. He secured the line with another bowline, a knot his fingers knew by heart, and one he trusted completely. They were now level with an upstairs window. "I'm going to break the glass," he announced. "Cover her face." He swung the paddle. The pane shattered inward with a crash that would have been deafening in quieter times, but was nearly swallowed by the roar of the floodwaters. Under normal circumstances, he might have felt a pang of guilt for the destruction, but leaving Lyra out in the cold and wet would have been a far greater wrong. "I'll go in," he said, but Alice cut him off. "Hold on, wait." He looked at her, confused. "Knock all the glass out first or you'll get sliced to pieces," she explained. He saw the wisdom in that and carefully worked his way around the window frame, knocking every remaining shard into the dark room beyond. "It's empty," he reported. "No furniture or anything." "Probably called the movers as soon as they heard the flood was coming," she said dryly. He was relieved to hear the sarcasm. It sounded like the real Alice again. Once the frame was clear, Malcolm stood cautiously, placed both hands on the sill, swung one leg through, then the other, and dropped inside. "Pass Lyra to me," he called. Alice had to shuffle to the center of the canoe, a tricky maneuver made harder by Lyra's wriggling and indignant yells. After a minute of awkward shuffling, and with Asta in hawk form carefully carrying Pan, who was currently a swallow chick, Alice lifted the blanket-wrapped baby up. Malcolm gathered her through the window into the barren room. "Whoa, Lyra, you smell like a barnyard," he said with a tired grin. "That's an award-winning stink, right there. Don't worry, we'll get you cleaned up soon." "We," Alice echoed, now climbing in beside him. "I like that, we. You'll be off tying more knots or something. It'll be me who cleans her up." "A pharmacy's good," Malcolm said, glancing around, "but I wish they sold food. Hey, look, there's a storeroom through that door." It was better than a treasure chest. The storeroom held everything needed for infant care, medicines of all kinds, and even packages of biscuits and several bottles of juice. "We need hot water," Alice stated, unimpressed. "Might be some left in a tank." "I'll go check," Malcolm said, spotting a small bathroom and suddenly becoming aware of his own urgent need. He discovered the toilet still flushed, the taps ran, and there was even a faint trickle of lukewarm water. He hurried back to tell Alice. "Right," she said. "Now go find some of those disposable diapers. We'll wash her, change her, then feed her. If you can figure out a way to boil water, even better. And don't you drink it." In the empty room's fireplace, they found logs, kindling, and old newspaper. Malcolm searched for a pot or pan to boil water, silently thanking the foresighted shop owner who had stocked the place so thoroughly. No doubt every kitchen gadget imaginable was downstairs, but with floodwater lapping just below the top stair. That was hopeless. What a piece of luck that they kept supplies up here instead of in a basement. He even found a tiny kitchen area with a gas stove, useless now, and a kettle. Pulling out his knife, he struck the sparker against the steel rasp again and again, sending showers of sparks onto the paper, each attempt failing to catch. "What are you doing?" Alice called, tossing him a box of matches. "You idiot!" He sighed, struck a match, and soon had a small fire crackling. He filled the kettle from the cold tap and held it over the flames. Lyra had been hollering as Alice washed her and fastened a clean, dry diaper, but it was more a shout of universal outrage than true distress. Her tiny daemon, which had been a rather bedraggled-looking rat, transformed into a stout little bulldog and barked along until Alice's greyhound daemon snatched him up and gave him a firm shake. The startled child fell into a huffy quiet. "That's more like it," Alice remarked. "Now stay silent. I'll fix you something to eat soon, once that boy gets the water boiling." She carried Lyra into the cramped kitchen and set her on the draining board while Malcolm tended the struggling flames. He had to swaddle his hands in the damp blanket to avoid getting burned as he held the kettle over the fire, with no proper place to set it down. "At least it's helping dry the blanket," he muttered to Asta. "What if the shop owner shows up?" his demon whispered. "No one would blame us for changing and feeding a baby, except maybe Bonneville. That was him last night, right? Yes. He must be insane. Truly unhinged. Are we honestly going to carry her all the way to quiet?" He glanced over his shoulder, but Alice was still in the other room cleaning Lyra. "Yes," he breathed. "We have to now. Then why not tell Alice?" Asta whispered back. "Because she wouldn't agree, she'd either refuse to come or she might even betray us. And she'd take Lyra." The fire finally caught, casting a warm glow, and the heat on his face and hands only made him more conscious of how chilled and drenched the rest of his body felt. He was fidgeting uneasily when Alice's voice came from behind. "How's that water coming?" "Oh, nearly there. Let it boil a good few minutes, kill off any germs, then it needs to cool, so it'll be a while yet before I can make up her bottle." "How is she?" "She smells cleaner, at least. But her poor little bottom is all red and sore. There must be some ointment or something." "Yes, there is. Lucky this is a pharmacy, and not some blasted hardware store. Don't you dare spill that water." The water was bubbling vigorously, and his hand was starting to sting. "Can you fetch some cold water?" he asked. "I need to re-wet this blanket. My hand's burning." Alice left and returned with a jug. She poured the water slowly over the blanket, and the sudden chill made his skin feel even more tender. He moved the kettle aside and glanced around. "What's wrong?" "I'm going to find something better to hold it with." He didn't need to search for long. Among the logs stacked beside the fireplace was one that, when leaned against the hearth, was just the right height to support the kettle, half on the embers and half off. "If that tips over—" "I know," he said. "You keep an eye on it for a minute." He stood and went to check on Lyra, finding her content on the floor clutching a biscuit. Asta gently licked the head of the puppy-shaped pantalaimon, and Lyra answered with a cascade of happy gurgles. In the adjoining storeroom, Malcolm spotted what he needed, a pencil. On the wall by the landing he wrote clearly, "Malcolm Polstead of the Trout Inn in Godstow will repay any damages and for items taken." Then he located a stack of fresh towels and carried them to the shattered window. Leaning out, he mopped the inside of the canoe. "Let's try to keep you dry now," he said softly to the boat. The rain had ceased, but the air was thick with moisture, and the wind whipped spray off the swollen water. The flood level hadn't dropped an inch. "Well, we've only been here about half an hour," Asta observed. "I wish we could conceal it better. If Bonneville passes the end of this street, he'll spot it immediately." "But he never saw the canoe in daylight," she countered. "It was completely dark last night. For all he knows, we could be in a punt." Malcolm murmured, securing the canopy all around. "Hey, Malcolm," Alice called. "Come here." "What is it?" he said, climbing back inside through the window. "Sit on that stool and hold still," she instructed. Why? She had taken the saucepan off the fire, meaning the water must have boiled. In one hand she held a damp washcloth, and with the other she turned his head gently but firmly, dabbing at his face. He understood why as soon as she started. Ow! Hush! You look a fright with all those scratches. He had to endure the sharp sting without complaint. Once she'd wiped away the crusted blood, she smoothed on a layer of antiseptic ointment. Quit squirming. It's not that bad. It absolutely was, but admitting that was out of the question. He clenched his jaw and bore it silently. All done, she announced. Not sure if you need a bandage or not. They'll just fall off anyway. Fine, have it your way. Now hand over the stool. Lyra needs her bottle. She checked the water's warmth, just as Sister Fenella had taught her, then stirred in powdered milk until it blended smoothly. Pass me that bottle, she instructed. Malcolm gave her the bottle and the rubber nipple. Really should sterilize all this, she muttered. He moved to lift the baby. Pan had shifted into a tiny sparrow chick, so Asta mirrored him, becoming a greenfinch. Finished your biscuit? He asked Lyra. Guess you won't want milk then. I'll take it. She was lively and alert, just as his mother might have described. He handed Lyra to Alice and turned back to the window, the sudden memory of his mother bringing a helpless prickle of tears. What's wrong with you? Alice asked, her tone sharp. The sting, he mumbled, leaning out. He scanned the surrounding buildings for any sign of life, but everything was still. Curtains hung drawn or open, but no lights shone, and the only sound was the relentless push of the floodwater. Then something moved. Asta spotted it first, gasping softly and darting to his chest as a kitten. He saw it too, a shape drifting down the street toward them, nudging against the buildings, dull and waterlogged. It was the body of a woman, face down, drowned and lifeless. What should we do? Asta whispered. There's nothing we can do, I said should. That's different. I guess we should pull her out, lay her somewhere proper, show some respect. But if the shopkeeper comes back and finds a dead woman in here, for a moment it seemed the poor woman might catch between the shop front and their canoe. Malcolm dreaded having to use the paddle to nudge her away, but the current slowly carried her onward down the street. He and Asta looked away. It felt wrong to stare. What happens to demons when people die? Asta murmured, I don't know. Maybe hers was small, like a bird tucked in a pocket or something. Or maybe it got left behind. That thought was too grim to dwell on. They glanced back once at the distant shape, then forced their minds elsewhere. Supplies, Malcolm said. We should take as much as we can fit in the boat. Why? Alice demanded. She was standing right behind them, giving Lyra a break. He hadn't realized she was there. In case we can't come back, he answered calmly. You saw how strong the current is. We might get swept somewhere with no shops or houses. We could just stay put. Bonneville will find us if we do. She considered that. Yeah, she conceded. Maybe. She patted Lyra's back, and the baby let out a loud burp. What does he even want with her, anyway? Probably wants to kill her. Revenge. For what? Against her parents. I don't know. Anyway what? That sanctuary idea, we probably couldn't have gotten her into Jordan College even if we'd reached it. You have to say something in Latin, and I don't know the words. So maybe. Alice studied him closely. Something had shifted. What? He said. You never really planned to stop at Jordan, did you? Of course I did. No, you didn't. I can read you like an open book, you little liar. In a flash she reached out and snatched the small white card from his shirt pocket. She read both sides, her face tight with anger, then hurled it to the floor. She kicked his leg hard, the only move she could manage with the baby in her arms, and now Lyra was sensing the tension, her face clouding with fear. Malcolm stepped back, out of reach. You're just making things up? No, I'm not. You planned this, didn't you, huh? I saw you looking at it in the canoe when you thought I was asleep. You meant to take me along just to help with the baby. You're a real piece of work. And I fell for it. She kicked him repeatedly, her daemon snarling and lunging for Asta, who shifted into a bird and fluttered safely out of range. Alice's face was pale, her light blue eyes wide with rage. Malcolm simply backed away and picked up a stool. And what are you going to do with that, huh? Knock me out. I'd love to see you try. I'd drop you flat if you did. I'd set Lyra down and I'd snap your arms. Let's see you paddle your precious canoe then. Shh, shh, little one, don't cry. Alice just lost her temper with that garbage over there. But not with you, sweetheart. Put that stool back where it belongs, you rat. I'm not done feeding her, and throw another log on the fire. Then keep your distance. Malcolm obeyed. Once she'd settled back and returned the bottle to Lyra's lips, he spoke. Think about last night. We didn't have a choice. There was nothing else we could have done. We had to come to the trout. Every door was locked because they thought I was safe upstairs. They couldn't hear us knocking. There was nowhere else to go, no other way to stay safe. The canoe was all we had. We had to get in and… Shut up. Just stop talking. I need to figure out what we do now. We can't stay here. He'll find us. Shut it. Something warm and wet traced a path down his forehead into his right eye. Blood, the scratches had reopened. He dabbed at it with his still damp handkerchief and retreated to the storeroom. She was bound to figure it out sooner or later, Asta whispered. Yeah, and we knew she had a temper. The truth was, they were both rattled. Facing Alice's fury felt harder than the dead woman in the water, harder even than the thought of Gerard Bonneville. Malcolm turned toward the shelves, but his vision blurred. He couldn't focus on packing the canoe or anything else. His mind churned like the floodwaters outside. We have to make her understand, he murmured to Asta. Do you think she'll listen? Maybe if she's holding Lyra. He found a bottle of orange juice and twisted off the cap. What's that for? Alice snapped when he offered it to her. Breakfast, shove it. Just listen, let me explain. She shot him a venomous look but stayed silent. He continued. Lyra's in danger wherever she is, at least anywhere in Oxford, even if the Priory is safe and the nuns are all right. There are at least 2 groups trying to get her. One is Bonneville. I don't know what he wants, but he's after her, and he's violent and unhinged. He beats his own demon. I think he's the one who broke her leg so badly she lost it. We can't let him near Lyra. Then there's the Office of Child Protection, Asta finished. Office of Child Protection. You heard when I was telling my mum about them. And your demon. Oh, right, Alice muttered. Bastards. But there's Scholastic Sanctuary, remember, like I told you last night. Oh, sure, if it's even real, and if we could even get back to Jordan College with the flood like this, they'd never let us in anyway, so much for that brilliant plan. Then there's Lord Asriel, Lyra's father. You remember I mentioned him. He's against the CCD, and he clearly cares about her, that's obvious. So I thought we should take her to him because no one else can protect her properly. The Office of Child Protection will come back to the Priory, and the nuns will be overwhelmed with clean-up and repairs. They won't be able to watch her closely, not even Sister Benedicta. And Bonneville, he's unpredictable. He's completely out of control. He could grab her any time, and Sister Katerina, she'd probably hand her right over to him. Alice turned that over, then asked, What about your parents? Why couldn't they take care of her themselves? They're completely tied up running the pub. And the CCD might show up again. You know George Boatwright. What about him? They came one night to arrest him. He was the only one who tried to stand his ground. But there's no fighting the CCD. If they decided to turn the pub inside out, they could, and nobody could lift a finger to stop them. Then there's the League of St. Alexander. If someone told their kid Lyra was there, and that kid was a member, she'd be given up in a heartbeat. I see, Alice murmured. She set the bottle aside and lifted Lyra to her shoulder. Well, there's always her mother. She's with the CCD. She's the one who started the whole league. Alice got to her feet and paced slowly across the room. Pantalaimon chirped cheerfully as a baby sparrow, Lyra gurgled along, and Asta joined in. Alice's daemon, a mastiff-shaped form on the hearthrug, cracked one eye open to watch. Malcolm stayed quiet and still. Finally, Alice turned to face him. And how exactly do you plan to find this Lord Asriel? Malcolm picked up the card. This has his address, he said. That's what gave me the idea. Besides, the Egyptians will know, if we run into any. And he's a well-known man. It shouldn't be too difficult. Alice let out a derisive snort. "You're a complete fool," she said. "I don't even know what that is. Take a look in the mirror sometime." He kept his mouth shut, thinking it was wiser. Alice moved to the window and peered out for a moment. "Hand me one of those blankets," she ordered. He found one, shook it open, and draped it around her shoulders. "Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner?" she asked. "'Cause everything happened so fast. But you were planning it. All that stuff you already had in the canoe. I wasn't thinking of leaving, not then. I didn't know the flood would hit when it did, and if I had, I probably would have taken Sister Fenella, since I can't look after a baby and paddle the—" "Sister Fenella? What did I just call you? A fool. You're a clueless, gaping idiot. Well, someone had to. It was always going to be me. There isn't anyone else. Then why did you kick me? 'Cause you didn't tell me. Or better yet, ask me. I only just thought of it last night, when we were tied to that tree." She returned to the fireplace and placed the last log on the embers. "So what's the plan now?" she said. "Keep heading downstream. Stay clear of Bonneville. Find our way to Lord Asriel." He had to wipe the blood from his eye again, smearing it on his trousers, which were almost dry. "Sit down and take Lyra," said Alice. "I'm putting a bandage on that cut. I don't care what you say. You'll drive me crazy, blinking blood out of your eye all day." She tended to it more gently this time. Then she held out the packet of bandages and the tube of antiseptic cream. "You can start by putting these in the boat, and more blankets and some pillows if they have any. It was freezing last night, and a bunch of those disposable diapers and matches, and that saucepan and all those biscuits," she continued without stopping, listing so many items the canoe would have surely sunk under the weight. Malcolm nodded earnestly at each one. "Well, get on with it then," she finally said. So he began. He gathered things in the order of importance, he decided. Pillows and blankets first, then diapers, formula and other necessities for Lyra. Alice didn't seem interested in helping, and he didn't dare ask, so with every armload he had to lean out the window, pull the canoe close, drop the items in, then climb down to stow them as neatly as possible. He arranged several blankets in the bow for Alice to sit on, to insulate her from the chill of the water below the hull, and placed a couple of pillows there for her to lean against. "She's really something else," Asta whispered once they were outside. She could have spent the entire night complaining, but she remained silent. "I still wish she hadn't kicked me," Malcolm muttered. "But she did tend to your scratches," Alice began before he cut her off with a sharp, quiet. Malcolm had spotted a flicker of motion at the far end of the waterlogged street. It clarified into a small dinghy carrying two men, neither of whom was Bonneville. One man rowed while the other scanned ahead, and the moment the lookout spotted Malcolm in the canoe, he alerted the rower, who twisted around to see. "Hey!" one of them yelled across the water. "What are you up to?" Malcolm ignored the call. Instead, he leaned toward the window and said, "Alice, bring Lyra out here." "Why?" she asked, but he had already turned his attention back to the approaching boat. The dinghy was closing in fast with powerful strokes. When they were near enough for normal conversation, Malcolm explained, "We have an infant to care for. We had to take shelter here because she was freezing." Alice appeared at his side, Lyra drowsy in her arms, and saw the men now within reach of the canoe. "What do you want?" she demanded. The man not rowing spoke up. "Just ensuring everything's in order and no one's engaged in improper activity." The rower squinted. "You've got a baby there." "She's my sister," Alice stated firmly. "Our home was about to collapse in the flood, so we escaped by boat. We've been out all night, and she was terribly cold. We had to stop to feed her and get her dry. The place was empty, or we would have asked permission." "What are you loading into your boat?" the second man asked Malcolm. "Blankets and pillows. We're attempting to return home because our parents will be frantic. But in case we're forced to spend another night on the water—" "Why not simply remain here?" the man interrupted. "Because of our parents," Alice snapped. "Weren't you listening? They'll be worried sick. We need to try and get back as soon as possible. Back to where? Are you a policeman or something? What business is it of yours?" "Sandra," Malcolm said, adopting a placating tone. "They're just looking after the property." "We're from Wolvercote. Last night, the current carried us all the way down from Port Meadow. We're trying to get back through the city, but if we become stranded again... What are your names? Richard Parsons. This is my sister Sandra. The baby is Ellie. Where were your parents last night? Our grandmother fell ill yesterday. They went to care for her, and the flood hit while they were away. The rower worked his oars to hold the dinghy steady. He said to his companion, "Let them be. They're fine." The other man pressed, "You know, taking that property is theft, right? Looting?" "It is not looting," Alice retorted, but Malcolm spoke over her. "We're only taking what we need to survive and keep the baby fed. As soon as the waters recede, my father will come here and pay for everything we've used." "If you make your way into the city," the rower suggested, "and find the town hall, do you know St. Aldate's?" Malcolm nodded. "There's an emergency station set up there. It's full of flood victims with plenty of helpers. You'll find all you need." "Thank you," Malcolm said. "We'll do that, thanks." The men nodded and began to row away. "Sandra," Alice said with profound disdain once they were gone, "couldn't you think of anything better than that?" "No," Malcolm replied flatly. 10 minutes later, they were moving again. Sandra, or rather Alice, was wrapped warmly in the bow, a clean, dry and fed Lyra fast asleep against her chest. La Belle Sauvage sat lower in the water than she had since Malcolm's trip with Sister Benedicta, but she moved with a renewed eagerness, responding to the paddle like a spirited horse to its rider's gentle guidance. Well, Malcolm thought, it could have gone much worse. They were all still alive, and they were heading south. At approximately the same time, George Papadimitriou stood at the window of his rooms atop Pilgrim's Tower, the highest point in Jordan College, gazing out at the vast expanse of water that encircled the tower and brushed against the windows of the other college buildings. Even within the sheltered college courtyard, the gale tore at the falling rain, whipping it into a fine stinging mist. The sky hung low and swollen, threatening a further deluge, and the room held a chill that seeped into the bones, compelling him to keep his thick overcoat on despite the fire struggling in the grate. "What's your estimate for his arrival in this?" he asked, gazing out at the watery chaos. Lord Nugent moved to stand beside him at the window. "In this torrent, it's anyone's guess, but he's a capable man." Nugent had reached Oxford just hours before the floodwaters surged through the city's streets. Alarmed by intelligence from Oakley Street regarding a threat to Lyra, he had come to personally verify the security plans. He would have ventured out to the Priory at first light, regardless of the inundation, were it not for the expected arrival of Bud Schlesinger, a contact mentioned in Coram van Texel's encrypted dispatch from Uppsala. Born a New Dane, Schlesinger was an Oakley Street operative by both profession and nature. His mission in the northern wastes had been to uncover the extent of the witch's knowledge concerning Lyra, as much of the troubling speculation about her seemed to originate in their councils. The witches wielded immense influence in those frozen realms, and their allegiances, though expensive, were invaluable. Nugent was keen to secure their aid, but even more desperate to ensure their power was denied to the opposition. "I should think every serviceable boat in the county has been commandeered by the authorities by now," observed Papadimitriou. "Maintaining public order would be their paramount concern." "Oh, he'll find a way. Until he does, I intend to—" "Hold on, isn't that Hannah Relf down there?" Papadimitriou leaned closer to the rain-lashed glass, squinting at the flooded quadrangle below. A small figure, shrouded in glistening oilskins, was forging through the chest-deep water toward their tower. She glanced up momentarily, pushing back the bright yellow hood of her slicker, and both men recognized her instantly. Papadimitriou waved, but his gesture went unseen as she pressed onward through the current. "I'll go down and meet her," he said, already moving. He took the steep stairs 2 at a time, and found her on the first landing, breathing hard as she struggled with the clasps of her dripping coat, her small demon assisting with the stubborn buttons. "Allow me," he offered. "Good heavens, what on earth are you wearing?" "Fishing waders," Hannah replied, a hint of grim amusement in her voice. "Never imagined I'd require them for a trip to the university. Well, this is a revelation." "I never pictured you as the angling type," he said, taking the heavy sodden garment from her. The waders, which reached up to her chest, looked formidably sturdy. "They weren't mine. They belong to my brother. He had to give up the sport after his injury. It's rather difficult to manage waders with a prosthetic leg. If I sit on these steps, perhaps you could just—" He descended a couple of stairs and pulled firmly. She was fully dressed beneath the rubberized gear and must have been profoundly uncomfortable. "Quite the resourceful ensemble," he remarked. "Are you terribly occupied? I don't wish to disrupt anything, but—" "You're not. It's quite all right. I felt it necessary to come and inform you of something urgent. Tom Nugent is already here. Save your breath for the climb and you can tell us both at once." Their daemons scurried up the staircase ahead of them, conversing in low tones. Papademetria watched Hannah with concern. Her breathing was labored and her cheeks were flushed. "You didn't attempt to walk the entire way, did you?" he asked. Then, immediately, "No, don't answer. Catch your breath. There's no rush at all." Upon reaching the top floor, she managed to say, "I persuaded a neighbor with a motorboat to give me a lift. I doubt anyone could make it on foot. Have you seen the current racing down St. Giles? It's like a river in spate." Hearing their approach, Nugent opened the door. "Dr. Relf, this is truly gallant. Come in, sit by the fire, and let me pour you some of George's brandy." "Thank you," she said, accepting the glass. "I won't deny I need it. I can't stay long." "You'll stay until you're warm and dry," Papadimitriou insisted, his tone shifting from solicitous to one of wry, almost sarcastic command. "Honestly, Hannah, arriving in fishing gear during a biblical flood. Next you'll tell us you paddled here in a canoe. Besides, it would be useful for you to meet Schlesinger." She took a grateful sip. "Who is Schlesinger?" "An agent from Oakley Street. We're hoping he has some useful information for us." "I came because there's been a development at the Priory," she said, her expression turning grave again. "It happened late last night. I got word from a neighbor, the man who owns the boat, and he took me upriver to see what had happened and to check on Malcolm. But the scene is just devastating. To begin, the gatehouse and several sections of the main Priory building have collapsed. The footbridge leading to the inn is gone. 7 of the nuns drowned, 2 more are missing. And the baby, Lyra, she's missing too. Here's the crucial part, though. Malcolm is also gone. But so is his canoe and that girl who'd been helping at the Priory with the child. That's the one detail giving his parents any hope at all. They believe he could have what? Saved the baby and paddled away. In short, yes, he was incredibly attached to that little girl, fascinated by her and everything about her. So well, that's the heart of what I needed to tell you. Who is this girl?" "Alice Parslow, 15. She worked at the inn and had just started helping at the Priory. But there's something else that might be connected. Hold on, they're certain the child is missing, not trapped in the rubble." "Yes, they're sure. She was in a wooden cradle in the kitchen when the gatehouse fell, under Alice's care. The cradle was still there, but all the blankets were gone. There's another piece, though. A man had appeared at the Trout Inn one night. Malcolm had mentioned him to me a few times before Dr. Al Casey's dinner. I brought him up then, but you'd given me so much else to consider that I didn't press for details. His name was Gerard Bonneville. He had a hyena daemon missing a leg and—" Nugent leaned forward. Papadimitriou asked, "How is he involved? What was he doing?" "I don't know if it matters," Hannah said, but Malcolm was frightened of the man because of how his daemon acted. On the day of the dinner, Malcolm told me he'd seen Bonneville trying to break into the Priory on Sunday night. "Oh, and Alice had spoken to Bonneville. She said he claimed to be the baby's father, Lyra's father. Do you know anything about him?" "Actually, yes," Nugent said, "and we've had an interest in him for a while. He's a scientist, an expert on elementary particles, or he was. He led a research group in Paris, studying the Russakoff field, that consciousness theory that has the magisterium in an uproar. He published a paper arguing there must be a particle tied to the field and made the astonishing claim that dust could be that particle. The core of it, as I understand, is that everything is material, but matter itself possesses consciousness. There's no need to introduce spirit into the equation. You can see why the magisterium wants to silence him. He was, well, he is a brilliant mind, and he's connected to this, to Lyra. But he was in prison, Papadimitriou said." Wasn't there a trial, something about a sexual crime? That was his undoing, or part of it. He was prosecuted for an offense involving underage girls. I think Marisa Coulter was entangled in it somehow. Perhaps she testified against him. We'll need to check the records, and now he's claiming to be Lyra's father. Hannah said. That's what I heard from Malcolm, who heard it from Alice, and Mrs. Coulter does know Bonneville. How do you know that? Nugent asked. She came to my house. What? When? She described the events of that afternoon, how Malcolm had spoken to Mrs. Coulter and skillfully dodged her probing questions. She obviously knew this Bonneville, but she wouldn't acknowledge it. She was desperate to find the child. She never said it was her own daughter, let alone who the father might be. The whole exchange was profoundly unsettling. Wait, is that someone at the door? As she spoke, a knock sounded. Papadimitriou opened it and shook the hand of the man entering with genuine warmth. Bud, you made it, he said. Excellent. Nugent stood to greet him. Schlesinger was a man in his early 30s, slender, with pale hair cropped close to his scalp, and an expression of sharp intelligence. His demon was a compact owl. His winter gear was thoroughly drenched. Hello, he said, noticing Hannah. Am I breaking in on something? Not at all. I believe I am, Hannah replied. I should be going. Please stay, Dr. Relf, said Nugent. This is significant, Bud. Hannah is part of our circle. She understands the full scope of this and has provided crucial insights. You're soaked through. Come closer to the fire. After shaking Hannah's hand, Schlesinger said, A pleasure. What's the topic? Did I arrive after the key details? While Schlesinger shed his wet layers and settled by the hearth, Nugent outlined their current position. Hannah listened with a scholar's appreciation. That was a masterclass in concise briefing. She thought every element in its proper place, no wasted words, crystal clear. As Lord Nugent spoke, Papadimitriou prepared coffee. So that's our standing, Nugent concluded. What do you have for us? Schlesinger took a slow drink from his mug. Quite a bit. First, the girl. Lyra. She's unquestionably the daughter of Coulter and Asriel, no other parentage. We'd caught whispers of a prophecy about a child, and the magisterium's intense focus on her was undeniable, so I headed north to dig deeper. The witches near Lake Inara spoke of hearing voices in the northern lights, a metaphor, I assume, voices claiming the child was fated to end fate itself. That's the entirety of it. They had no interpretation, and frankly, neither do I. Could be a blessing, could be a curse. The critical stipulation is that she must accomplish this without any awareness of doing so. The magisterium got wind of this through their own witch networks and launched a hunt for her immediately. That's when we grasped the magnitude of the situation, and when your efforts to conceal her began. Correct, Nugent affirmed. Continue. Now, the second matter, Gerard Bonneville. I had a slight acquaintance with him in Paris and heard he'd travelled north, so I made discreet inquiries among my academic contacts. He'd served time for a sexual offence, the exact nature of which was murky, and was recently freed. He'd been stripped of his university position, denied access to labs, technical support, libraries, everything essential to a physicist, unemployable. He was always a challenging colleague, intense, single-minded, and that demon of his was profoundly off-putting. 3 legs, you say? Well, she had the usual compliment when I last saw Bonneville. I suspect Coram van Texel might know something about that alteration. I encountered Coram in Sweden. I assume he informed you. At the name Coram van Texel, Hannah's eyes flicked toward Lord Nugent, who met her gaze with a carefully neutral expression. But Bonneville saw a path to redemption, Schlesinger continued. He knew of the witch's prophecy and believed that if he could capture the child, he could negotiate with the magisterium, restore my laboratory, provide all necessary resources, and you can have the girl to use as you wish. That's his motive and his goal. Do we have any current location for him? What's the most recent intelligence? This is conjecture, Papadimitriou interjected, but it's probable he's tracking the boy and girl who are protecting Lyra. They have a vessel, a canoe, I understand, and Hannah believes they fled using it. But Hannah, Where would they aim for? What would their objective be? Hannah gathered her thoughts. Well, some time ago now, Malcolm questioned me about the concept of sanctuary. He'd learned of it from a nun and asked if the colleges still offered refuge to scholars. I told him that Jordan College historically maintained such a tradition. We still honor it, Papadimitriou confirmed. Scholastic sanctuary must be formally requested from the master himself. There's a specific Latin invocation. Then I'm certain Malcolm would attempt to bring her here, Hannah concluded, a sudden grim realization tightening her voice. The cozy academic discussion felt absurdly quaint against the brutal reality of a man like Bonneville hunting children. This wasn't a theoretical puzzle, it was a raw, desperate race. The floodwaters were surging through the city with such force that Papadimitriou doubted even a canoe could navigate against the current. They would be at the mercy of the torrent, swept wherever it chose to carry them, he added, with a dismissive wave, that a baby could hardly be considered a scholar, making the idea of scholastic sanctuary a non-starter. Schlesinger leaned forward, his earlier travels in the north coming to mind. He recalled a deliberate, vague question he had posed about a prophesied child. One seer, a woman known as Queen Tilda Vassara, had spoken of a boy tasked with carrying a treasure to a place of safety. At the time focused solely on a girl, he had dismissed it. Now, hearing the word sanctuary, the memory snapped into focus. Could your boy be doing precisely that? He asked. Hannah's face lit up. Yes, that sounds exactly like him. He has a deeply romantic view of the world. Yet he hasn't arrived here, Papadimitriou pointed out, steering them back to the grim reality. We must assume if that was his goal, he failed. They've likely been carried further downstream. What would his next plan be? All eyes turned to Hannah. After a moment she spoke. Lord Asriel, his visit to the priory, and Malcolm lending him the canoe, it left a powerful mark. Malcolm would see Asriel as a figure who could protect Lyra. He would try to reach him. But would he know where to find him? Papadimitriou pressed. I suppose London, but truly, I don't know. Schlesinger interjected. I saw Asriel briefly last night in Chelsea. He's preparing to depart for the north again. Even if Malcolm makes it, Asriel may be gone. Unless this flood delays him, said Nugent, rising to his feet, suddenly animated with purpose. The plan was clear. They had to take to the floodwaters themselves and find the child before Bonneville did. He began issuing orders. Schlesinger was to locate the owner of his hired engine boat. Papadimitriou was to use his Gyptian contacts to secure vessels. The magisterium and its consistorial court of discipline would be searching too, with all their rivercraft. Hannah's task was to consult the alethiometer and nothing else. How will I stay in contact with you? Hannah asked. You won't, Lord Nugent stated plainly. Whether we succeed or fail, you will record the history in time. Return home, stay safe and dry, and watch the alethiometer. I will find a way to send word. Malcolm could scarcely comprehend the scale of the inundation. An entire river, and the land beside it had vanished beneath a relentless, churning expanse. He wondered, almost absurdly, where all this water could have originated. Later that morning, he cupped a hand over the side of the canoe and tasted it, half expecting the salt of the sea, as if the Bristol Channel had broken its banks and was charging toward London. It tasted foul, but it was fresh. Alice broke a long silence, her first words in hours. If you was paddling to London on a normal river, no flood, how long would it take? Dunno. It's about 60 miles, maybe more with all the bends, but you'd have the current with you, so... Well, how long then? She insisted, her patience thin. A few days, I suppose. Alice's expression shifted to one of utter contempt, as if the very notion was a personal insult. The silence returned, heavier than before, broken only by the relentless sound of the water. But this way's faster, Malcolm insisted, because the current's stronger now. Just look how quickly we're passing those trees. A hilltop rose from the water ahead, crowned with a cluster of mostly oak trees. Their bare branches looked stark and sorrowful against the grey sky. La Belle Sauvage was moving swiftly, however, and in moments they had sped past, leaving the hill behind. So it shouldn't take too long, he reasoned. Maybe just a day. Alice didn't reply. Instead, she leaned down to adjust the blankets around Lyra. The child was nestled between her feet, bundled so thoroughly that Malcolm could only see the top of her head and the brilliant butterfly form of Pantalaimon resting in her hair. "Is she all right?" he asked. "Seems to be," Alice murmured. Asta was fascinated by Pan. She had observed before that he could change shape even while Lyra slept, though he was asleep himself. She had a theory that when he became a butterfly, it meant Lyra was dreaming. Malcolm was skeptical. Truthfully, neither of them understood what happened when they themselves slept. They knew Asta could fall asleep as one creature and wake as another, but neither recalled anything about the transformation. It was the sort of oddity he might have mentioned to Alice, but the thought of her boundless scorn stopped him. "I still think it means a dream," Asta whispered. "Who's that?" Alice said sharply, pointing past Malcolm's shoulder into the distance behind them. He turned to look. Through the damp, grey air, just visible, was a man in a dinghy rowing hard in their direction. "Can't tell for sure," Malcolm said. "It might be—" "It is," Alice cut in. "That Damon's in the bow. Go faster." Malcolm could see the dinghy was an awkward, clumsy vessel, nowhere near as swift or graceful as La Belle Sauvage. Still, the man had the strength of an adult and was driving the oars with grim determination. Malcolm dug his paddle into the water, urging the canoe forward, but he couldn't keep it up for long. His shoulders, arms, his whole torso ached with a deep, burning fatigue. "What's he doing? Where is he now? He's falling back. I can't see him. He's behind that hill now. Keep going. I'm going as fast as I can, but I'll have to stop soon besides." The change in motion had woken Lyra and she began to whimper softly. They would need to feed her soon, which meant tying up the canoe, building a fire, heating the saucepan, and before any of that, they needed somewhere to hide. Malcolm scanned the surroundings as he paddled steadily. They were in a broad, flooded valley, likely high above the original riverbed. To the left, a wooded slope emerged from the water. To the right, on the breast of a green hill dotted with more trees, stood a large, classically styled house painted white. Each potential refuge was some distance away. The man in the dinghy would likely spot them long before they could reach cover. "Head for the house," Alice said. Malcolm thought that was the better choice too, and steered the canoe in that direction, paddling as hard as his weary body allowed. As they drew closer, he could make out a thin tendril of smoke rising from one of the many chimneys before being snatched away by the wind. "There are people there," he said. "Good," was all Alice replied. "If there are people around," Asta ventured, "he's less likely to." "Suppose he's already there, and he's one of them?" Malcolm countered. "But that was him back there in the boat," she said. "Wasn't it? Maybe?" It was too far away to see clearly. A wave of exhaustion washed over Malcolm. He had lost all sense of how long he'd been paddling. As he slowed their approach near the house, the hunger, weariness, and cold settled into his bones. He could barely hold his head up. Ahead, a sloping lawn rose directly from the floodwater, leading smoothly up to the white facade, the columns, and the pediment of the house. Someone was moving behind the columns, but the gloomy light revealed nothing more than a shadow of motion. The smoke was curling up from a chimney somewhere at the back. With a final effort, Malcolm guided the canoe to rest against the sodden grass of the lawn. Alice looked at the gentle slope and the water's edge, which lay several feet beyond the reach of their canoe. "So what are we supposed to do now?" she asked. Malcolm was already pulling off his boots. "Take off your shoes and socks," he told her. "We'll pull the canoe up onto the grass. It'll slide easily enough." A shout came from the direction of the house. A man emerged between the columns and gestured angrily for them to leave. He yelled again, but the wind carried his words away. "You'd better go up and explain that we need to feed the baby and rest for a bit," Malcolm said. "Why me?" Alice grumbled. "Because he'll listen to you more." They managed to haul the canoe out of the water, and then Alice trudged reluctantly up the lawn toward the shouting man. Malcolm dragged the canoe farther from the shore, tucking it into a patch of overgrown shrubs at the lawn's edge before sinking down beside it. He glanced at Lyra. "I suppose you're just waking up, aren't you? Must be nice, the baby life." Lyra was fussy and unhappy. Malcolm lifted her from the canoe and settled her on his lap, doing his best to ignore the telltale smell that meant she needed changing, the oppressive grey sky, the biting wind, and the distant figure in the rowboat that had reappeared on the water. He held the small child close, a little awkwardly, and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "We'll keep you safe," he murmured. "Look, Alice is talking to that man. Soon we'll get you inside, make a fire, and warm some milk. Of course, if your mother were here, but you never really had one, did you? You were just found somewhere. The Lord Chancellor discovered you under a bush and thought, 'Good grief, I can't care for a baby. Better take her to the sisters at Godstow.' So Sister Fenella looked after you. I bet you remember her. She's a kind old woman. Then the flood came, and we had to carry you away in La Belle Sauvage to keep you safe. I wonder if you'll remember any of this. Probably not. I don't remember anything from when I was a baby. Ah, here comes Alice. Let's see what she says." "He says we can't stay long," Alice reported, her expression tight. "I told him we need to make a fire and feed the baby and that we don't plan to stay anyway. Something's off about him." He had a weird look in his eyes. "Did you see anyone else inside?" Malcolm asked, getting to his feet. "No, at least I didn't see anyone. Take Lyra. I'll hide the canoe a little better," he said, handing the child over. His arms shook with weariness. After concealing the canoe more thoroughly, he gathered Lyra's things and made his way up to the house. The large door stood open behind the columns, and lingering there was the man, a surly-looking individual in coarse clothing. His mastiff Damon stood rigidly beside him, watching without a sound. "You ain't staying long," the man stated. "Not very long, no," Malcolm agreed. He recognized the signs now. The man was slightly drunk. Malcolm had dealt with drunks before. "Beautiful house," he remarked pleasantly. "So it may be. It ain't yours." "Is it yours?" "It is now. Did you buy it, or did you have to fight for it?" You being smart, the mastiff Damon let out a low growl. "No," Malcolm replied calmly. "It's just, with everything changed after the flood, I wouldn't be surprised if you had to fight for it. Everything's different now. And if you fought for it, then it's rightfully yours, no question." He looked down the lawn toward the muddy floodwaters. In the deepening twilight, the rowboat was no longer visible. "It's like a fortress," he went on. "You could defend this place easily if anyone tried to attack. Who's going to attack it? No one. I'm just saying, you picked a good spot." The man turned and followed Malcolm's gaze out over the water. "Does this house have a name?" Malcolm asked. "Why?" "It looks important. Like a manor or a palace. You could name it after yourself." The man gave a derisive snort that might have been a laugh. "You could even put up a sign at the water's edge," Malcolm suggested. "Something like, 'Keep out. Trespassers will be prosecuted. You'd have every right to.' Take a look at that fellow in the rowboat," the man said, his gaze fixed on the small craft still some distance off but steadily approaching. "What's his problem?" "Nothing, until he tries to come ashore and take this house from you. You know him." "I believe I know who he is, and he likely would try something like that. I've got a shotgun. Well, he wouldn't dare land if you showed him that." The man seemed to consider this. "I have to defend my property," he stated. "Of course you do. You have every right. Who is he, anyway?" "If it's who I think, his name is Bonneville. He's only recently out of prison." The mastiff Damon, tracking the man's line of sight, let out a low growl. "Is he after you?" "Yeah. He's been trailing us from Oxford. What does he want?" "He wants the baby. Is it his child?" The man's unfocused eyes sharpened slightly as he looked at Malcolm. "No, she's our sister. He just wants her." "You're kidding. I wish I were," Malcolm said. "Bastard," the man muttered. The figure in the boat was drawing nearer, clearly aiming for the lawn, and Malcolm now had no doubt about his identity. "I should get inside so he doesn't spot me," Malcolm said. "He won't cause you any trouble. We'll leave as soon as possible." "Don't you worry, son," the man replied. "What's your name?" Malcolm hesitated. "Richard," he said. "My sister is Sandra, and the baby is Ellie. Get inside. Stay out of sight. Leave him to me." "Thank you," Malcolm said, slipping back into the house. The man followed him in and retrieved a shotgun from a cabinet in a room just off the hall. "Be careful," Malcolm warned. "He might be dangerous." "I'm dangerous," the man replied, his voice steady. The man walked somewhat unsteadily back outside. Malcolm looked around. The hall was adorned with intricate plasterwork, cabinets of fine wood, tortoiseshell and gold, and marble statues. The grand fireplace was cracked, however, and the hearth stood empty. Alice must have found a fire in another room. Afraid to call out, Malcolm moved quickly from room to room, listening intently for the sound of a gunshot, but from outside there was only the wind and the rush of water. He found Alice in the kitchen. A fire burned in an iron stove, and Lyra, freshly changed, sat in the center of a large pine table. "What did he say?" Alice demanded. "He said we can stay and do what we need to. He has a shotgun and is going to defend the house against Bonneville." "Is he coming? That was him in the boat, wasn't it?" "Yeah." The water in the saucepan had been boiling since Malcolm entered. Alice moved it off the heat to cool. Malcolm picked up the biscuit that had fallen from Lyra's hand and gave it back to her. She gurgled happily. "If she drops her biscuit, you should tell her where it went," he said to Pantalaimon, who instantly transformed into a bush baby and stared at him with huge, motionless eyes. "Look at Pan," Malcolm said to Alice. She gave a quick, uninterested glance. "How does he know how to be one of those?" Malcolm continued. "They've probably never even seen a whatever it is. So how does he know? What are we going to do if Bonneville gets past the man?" Alice interrupted, her voice tense and high-pitched. "We hide. Then we run out and get away." Her expression showed exactly what she thought of that plan. "Go find out what's happening," she told him. "And don't let him see you." Malcolm went out and moved quietly along the corridor to the main hall, pressing himself into the shadows beside the door. He listened hard. Hearing nothing, he looked around carefully. The hall was empty. Now what? There was no sound except the wind and water. No voices, and certainly no gunshots. They might be talking down by the water's edge, he thought. Keeping close to the wall, he moved silently across the marble floor toward the large windows. But Asta, in moth form, reached them first, and Malcolm felt a jolt of dread as she saw something outside and tumbled from the curtain into his hand. The man from the house was lying on the grass, his head and arms in the water beside Bonneville's rowboat, motionless. There was no sign of Bonneville and no sign of the gun. In a surge of panic, Malcolm rushed to the window, pressing his face against the cold glass to scan the grounds. The only motion came from the small boat tugging at its rope and the unsettling, rhythmic sway of a figure half submerged in the water. The murky dawnlight made it hard to be certain, but a dark crimson streak seemed to be fanning out from the man's neck. His mind raced. Where was the canoe hidden? The bushes by the bank looked untouched. Which room had the man gone into for the weapon? That study at the far end of the main hall. But even if he found it, Malcolm had no idea how to handle a gun. He bolted back to the kitchen. Alice was just finishing with Lyra's bottle. "What's wrong?" she whispered. "Bonneville!" he breathed out, the words tumbling fast. "He's killed the man and taken his shotgun. I can't see him anywhere now. Shotgun!" Alice's face went pale. He had it for protection. "I told you, and now Bonneville's got it." Her voice trailed off as Malcolm's frantic eyes swept the room, landing on an iron ring set into a heavy wooden door in the floor. Without a second thought, he heaved it open, revealing steps descending into utter blackness. "Candles," Alice said quickly, already gathering Lyra and the bottle on that shelf. Malcolm scrambled over, finding a box of matches as well. "You go first, I'll close it behind us," he said, his voice tight. Alice moved down carefully into the gloom. Lyra fussed, and Pantalaimon let out a series of distressed chirps. Asta flew to him, landing on the edge of Lyra's blanket, offering soft, calming sounds. The trap door was a struggle, stiff, heavy hinges resisting every inch. The growing strain of distance from his demon was becoming physical. His hands shook, and his heart hammered against his ribs. "Don't go any farther," he whispered urgently to Alice. "Why? Our demons!" She understood instantly, moving back a step as he fumbled with a match. The sudden flare of the candle flame momentarily captivated Lyra, and Asta seized the chance to flutter back to Malcolm's shoulder. In the fragile light, Alice carefully navigated the remaining steps to the cellar's earthen floor. "Hush now, sweetheart," she murmured to Lyra, settling against a cold stone wall. The immediate noisy sound of the baby feeding filled the space, and Alice's demon, taking the form of a crow, settled near the chick-shaped pan, whose anxious sounds finally ceased. Malcolm sat on the bottom step, the candle casting long shadows. The room was a storage space, lined with sacks of rice and bins of root vegetables, dry but piercingly cold. A low brick archway led into another chamber. "All he's got to do," Alice said, her voice trembling, "is drag something heavy over that door, and we're—" "Don't," Malcolm cut in, forcing a steadiness he didn't feel. "Thinking that way doesn't help. In a minute, I'll check that other room. There's got to be another way out." "How do you know?" "Because this is a wine cellar, or it should be. When someone needs a bottle, they're not going to wrestle with a trapdoor and these steps. There'll be a proper staircase somewhere." "Quiet!" He froze. Above them, a slow, deliberate tread moved across the kitchen floor. The footsteps halted, then resumed, pausing again right near the trapdoor. A minute of silence stretched, thin and terrifying. Then came the distinct scrape of a wooden chair being dragged across the floorboards. Just that single sound. They held their breath, unable to tell if the chair had been placed over their only exit, or if Bonneville had simply moved it and left. Another minute passed, then another. With the utmost caution, Malcolm rose and stepped onto the packed earth floor. He placed the burning candle near Alice, twisting its base into the soil to hold it steady, then crept beneath the low stone arch into the adjoining cellar chamber. Lighting a second candle there, he found a space cluttered with discarded furniture instead of provisions. After a swift glance, he moved through another archway. At the far end of this room stood a massive wooden door, fitted with heavy iron hinges, and a lock the size of a large ledger. No key was in sight, and even peering closely, he couldn't discern if it was fastened. Then a hushed voice spoke from the other side. It was Bonneville. Asta, perched as a lemur on Malcolm's shoulder, nearly lost her grip. He caught her and held her tight. "Well, Malcolm," Bonneville said, his tone low and intimate. "Here we are, separated by a locked door, and neither of us holds the key. At least I don't. I assume you don't either, or you'd have turned it and come through. That would have been regrettable for you." Malcolm almost dropped the candle, his heart hammered like the frantic wings of a trapped sparrow. Asta shifted rapidly from lemur to butterfly to crow before settling back as a lemur crouching on his shoulder, her wide eyes locked on the formidable lock. "Don't speak," she whispered into his ear. "Oh, I know you're there," Bonneville continued. "I can see your candles glow. I watched you on the terrace with our late host. Did you realize this is an island, by the way? If your canoe were to meet with misfortune, you'd be stranded. How would you enjoy that?" Again, Malcolm kept silent. "I know it's you because it must be you," Bonneville went on, his voice a confidential murmur just loud enough to seep through the wood. "It couldn't be anyone else. That young woman is occupied with the infant. She wouldn't be wandering about with a candle. And I know you're listening. It won't be long before we meet face to face. You can't slip away now. Can you see them, by the way?" "See who?" Malcolm instantly regretted speaking. "There's no one here but me," he added quickly. "Oh, never believe that, Malcolm. You are never alone. Well, there's my demon. I don't mean her. You and she are one being naturally. I mean someone besides you." "Who do you mean, then? I scarcely know where to begin. There are spirits of the air and the earth, for a start. Once you learn to perceive them, you'll understand the world is crowded with such presences. And then in wicked places like this, there are night ghasts of many kinds. Do you know what used to occur here, Malcolm?" "No," said Malcolm, who had no desire whatsoever to know. "This is where Lord Murdstone brought his victims," Bonneville said, drawing closer to the door, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Have you heard his name? They called him Lord Murderer, and this wasn't so very long ago." Malcolm's heart throbbed with a dull, painful rhythm. "Did he?" He struggled to form the words. Did he own this house? He could do as he pleased here. The slow, dark voice continued through the barrier. No one could stop him, so he would bring children down into these cellars and take them apart, piece by piece. Did what? Malcolm's question was barely a whisper. Cut them apart while they still lived, that was his particular delight, and naturally the horrific agony of those children was too immense to simply vanish when they finally perished. It seeped into the very stone, it lingers in the air. There is no clean wind to sweep through these underground rooms, Malcolm. The air you're breathing now was last in the lungs of those tortured souls. I don't want to hear any more, Malcolm said, a cold dread settling in his stomach that had nothing to do with the cellar's chill. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to hear it either. I'd want to cover my ears and wish it all away. But there is no escape, Malcolm. They are all around you now, the echoes of that suffering. They sense your fear, and they are gathering close to savor it. Malcolm felt close to collapse. Bonneville's words held a dreadful, persuasive logic that left no room for doubt. It all seemed terrifyingly plausible. Then a faint draught caught his candle flame, making it flicker and bend. In that instant, the familiar shimmering speck of his aurora bloomed in his sight, a tiny swirling constellation of comfort. A fragile thread of hope began to unwind within him. "You're mistaken about the baby," he said, his own voice sounding surprisingly firm to his ears. "Mistaken? How so? You believe she's your daughter. She isn't. And you are wrong about that as well." "I'm not wrong about this. She is the child of Lord Asriel and Mrs. Coulter. You're wrong to assume I care about her. My concern might be for Alice." Asta's whisper was a thread of sound in his mind. "Don't let him steer the conversation. Don't play his game." Malcolm gave a slight nod. She was right. His pulse hammered in his throat. Then the message hidden in the wooden acorn surfaced in his memory. "Mr. Bonneville," he said, shifting ground. "What is the Russakoff field?" A pause. "What do you know of it?" "Nothing. That's precisely why I'm asking." "Why not ask Dr. Hannah Relf?" The name was a jolt, an unexpected card played. Malcolm answered without hesitation. "I have, but it's not her area of expertise. She deals with the history of ideas." "Seems right up her alley, I'd have thought." "Why your interest?" The luminous ring in his vision was expanding, a sinuous, jeweled ribbon, coiling silently for him alone. He pressed on, keeping his tone level. "Because the gravitational field handles gravity and the magnetic field handles magnetism. So what force does the Russakoff field interact with?" "Nobody knows that. Does it relate to the uncertainty principle?" Bonneville was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice held a new, almost amused note. My, you are a tenacious boy. If I were in your shoes, I'd be asking a very different sort of question." "Well, I want to know many things, but in the proper sequence, the Russakoff field is paramount because it's linked to dust." A soft scuffling sound came from behind him. Turning, he saw Alice framed in the archway, her own candle held aloft. He pressed a finger to his lips and mouthed the name Bonneville with exaggerated care, jabbing a finger toward the cellar door. "Go," he gestured urgently. Her eyes widened in understanding, and she melted back into the darkness. Malcolm turned back just as Bonneville resumed speaking, his tone now dripping with a patronizing sarcasm that hadn't been there before, because some concepts can be explained to a grade school child, while others rapidly exceed his grasp. This is one of them. You require, at a minimum, an undergraduate comprehension of experimental theology before the Russakoff field will have the faintest significance for you. It's pointless to even start." Malcolm glanced back silently, confirming Alice's retreat. "But even so," he began, turning again. "Why did you look away? I thought I heard a noise." "That girl, was it Alice?" "No, it's just me here. I thought we had settled this, Malcolm. Those deceased children, did I describe what he did to their daemons? It was truly the most inventive." Clenching the candle with both hands, Malcolm turned and began to pick his way back across the cellar. Despite his success in diverting the man, and despite the glittering aurora now dancing at the periphery of his sight, the space felt thick with half-seen terrors. He tested each step, fighting for balance and for the flame's survival, while Bonneville's voice continued its relentless monologue behind the door. Under his breath, Malcolm formed the words again and again, a silent mantra against the horror. It's not true. None of it is true. He finally reached the relative safety of the adjoining room. Alice and Lyra were gone. Stumbling slightly, he steadied himself against the cold wall before beginning the slow, silent ascent of the stone steps. At the top, beneath the trap door, he froze. He listened, every sense straining. The desire to burst out into the open, clean air was a physical ache, but he forced himself to wait, to listen for any hint of danger above silence. No sound, no movement, nothing but the frantic pounding in his own chest. Pressing his back against the trap door, he shoved upward. It lifted smoothly, without resistance, and a sudden draught extinguished his candle. But it didn't matter. Pale light from the kitchen window fell across the table and walls, and the embers in the hearth still glowed faintly. He scrambled out, lowered the door without a sound, and then paused. This was a kitchen. If the cooks here were anything like his mother or Sister Fenella, there would be a drawer for knives. His hands swept across the tabletop until they found a knob. He pulled, and there they lay, a set of worn knives with wooden handles, blades dull but ready. His fingers sorted through them until he found one short enough to hide, with a pointed tip instead of rounded. He tucked it into his belt at the small of his back and hurried outside into the sharp, cold air. In the fading twilight, he could just make out Alice struggling across the grass. Lyra in her arms. Bonneville's boat remained tied, but the other man's body had drifted away, and Bonneville himself was nowhere in sight. Malcolm ran to the dinghy, yanked the stake from the ground, and began pushing the craft into the current. Then he stopped. Under the seat lay a rucksack. The thought flashed instantly, if we have this, we have something to bargain with. He heaved the heavy pack onto the grass and shoved the boat adrift. Snatching the rucksack, he sprinted back toward Alice. She had laid Lyra on the ground and was hauling La Belle Sauvage from the bushes. Malcolm dropped the pack into the canoe and joined her. They hadn't moved it a foot before that hideous, mocking cry cut through the air behind them. Ha! Ha! And they turned to see Bonneville strolling casually from the house entrance, shotgun under his arm, his limping demon lurching beside him as if on some invisible tether. Malcolm immediately let go of the canoe and scooped up Lyra. Alice, turning to see, whispered, "Oh God, no." There was no time to launch the canoe now, even if they could. The man still had the gun. Though his face was shadowed in the deepening gloom, every line of his posture radiated smug victory. He halted a few paces away and shifted the shotgun to his left hand. Was he left-handed? Malcolm couldn't recall and silently cursed himself for not paying closer attention earlier. "You might as well hand her over," Bonneville said, his tone almost conversational. "You're not getting away now? Why do you want her?" Malcolm demanded, clutching the child tighter. "'Cause he's a bloody pervert," Alice spat. Bonneville gave a soft, chilling laugh. Malcolm's heart hammered against his ribs. He could feel Alice tense beside him. Desperate to hold Bonneville's attention, the man still hadn't noticed his missing boat. Malcolm said, "What you were saying earlier through the door, none of it was true." He held Lyra tight against his chest with his left arm. Asta, a mouse now, was whispering urgently to her and Pan. With his right hand, Malcolm felt behind his back, fingers searching for the knife, but his arm trembled so violently he feared he'd drop it before he could even strike. And did he truly intend to stab someone? He'd never deliberately hurt anyone, not even in the roughest schoolyard scrap. The time he'd shoved that boy into the river for defacing the canoe's name, he'd fished him out right after. How could you possibly know what the truth is? Bonneville replied, his voice dripping with condescension. Malcolm steadied his own voice. "Your tone shifts when you lie. Oh, you believe in that sort of thing," Bonneville said, amused. Malcolm's fingers closed around the knife handle. "I don't believe that," he said. "What do you really want with her? She's my child. I intend to provide her with a proper upbringing. She isn't yours. You'll need a better story." "Fine," Bonneville sighed, a theatrical edge to his voice. "I plan to roast her and have her for supper." "Have you ever considered how tender a young—" Alice spat in his direction. "Oh, Alice," Bonneville crooned. We could have been the closest of companions, perhaps even lovers. We came so very near to understanding one another. It's a shame to let this minor disagreement ruin such a promising connection." In the deepening dark, Malcolm worked the blade free. Alice, sensing his movement, edged closer. "You still haven't told the truth," Malcolm said, shifting Lyra's weight. As Bonneville stepped nearer, Malcolm held the child out. As if in offering, the man extended his arm to take her. In that instant, Malcolm swung his right hand around and drove the knife deep into Bonneville's thigh, the nearest target. A roar of pain split the air as Bonneville staggered, dropping his pistol to clutch his leg. His daemon howled, lurching forward only to slip and fall heavily. Malcolm turned and set Lyra down, and then an explosion, deafeningly loud, slammed him to the ground. Ears ringing, he pushed himself up to see Alice holding the smoking gun. Bonneville writhed on the grass, groaning and rocking as he clutched his bleeding thigh, but his demon was in a far worse state, thrashing, screaming, utterly unable to rise, one foreleg shattered beyond use. "Take Lyra!" Malcolm shouted to Alice. He scrambled to seize the canoe's painter, dragging the craft down the slope toward the water. Behind them, Bonneville was shouting garbled curses, trying to haul himself across the ground toward the child. Alice hurled the gun into the tree-lined shadows and snatched Lyra up from where she'd fallen. As she darted past, Bonneville made a desperate grab, but she easily evaded him, leaping over the howling daemon which twisted and squirmed, attempting to stand on a leg that was barely there. The sight was so grotesque, Malcolm had to look away. Then Alice was in the canoe, Lyra secure in her arms. He shoved off from the grass, and the obedient little boat immediately caught the current, carrying them out onto the broad, dark breast of the flood. The poacher, heavy clouds hung low, but behind them a nearly full moon cast a faint, silvery radiance across the sky. Lyra lay awake, gurgling contentedly with the canoe's gentle sway. The stiffness in Malcolm's arms and shoulders began to ease as they made good speed on the dark water. Alice was staring intently past his head, watching the house vanish into the gloom behind them. Even in the dim light, Malcolm could see her face, sharp, anxious, and fierce with a protective anger. He watched her bend forward to tuck Lyra's blankets more securely and stroke her cheek. "You want a biscuit?" she said softly. He thought she was speaking to Lyra, but then she looked up at him. "What's wrong with you?" "Pay attention," she said. "Oh, me? Yes, please. I'd love a biscuit. Honestly, I'd love a whole steak pie right now, and a gallon of cold lemonade, and maybe—" "Shut up," she cut in, her tone abruptly sarcastic. "Dreaming about a feast, really? All we've got are biscuits. Do you want one or not?" "Yes." She leaned forward and passed him a few fig rolls. He ate them slowly, making each small bite last. After several minutes of quiet paddling, he asked, "Can you see him?" "Can't even see the house anymore. I think we've lost him." "But he's insane. Insane people don't know when to quit. You must be insane then." He had no reply for that. He paddled on, though the powerful flood current did most of the work. His job was merely to steer and keep the boat pointed forward. A cold drizzle began to fall, mingling with the river spray, and for the first time that night, Malcolm noticed the distant, lonely call of a night heron, a solitary sound that seemed to underscore their own fragile escape. "He's probably dead by now," Alice murmured, her voice low. "I've been thinking it. There was so much blood. I think he hit an artery in his leg, and his daemon. She can't survive that. Neither of them could move after. We'd better hope they are dead." Overhead, the clouds broke apart at intervals, flooding the world with a cold, brilliant moonlight so intense Malcolm nearly had to shield his eyes. Alice sat up, straining to see the dark water behind them, while Malcolm scanned ahead, left and right, desperate for any place to land and rest. Only occasional clusters of bare trees rose above the rushing water. He felt he had moved past exhaustion into a kind of trance, whole minutes passing where his sleeping body paddled and steered without any command from his dreaming mind. The only sound was the wind over the floodwaters and a faint, intermittent buzzing. The water must be breeding sickness, Malcolm thought. "We have to be careful to keep mosquitoes away from Lyra," he said. What mosquitoes? It's freezing. I can hear one. That's not a mosquito, she said scornfully, and nodded towards something behind him. He turned. The heavy clouds had shoved each other aside, and the moon now illuminated the entire watery waste. In all that vast emptiness, only one thing moved with purpose, an engine launch, far behind them. He could see it only because of the searchlight on its bow, and it was creeping closer, minute by minute. Is that him? Malcolm asked. Can't be. It's too big. He never had a boat with an engine. They haven't spotted us yet. How do you know? Because they're sweeping that light everywhere, and they'd be coming much faster if they wanted to catch us, but we'll have to hide. They'll see us if they get any closer. He bent his back to paddling harder, though every bone and muscle screamed in protest, and he longed to weep from sheer fatigue. He hated the thought of crying in front of Lyra. To her, he was big and strong, and he believed seeing him frightened would terrify her. So he gritted his teeth, plunged the paddle into the water with trembling arms, and tried to ignore the whine of the motor, no longer intermittent, but constant, and growing louder. The flood was carrying them into an area of hills and woodlands, hills that crowded in closer than before, woods that were partly bare and partly evergreen. The clouds drifted over the moon again, plunging everything into darkness. I can't see them, said Alice. They went behind that wood. No, there they are. How far back do you think? They'll catch us in about 5 minutes. Then I'm pulling in. Why? On the water, they could just tip us over. On land, we've got a chance. A chance to do what? A chance to maybe not die. In truth, he was utterly terrified, so much so he could barely propel the canoe forward for fear of dropping the paddle. To their left was a wooded slope, dark trees, and what looked in the gloom like a stone embankment. Though it was probably the roof of a large house, he aimed for it, and then the moon emerged again. It was no rooftop, just a flat stretch of land before the wood. Malcolm drove La Belle Sauvage up onto the soft soil, and Alice, in one fluid motion, seized Lyra and stepped out. Malcolm leaped out and whirled to look for the launch. Alice, clutching the baby, had retreated further up the slope, but the open space was small. Close-branched holm oaks with spiked leaves, pressed in on all sides. She held Lyra tight, watching fearfully for the launch, shifting her weight unconsciously from foot to foot, shivering, breathing fast, a soft moan caught in her throat. Malcolm had never found it so hard to move, every muscle was quivering. He looked up at the dense-leafed trees, dark evergreens that were blacker than the sky. A sudden, sharp memory flashed, his father telling him these very woods were once considered enchanted, a place where lost things were said to whisper. The thought was no comfort now. The moonlight pressed down with a harsh, unyielding glare, yet it could not breach the dense ceiling of leaves. Malcolm dragged La Belle Sauvage across the rocky terrain and into the shelter of the trees just as a searchlight emerged from a distant thicket and swept in their direction. Don't move a muscle, Malcolm whispered urgently. Stay perfectly still. You think I'm an idiot, Alice muttered under her breath. Then the light hit them full force, brilliant and disorienting. Malcolm squeezed his eyes shut, frozen in place. He could hear Alice's frantic whispers, pleading with Lyra to stay silent. As the beam swung away and the launch continued past, the dread Malcolm had suppressed since stabbing Bonneville surged back with a vengeance. He bent over, sick with fear. It's all right, Alice said quietly. You'll be okay in a minute. Will I? Yeah, you will. He had never heard that gentle, steady tone from her before, never imagined it was there. Lyra began to fuss. Wiping his mouth, Malcolm felt around in the canoe for the flashlight. He flicked it on and waved the beam about, hoping to distract the baby. She stopped whimpering and reached for it. No, you can't hold it, he told her. I'm going to gather some wood and get a fire going. You'll like that. Once we're warm, we can. He trailed off, unsure how to finish. A deep, inexplicable fear had settled in his bones. Why now? The immediate danger had passed. Alice, he said softly, are you scared? A little, but not too much. If I were alone, I would be. With both of us here, it's different. Malcolm started up the gentle slope toward the woods. The trees grew so densely he had to force his way through, leaves scraping his hands and scalp, but the physical effort was a welcome relief. He quickly gathered an armload of dry branches and sticks from the forest floor. When he emerged, however, he found Alice on her feet, her expression frantic.
What's wrong?
"They're turning back," she pointed, out on the water, in the direction they'd come. The searchlight had reappeared. Though still some distance off, the boat moved with an official, deliberate air, like the police or the CCD. It was advancing slowly, relentlessly, and would soon spot them. Just then, leaves rustled nearby, branches parted, and a man stepped into view. "Malcolm," he said, "get that boat deeper into the trees. Now bring the baby back here, out of sight. That's the CCD down there. Hurry." "Mr. Boatwright," Malcolm gasped, completely stunned. "Yes, it's me. No time to talk. Move." While Alice hurried up the slope with Lyra, Malcolm untied La Belle Sauvage, and with George Boatwright's help hauled it farther up the bank and beneath the low-hanging branches. He pulled out Bonneville's rucksack and overturned the canoe in case of more rain. All the while the searchlight drew nearer. "How do you know it's the CCD?" Malcolm whispered. "They've been patrolling this stretch, don't fret. Stay quiet and still, and they'll pass right by." "But the baby, a drop of wine will settle her," Boatwright said, handing something to Alice. Malcolm glanced around. Only Boatwright and a host of shifting shadows were visible. Then the moon vanished behind a cloud, plunging everything into deeper darkness. The boat with its glaring light edged closer. "Where's Alice?" Malcolm whispered to Asta. His daemon's reply was barely audible. Further in, giving Lyra a drink. The men on the boat had noticed something. The searchlight pivoted toward the shore, then swept upward, illuminating the trees. Malcolm felt utterly exposed, as if every inch of him were visible. "Keep still, and they won't see a thing." George Boatwright muttered from the shadows. A voice carried from the water. "Are those footprints?" "Where?" answered another. "There, on the grass. Look." The searchlight dipped downward. The voices fell to a murmur. "Will they?" Malcolm began to whisper, but Boatwright's rough, smoke-scented hand clamped over his mouth. The voice in the dark dismissed the idea. "Forget it! Let's go!" The beam of light swept away, the engine's growl intensified, and the vessel steadily retreated into the night. Within a minute, it was swallowed by the vast, dark expanse of the floodwaters. Boatwright removed his hand. Malcolm found he could barely form words, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He stumbled, and Boatwright's firm grip steadied him. "When was the last time you ate or slept, boy?" Boatwright asked. "Can't remember," Malcolm managed. "Well, that settles it. Come along now and have some stew. Your mother would approve of a cave stew, I reckon. Need me to carry that for you?" The rucksack was a dead weight, but Malcolm shook his head, then verbalized a no, realizing subtle gestures were useless in the pitch black. He fumbled with the straps, and Boatwright helped him secure it. A short distance ahead, a small clearing opened up. Alice was seated on a mossy, fallen log with Lyra, sound asleep, cradled in her lap. She had been feeding the baby drops of wine from a teaspoon, spotting Malcolm. Alice stood immediately, clutching Lyra close. "Here, take her. I've really got to go." She pressed the child into his arms and vanished into the underbrush. Despite his own shaking, Malcolm held Lyra securely, listening to her peaceful, rhythmic breathing. "We should have tried wine earlier," he murmured to her. "You're out like a light." Boatwright spoke softly. "Just a 5-minute walk, lad. Need anything else from the canoe? Will it be safe there?" "It's invisible, son. Doesn't get much safer than that." "Right. Well, there are things for the baby. Alice knows what they are." She returned then, smoothing her skirt. Having overheard, she collected an armful of items: a small pillow, blankets, a saucepan, a packet of diapers, a tin of formula. But her hands were shaking as badly as Malcolm's. "Lay that blanket out flat," instructed Boatwright. When she did, he piled everything in the center, gathered the corners into a bundle, and slung it over his shoulder. "Now follow me. You sure you're okay carrying her?" Alice whispered. "For a little while? Yes. She's deep asleep." We really should have tried the wine sooner. My thought exactly. Don't know what it'll do to her little stomach, though. Here, let me take her. You've got that heavy pack. Where'd you even get it anyway? Is it his? Yeah, Malcolm said, from his boat. He was relieved to hand Lyra over. The rucksack was a burden, and he had no clear reason for taking it, except as a potential bargaining chip. Maybe they wouldn't need it now. Bonneville had been a spy. It might hold proof. He looked forward to giving it to Dr. Relf, but that thought made his throat tighten, just remembering those cozy afternoons in her warm house, discussing books, learning about the history of ideas. And now he might be a fugitive forever, an outlaw like Mr. Boatwright. It was one thing during this chaotic flood, with the world turned upside down, but when the waters receded and ordinary life tried to reassert itself, well, the bitter truth was, nothing would ever be normal or safe again. Honestly, what a ridiculous turn of events from scholar to swamp rat in one fell swoop. The universe certainly had a twisted sense of humor. After several minutes of walking, they reached a larger clearing dominated by a sheer rock face. The moon had emerged again, casting a silver light that revealed a cave entrance, partially concealed by dense foliage. The scent of wood smoke drifted on the air, carrying with it the rich, savory smells of meat and gravy, and the murmur of quiet conversation. Mr. Boatwright lifted a heavy canvas sheet and held it aside for them. They stepped through, and all talking ceased. In the lantern light, they saw about half a dozen people, men, women, and 2 children, sitting on the floor or on crates, eating from metal plates. By the fire stood a stout woman, Malcolm, recognized as Mrs. Boatwright. She saw Alice first. "Alice Parslow, is that really you? I know your mother, and you're Malcolm Polstead from the Trout Inn. Well, I'll be blessed. What's happening, George?" George Boatwright said, "They're survivors from the flood, Audrey." "You can call me Audrey," the woman said, rising to her feet. "And who's this little one? A he or a she?" "She," Malcolm confirmed. "Yes, Lyra. Well, she needs a fresh diaper. We've got warm water over here. Do you have any food for her? It'll have to be powdered milk. Oh, you have some. That'll work. I'll put a pot on to boil while you get her changed and cleaned up. Then you 2 can have something to eat as well. You drifted all the way from Oxford. You must be exhausted. Eat, then rest." "Where exactly are we?" Malcolm asked. "Somewhere in the Chiltern Hills. That's all I know. Safe for now. The others here, they're all in a similar situation, but it's not polite to ask too many questions." "All right," Alice said quietly. Malcolm added, "Thank you," and followed Alice to a quieter corner of the cave, away from the small groups eating. Audrey Boatwright brought over a lantern and hung it on a rocky outcrop. In its soft glow, Alice began to undo Lyra's soaked clothing, handing the damp, smelly bundle to Malcolm. "Her dress and everything is completely," he started. "We'll wash it and hang it on a branch or something. I'll wrap her in this blanket for now and get her properly dressed back in the canoe. We have one more set of dry things, and that's it." Malcolm took the wet bundle and carefully sorted what could be salvaged from what needed to be tossed. He glanced around, unsure where to dispose of it, and noticed a boy about his age watching him. "Looking for where to throw that?" the boy asked. "Come with me, I'll show you. What's your name?" "Malcolm. Yours?" "Andrew. Is that your sister? Alice?" "No, I meant the baby." "Oh, we're just taking care of her because of the flood. Where are you from?" "Oxford. You?" "Wallingford. Look, you can toss that into the pit over there." The boy seemed eager to help, but Malcolm wasn't in the mood for conversation. All he wanted was to sleep. Still not wanting to be rude, he let Andrew lead him back to the cave and exchanged a few words. "Are you here with your family?" Malcolm asked. "No, just my aunt. Did the flood drive you out?" "Yeah, a lot of people on our street drowned. There probably hasn't been a flood this bad since Noah's time." "Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. It can't last forever, though. 40 days and 40 nights. You think so?" "Oh, right," Malcolm said, recalling his Sunday school lessons. "What's the baby's name?" "Lyra." "Lyra. And who's the older girl? Did you say her name was Alice?" "She's just a friend. Thanks for showing me the pit. Good night." "Oh, good night," Andrew replied, sounding a little disappointed. Alice was under the lantern light, feeding Lyra and looking utterly drained. Audrey Boatwright approached with 2 tin plates piled high with steaming stew and potatoes. "Let me take her," she offered. "I'll finish up. You both need to eat." Alice handed Lyra over without speaking and began to eat, as Malcolm was already doing. He had never been so hungry, and never had a meal felt so satisfying, not even in his mother's kitchen. He finished the stew and felt his eyelids growing heavy almost immediately. Summoning the last of his energy, he took Lyra from Audrey, who was gently patting the baby's back, and carried her to where Alice was already settling on the floor. "Here," said Mr. Boatwright, handing him a bundle of blankets and canvas sacks roughly stuffed with hay. With a final effort, Malcolm arranged them side by side, placed Lyra between them, and lay down next to Alice, falling instantly into the deepest sleep he had ever known. It was Lyra who woke them when the damp grey light of dawn seeped into the cave. Asta sleepily nipped Malcolm's ear, and he awoke as if struggling upward through a thick, drugged haze, where the deepest layers promised comfort and the surface only held cold and duty. Lyra was crying, and Asta was trying to soothe Pan, but the little ferret refused to be comforted, burrowing deeper against Lyra's neck and only making her more upset. Bleary-eyed, Malcolm pushed himself up and began to rock the child gently back and forth. Nothing he tried seemed to soothe her, so he lifted her into his arms. "You had a busy night," he murmured softly. "I've never seen such a mess. I guess I'll have to try and handle this myself. Alice is still sleeping." She settled a bit in his hold, but the whimpers continued, a soft, unhappy sound. Pan looked out from the blanket, and Asta gently licked his nose. "What's going on?" Alice mumbled, her voice thick with sleep, and instantly her daemon was alert, a low growl in its throat. "It's fine," Malcolm whispered. "I'm just going to change her, that's all." "You can't," Alice said, sitting up and pushing her hair from her face. "You'll get it all wrong." "Yeah, you're probably right," Malcolm admitted, feeling a touch of relief. "What time is it?" "Nearly dawn." They kept their voices to the faintest whispers, careful not to disturb the others, sleeping around the cave. Wrapping a blanket around herself, Alice moved to the fire's remains, stirring the ashes until she found a few glowing coals. She added a log and set a saucepan to heat. Remembering Audrey's rule about the water cask, she refilled it from the spring outside, while she waited, the cold morning air sharp on her skin. Malcolm paced slowly with Lyra, walking to the cave entrance. They looked out at the relentless rain, a solid curtain of water falling through the heavy, damp air. Turning back, he surveyed the sleepers scattered on both sides of the cave, some alone, some curled together for warmth. There seemed to be more people than he remembered from the night before. Perhaps they had arrived silently in the dark. They might be poachers, he thought. If the floods had driven game as well as people to higher ground, there would be plenty to hunt. He whispered these thoughts to Lyra, rocking her gently. As he walked at one point, Asta whispered, "Look at Pan." Malcolm glanced down to see Lyra's demon in the form of a tiny kitten, his small claws unconsciously kneading Malcolm's hand. A wave of awe and tenderness washed over him. The powerful taboo against touching another person's demon wasn't innate, he realized. It was something you learned. For a moment, he felt a profound connection, but it didn't last. Lyra continued her fretful grizzling, and Pantalaimon soon released his grip, shifting into the form of a toad. And just like that, the fear returned, cold and sharp. What they had done to Bonneville when the CCD men in their boat found the man with a wounded thigh and his demon's shattered leg, they would have every reason to hunt Malcolm and Alice to the ends of the earth. Was the knife still in the wound? Was Bonneville even dead? The memory was a blur, a nightmare of speed and panic. "Ready?" Alice said quietly from behind him, and he started, his heart leaping. She didn't smile. Her expression was solemn, as if she knew exactly what dark thoughts haunted him and shared them. The look they exchanged in the grey light of the cave entrance was one Malcolm would carry with him always, a silent, profound understanding that went beyond words, touching every part of his being. He knelt beside her, and he and Asta did their best to distract Lyra with silly faces while Alice washed and dried her. You can see her thinking, even without words. Malcolm whispered. Not from this end, Alice replied briskly. A couple of sleepers were beginning to stir as the light strengthened. Malcolm took the soiled bundle and moved as quietly as he could toward the rubbish pit the boy had pointed out the day before. I didn't see him in the cave, Asta whispered as they walked. Maybe he sleeps somewhere else. They found the pit, disposed of the bundle, and hurried back through the drenching rain. When they returned, the woman Audrey was already holding Lyra, who looked reasonably content, if a little uncertain, while Alice prepared the bottle of milk. "Who's her mother?" Audrey asked, settling herself by the fire. "We don't know," Malcolm said. "She was being cared for by the sisters at Godstow, so she must be someone important." "Oh, I know the ones you mean," Audrey said, nodding slowly. "Sister Benedicta. Yes, she's in charge, but Sister Fenella was the one who cared for her most of the time. What happened to her? The priory was destroyed in the flood. We barely managed to get her out before the water took it. Then we were carried away ourselves. So, you have no idea who her family might be?" "No," Malcolm replied, his skill at deception growing with each untruth. Audrey passed the baby to Alice, who had a bottle prepared. Nearby, Mr. Boatwright stood, stretched his limbs, and stepped out into the rain. Others in the cave were beginning to stir. "Who are all these people?" Malcolm asked. "Is this your entire family?" "That's my son Simon, his wife, and their 2 young children. The rest are just others seeking shelter. I met a boy named Andrew last night." "Yes, he's Doris Witcher's nephew. Doris is sleeping over by that large rock. They're from near Wallingford." "My, she has quite an appetite, doesn't she?" Alice observed, watching Lyra feed eagerly. Doris Witcher remained asleep, and there was no sight of Andrew. "I expect we won't stay too long," Malcolm said. "Just until the rain lets up. You stay as long as you need, you're safe here. This place is a secret. Several of us have good reason to be cautious about who knows our whereabouts, and so far we've all managed to stay hidden." Mr. Boatwright returned from the downpour holding a dead chicken. "Do you know how to pluck a chicken, Malcolm?" he inquired. Malcolm actually did know, having watched Sister Fenella do it in the priory kitchen and having tried it a couple of times in his mother's kitchen as well. He accepted the scrawny bird and began working, while Mr. Boatwright sat down, stirred the fire to life, and lit his pipe. "What did folks say after I disappeared, eh?" Boatwright asked. "Anyone figure out where I'd gone?" "No," Malcolm answered. "Everyone just said you were the only person who ever escaped the CCD." Officers returned the next day, asking all sorts of questions, but nobody told them anything. A couple of people even claimed you had sinister dark powers, like turning invisible, and that the CCD would never be able to track you down. Mr. Boatwright laughed so hard he had to set his pipe aside. "You hear that, Audrey?" He chuckled, catching his breath. "Invisible. Sometimes I wish you were inaudible," she retorted. "No," he continued. "I'd been preparing for something like that for a while. You always need an escape plan, no matter where you are. Always have a way out, and when the moment arrives, don't hesitate for even a second." "Right, Audrey. We had our route ready, and we used it the very night those bastards showed up at the Trout. Did you come directly here, in a manner of speaking? There are hidden paths and secret shelters all through these woods, stretching across Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire, Berkshire, and beyond. You could travel from Bristol to London using those concealed routes, and no one would ever know you were there. What about when the flood hit?" "Ah, the flood changed everything. At first it seemed to give them the upper hand because they had more boats and men, but all we did was move to higher ground. This spot we're on now is the highest point in all of Berkshire, but wouldn't that make you easier to find with less area for them to search?" "No, because there are more escape routes," George Boatwright explained. "More water all around, you see. More waterways, we know all the shortcuts, the shallow passages, and the deep channels. We can always slip away, and they'll never catch us. The water is on our side, not theirs." "I don't follow," said Malcolm, turning the chicken over. "The beings in the water, Malcolm. I'm not talking about fish or water voles. I mean the old gods. Old Father Thames, I've seen him a few times myself, with his crown of weeds and his trident. He's on our side. The damned CCD will never win against old Father Thames, And there are other creatures too. There was a man with us here who spotted a mermaid near Henley. The sea was so swollen she came right up the river, even that far inland, and this fellow swore to me that if he saw her again, he'd leave with her. Well, 2 days later he vanished, and chances are he did exactly that. I believe it anyway. If that was Tom Sims, Audrey remarked, I'd say he was likely drunk and his mermaid was just a porpoise. She wasn't any porpoise. He talked to her, remember, and she answered. He claimed her voice was sweeter than a chime of bells. 10 to 1, he's living with her now out in the North Sea. He'll be freezing if he is, said Audrey. Here, hand me that chicken. I'll finish it. Malcolm felt he had done a decent job, but he was relieved to let her take over. His fingers were stiff and numb, useless for the finer feathers. Get some bread from that bin over there, Audrey told him. You'll find cheese in the one beside it. The bins were made of galvanized steel. The first held 3.5 dense loaves, gone hard and stale, along with a knife for cutting. Malcolm sawed off a thick slice for himself and another for Alice, then carved some cheese to go with them. Nearby, the woman named Doris Witcher stirred awake, blinking groggily. Andrew, she mumbled. Where's Andrew? I haven't seen him this morning, Malcolm said. She rolled over and sat up, enveloped in a thick cloud of alcohol. Where'd he go? I spoke with him last night. And who are you? Malcolm Polstead, he answered. There was no use in a false name. Mr. Boatwright already knew exactly who he was. Doris Witcher groaned and lay back down. Malcolm carried the bread and cheese over to Alice. Audrey Boatwright was holding Lyra upright, gently patting her back, and Lyra rewarded her with a robust burp. Malcolm sat to chew the tough bread and hard cheese. It was a struggle, but his stomach was grateful for the work his teeth were doing. Then, as he finally settled, the memory he had been dreading crashed over him once more. He had killed Bonneville. He and Alice were murderers. The terrible word was stamped on his mind like red ink pressed onto paper by a printing press. Aster shifted into a moth and fluttered from his shoulder to Alice's demon, Ben, who tilted his head as Aster whispered. Mrs. Boatwright was pacing, showing Lyra to the others just waking up, while someone else took over the chicken, gutting and jointing it, dusting the pieces with flour. If that bird was meant to feed everyone in the cave, Malcolm thought desperately, trying to distract himself. Each plate wouldn't hold much. But Alice had edged closer, leaning in to whisper, That man, Mr. Boatwright, do you trust him? I suppose so, yes. 'Cause we shouldn't stay here much longer. I agree. And there's a boy. He told her about Andrew. She frowned. And he's not here now? No. It worries me. Just then, Andrew's aunt stumbled toward the fire and dropped heavily onto the ground. Alice shot her a sharp look. Doris Witcher didn't notice. She was deep in a hangover's grip, the smell of liquor so potent Malcolm thought she should be careful breathing near the flames. Her crow daemon kept stumbling and clumsily righting itself. Then she fixed her eyes on Malcolm. Who was asking after Andrew? Was it you? Yes. I didn't know where he was. Why'd you want to know? Because we were talking last night, and he mentioned something interesting. I wanted to ask him more. Is it about that damned League? Every nerve in Malcolm's body jolted alert. The League of St. Alexander. Is he a member? Yeah, the little traitor. If I've told him once. Malcolm stood immediately, and Alice, sensing his urgency, rose with him. We have to leave, he said. Right now. Alice hurried to Audrey Boatwright, who was chatting with another woman near the cave entrance, bouncing Lyra comfortably against her chest. Malcolm scanned the area and spotted George Boatwright bending sticks to form a trap. Mr. Boatwright, sorry to interrupt, but we must go immediately. Can you show us the path down? Don't fret over that CCD boat, Boatwright said confidently. Chances are No, it's not them. We had to get Lyra out of there, and fast. Malcolm's words were cut short by a commotion behind him. He spun around to see Alice desperately trying to block Mrs. Boatwright's path, while a man in a dark uniform and 3 others fanned out, sealing the cave's exit. Skulking behind them, wearing a look caught between guilt and triumph, was Andrew. Malcolm sprinted toward the chaos. Alice was grappling with Audrey Boatwright, trying to pry Lyra from her protective grasp. Suddenly, one of the uniformed men seized Alice by the throat, his shouts merging with Malcolm's own furious, incoherent yelling. Audrey twisted away, attempting to shield Lyra and retreat deeper into the cave, with Mr. Boatwright rushing to her aid, all while Lyra's terrified screams pierced the air. For one fleeting second, Malcolm reached them, his hands closing around Lyra, beginning to lift her to safety. Then a blinding impact crashed against his skull. The world dissolved into pain, and he collapsed, half-conscious, to the rocky floor. Nearby, Alice fought like a wildcat, biting, kicking, and screaming against her captor. Dazed and weak, Malcolm dragged himself to his knees, his vision swimming through the cacophony of shouts and sobs. One voice rang out with crystalline clarity, Lyra's crying for him. "Lyra, I'm coming!" He called back, his own voice raw, but a heavy weight slammed into him, flattening him once more. It was Audrey Boatwright, herself knocked down after losing her grip on the child. He struggled to push her off, both of them tangled and frantic, until he managed to kneel again. The scene was a nightmare of stillness. Alice lay motionless on the ground, and so did George Boatwright. A wrenching wail filled the air. Not Lyra's, but someone else's, while in the distance, a woman's voice shrieked with incoherent, helpless rage. Audrey began to sob, discovering her husband unconscious beside her. The men in dark uniforms were gone, and Lyra was gone with them, the Sisters of Holy Obedience. Malcolm tried to stand, but the entire cave seemed to tilt and spin. He stumbled, regained his balance for a moment, then fell hard, his stomach heaving. Asta's voice was a ragged whisper in his ear. "It's the head injury. You can't stand yet. Just lie still." But a torrent of fear and fury possessed him, overriding the pain, and he fought to rise. His gaze landed on Andrew, who stood nervously, yet with a smug, righteous glint in his eyes. The boy raised his hands defensively. "Auntie! Auntie!" he cried, as Malcolm batted the hands aside and drove his fist into Andrew's face, sending him sprawling. "What have you done?" Doris Witcher demanded, though it was unclear whether she meant Malcolm or her nephew. Perhaps she didn't know herself. Malcolm kicked the curled-up boy, who whimpered and rolled away like a pill-bug. Who were those men? Malcolm shouted, the words tearing from his throat. Where were they going? "None of your arg," Andrew cried out as another kick landed. Finally, Doris seemed to grasp the situation and hauled Malcolm back by his shoulders. Who were they? Malcolm roared, struggling against her stout arms and the stale smell of liquor. Where are they taking Lyra? Andrew had scrambled out of reach, attempting to stand while dramatically nursing his injuries, limping, wincing, gingerly touching his face. "I think you broke my jaw." Malcolm stamped on Doris's foot. Alice was there then too, her fury unleashed, slapping and scratching at Andrew before turning to help pry Doris's shaking hands from Malcolm. He tore free and lunged, cornering Andrew against the rough cave wall. The boy's mouse daemon squealed in terror, hiding behind his ankles. "No, don't hit me, just tell me who they were. CCD, liar, that was the wrong uniform. Who were they?" "I don't know." "I thought they were CCD. Where did you go to find them?" By now, the other adults had gathered, forming a ragged circle, some watching in horror, others quietly urging the confrontation on. The cave was a scene of chaos and confusion. Some of the group had been roused from sleep by the arrival of the men and were struggling to understand what was happening. George Boatwright remained unconscious, and Audrey knelt beside him, her voice trembling as she repeatedly called his name. Amidst the noise, Andrew was crying openly. Malcolm felt a surge of disgust and turned away, sinking down. But Asta, in her cat form, pounced on Andrew's mouse-shaped daemon, pinning her to the ground. Ben stood nearby, his hair standing on end, growling at the boy with a low, threatening rumble. It was Alice who pulled Malcolm back to his feet, gripping his arm tightly. "Listen," she insisted, her voice cutting through the din. "You need to hear what this man has to say." The speaker was a lean, dark-haired man with a vixen demon at his side. "I've seen those uniforms before," he said. "They're not CCD. They're called something like the Security of the Holy Spirit, or close to it. They guard religious sites, seminaries, convents, schools, places like that. They probably came from the priory at Wallingford. A priory? Malcolm asked. Is it run by monks or nuns? Nuns, answered a woman's voice from the shadows. She stepped forward into the dim light near the cave entrance. The Sisters of Holy Obedience. I used to work for them, cleaning and tending to the chickens and goats. Where is it exactly? Malcolm pressed. Down in Wallingford. You can't miss it. Large buildings made of white stone. Alice, her face pale but her eyes fierce, demanded, Who are these sisters? What is their purpose? They pray, they teach, they care for children, I don't know. They are severe, the woman replied, a shiver in her voice. Harsh and unyielding. I couldn't stand it, so I left. The man with the vixen added, I saw those guards catch a boy who tried to run away once. They beat him right there in the street until he passed out. There was no point trying to stop them. They have all the authority they want. Malcolm turned back to Andrew, his tone sharp. Is that what you did? Did you go and tell them about us and the baby? Andrew whimpered, wiping his nose on his sleeve. His aunt nudged him sharply. Tell them, boy. Stop that blubbering. I didn't want to be hit again. Andrew mumbled. No one is going to hit you. Just tell us what happened, Malcolm said, though his patience was wearing thin. I'm part of the League. I had to do what was right, Andrew said, his voice shaking. Forget the League, what did you do? I knew you shouldn't have been keeping a child that wasn't yours. You probably stole her or something. So I told the Office of Child Protection. They came to our school and explained why reporting things like that was the proper thing to do. I don't know anything about any security of the Holy Spirit. I never heard of them. It was the Child Protection Office. Where are they based? In the Priory. Isn't the Priory flooded like everywhere else? No, because it's built on a hill. Who's in charge there? The Mother Superior. So you went and told her everything? The Child Protection people took me to see her. It was the right thing to do. Andrew quavered, his words dissolving into a wail. His aunt struck him, and he choked back the sound with a ragged cough. What did the Mother Superior say? Malcolm demanded. She wanted to know who the child was and where we were hiding. I told her everything I knew. I had to. And then? We said a prayer. Then she gave me a bed to rest for a while, and later I guided them back here. Faced with the hostility and scorn from nearly everyone in the cave, Andrew finally broke down. He crumpled to the floor, curling into himself as sobs racked his body. Almost everyone watched with contempt, but not all. George Boatwright was still unconscious, and Audrey's fear was growing. She remained kneeling beside him, rubbing his hand, stroking his forehead, and calling his name, her eyes darting around the cave, pleading for help. Alice noticed her distress and moved to kneel and offer assistance, while Malcolm continued his interrogation. How far is this priory? How do we get there? I don't know. Did you walk there and back, or did you take a boat? We don't have a boat. It's not far. The woman who had worked there interjected. It's the highest ground around. You can see its towers from the ridge when the mist clears, like silent sentinels watching over the drowned world. You can't miss it, she said. Are there many children there? Malcolm inquired. Yeah, all ages, from infants up to about 16, I suppose. What happens to them? Are they educated or made to work? Or something else? They're taught, sure. They train them for a life in service. That sort of thing. Both boys and girls? Yeah, both. But once they hit 10 years old, they're kept separate. And the babies? Are they kept apart from the older children? There's a nursery just for the little ones, yes. How many infants do they have? Oh, goodness, I'm not sure. When I was there, maybe 15 or 16. Are they all orphans? Not always, sometimes. If a child is truly unmanageable, they're taken in. They don't leave until they're 16. They never see their families again. So, altogether, how many children, babies and the older ones? Maybe 100. Don't they ever try to run away? They might try once, but they're always caught, and they never dare to try it a second time. So the nuns are cruel. You can't imagine how cruel they can be. You truly can't. Malcolm turned to the boy. Andrew, he said. Have you ever told on other children and gotten them taken there? I ain't saying, the boy muttered. Tell the truth, you little brat, his aunt snapped. No, I haven't then. Never. Malcolm pressed. It ain't your busy. His aunt slapped him. His voice rose into a high-pitched wail. All right, maybe I have, he cried. Little snitch, she said. Who do you talk to when you go to report someone? Malcolm asked, fighting to keep his focus. His head was pounding, and waves of nausea washed over him. Where did you go last night? Who did you speak with? Brother Peter. I ain't supposed to tell you this. I don't care what you're supposed to do. Who is Brother Peter, and where did you find him? He's the director of the Office of Child Protection for Wallingford. They have an office at the Priory, and he knew you because you'd been to him before. At that, Andrew just buried his head in his arms and howled. Malcolm heard voices behind him, sounding excited and relieved. He tried to turn, but a fresh wave of pain and nausea hit him so hard it felt like another blow. He stayed perfectly still, knowing the slightest movement of his head would make him violently ill. Alice was suddenly beside him, holding his arm. Lean on me, she said softly. Come over this way. He did as she instructed. Lyra, he muttered. We know where she is, and she isn't going anywhere else. You can't move now, or you'll be sick. Just sit down here. Her voice was quiet and gentle, a tone so unexpected from her that he allowed himself to be led and cared for. Mr. Boatwright has woken up, she told him. He got a crack on the head like you did, only worse. Audrey thought he was dead, but he isn't. Just keep still now, here, said a woman's voice nearby. Let him sip this. Thank you, said Alice. Here, Mal, sit up a little and sip this. But careful, it's hot. Mal, she had never called him Mal before. No one ever had. In that moment, he decided he wouldn't let anyone but Alice call him that now. The drink was scalding, and he could only manage the tiniest sip. It tasted lemony, like the cold remedy his mother sometimes gave him, but with something else. I put a bit of ginger in it, the woman explained. Helps with the nausea. The rest is a painkiller. Thank you, he mumbled. He had no idea how he'd found the energy to interrogate Andrew just minutes before. He took another small sip and soon fell into a deep sleep. He woke to darkness again. He was warm, covered by something heavy that carried a faint, musky animal smell. He shifted slightly, and his head didn't punish him for it, so he moved a bit more and sat up. Mal, Alice said immediately from beside him. Are you all right now? Yeah, I think so, he replied. Stay there. I'll get you some bread and cheese. She scrambled up, which showed him she'd been lying right next to him. She grew more surprising by the hour. He lay there, slowly waking up, letting the memories of the last day and night gradually surface in his mind as well. The memory of Lyra jolted him upright, a sharp physical reaction. Alice was already there, thrusting something toward him. Here, she said, pressing a dense chunk of bread into his palm. It's like a rock, but it's clean. Want an egg? I could fry one up quick. No, thanks. His voice dropped to a whisper. Alice, did we actually? He couldn't finish. Bonneville, she murmured back. Yeah, but shush, not a word. It's done. Malcolm attempted to tear into the bread with his teeth, finding it a formidable opponent that sent fresh waves of pain through his skull. He kept at it stubbornly. Alice returned with a steaming mug. What is it? Some kind of broth cube? Don't know. It'll help. Thanks, he managed, taking a cautious sip. The salty liquid was oddly grounding. Has it been night for hours? Not long. There's folks outside, poachers maybe. It just got dark. Where's Andrew? His aunt's got him locked down tight. He won't be slipping out again. We have to. He tried to force down a piece of the bread, had to retrieve it for more chewing, and finally continued, his voice rough. We have to get Lyra back. Yeah, I've been turning that over. First, we need to see the Priory. And, Alice added, a hard edge in her tone, we need to know exactly what Andrew spilled about us. Do you think he'd ever tell the truth? I can make him talk. He'd say anything to avoid a beating. He'll get one anyway, she said flatly. and for a moment her usual grim practicality tipped into something darker, almost vengeful. It was a stark shift from their shared exhaustion, a flash of raw will that cut through the gloom. Malcolm worked on another mouthful. "I want to talk to that woman who worked there," he said, "about the layout, where the nursery is, how to reach it. I'll fetch her." Alice was up and moving toward the fire, where a group sat talking, their faces lit by the flames as they tended a large pot. Malcolm pushed himself up higher, his headache fading only to be replaced by a chorus of aches from the rest of his body. He focused on chewing a piece of hard cheese. Alice soon returned with the woman who had spoken earlier. Her demon, a twitchy mouse, nibbled incessantly on her shoulder. "This is Mrs. Simpkin," Alice said. "Hello, Mrs. Simpkin," Malcolm said, struggling with the cheese and washing it down with the broth. "We need to know everything about that priory. You're not thinking of going in there after her?" The woman sat nearby, her hand constantly rising to soothe her nervous demon. "Well, yes," Malcolm stated. "We have to. There's no other choice." "You can't," she insisted. "It's a fortress. You'll never get inside." "Okay, but once you are in, where do they keep the children?" "There's the nursery, for the little ones to sleep and be cared for. That's on the first floor, near where the sisters have their cells." "Cells?" Alice asked. "That's what they call their bedrooms," Malcolm explained. "Could you sketch a plan?" he asked the woman, but her hesitant, uncomfortable look made him realize she couldn't read or write and had no concept of maps. He felt a flush of embarrassment and hurried on. "How many staircases are there?" "There's the main one at the front, grand-like, then a smaller one at the back for the cleaners and help like me, and there's another but I never saw it. Sometimes they have visitors, men too, and it wouldn't be proper for them to mix with the sisters or the staff, so they have their own stairs. But those only go up to the guest quarters, and they're sealed off from the rest." "Right. Now, when you go up the servants' stairs, what's on the first floor?" Her daemon whispered into her ear. She listened and said, "He's helping me remember. On the first floor, there's a little landing and a door that opens onto a hallway. The nursery is down that hall. Anything else in that hallway?" "Two cells are on the side opposite the nursery. The nuns assigned to the nursery sleep right there with the children," the woman explained. "What's the nursery itself like?" "It's a large room, probably holding around 20 beds and cribs." "Are there really that many young children?" "Not every night. They usually keep a bed or two free in case new arrivals show up." "How old are the kids kept there?" "Up to 4 years old, I believe. After that, they move to the main dormitory. The nursery is on the ground floor of the kitchen building, situated directly above the kitchens." "Is there anything else along that hallway?" "Two bathrooms are on the right, before you reach the nursery door. There's also a linen closet for storing blankets and such." "And the nuns' rooms are on the left side?" "That's correct. So only 2 nuns are watching over all those children?" "There's a third who sleeps inside the nursery itself." Her mouse-shaped daemon whispered a reminder. "Don't forget," the woman added, "they rise extremely early for their prayer services." "Right, of course. They did the same at Godstow." Malcolm felt a wave of discouragement. The window for finding Lyra and escaping seemed terribly narrow, even if they could get inside. A single startled cry from a child in the dark would ruin everything. He pressed for more details about the kitchen's doors, windows, and layout. Each answer made the task feel more impossible. "Thank you," he said finally, his voice flat. "That's all very helpful." The woman simply nodded and returned to the fire. "What are we going to do?" Alice whispered. "We get in and we get her out. But if there are 20 sleeping toddlers, how do we pick out the right one?" "I'd know her. She's one of a kind. When she's awake, sure. Pan would know Asta and Ben would too. But if she's asleep, we can't just shake them all awake. I won't mistake her, and honestly, neither will you." "Fine. What time is it? Is it the middle of the night or closer to morning?" "It's dark. That's all I know for sure." "Then let's go now." "Are you sure you're up for it?" "Yes. I'm feeling much better." This was only partly true. Malcolm's body still ached, and his head swam slightly, but the image of Lyra imprisoned while he rested in a cave was unbearable. He rose slowly, testing his balance before moving cautiously toward the entrance. Alice was already bundling their few belongings into the blanket, mimicking Boatwright's efficient method. Once outside, he kept his voice low. "Those ginger biscuits she likes, are they still in the canoe?" "We didn't bring them up. They must be down there." "Good, we can use one to keep her quiet if we need to." "Yeah, if we ever get that far. Keep an eye out for Andrew. Do you remember the way back to the canoe? If we just keep heading downhill, we'll find it eventually." He hoped that was true. Asking Boatwright for a guide was out of the question. The man would demand explanations and then forbid them from going. Malcolm pushed the thought away. He was cultivating a strange new skill, the ability to shut down unwanted thoughts. He'd been doing it a lot lately, he realized as he led the way down the path silvered by moonlight. Thoughts of his parents, their worry, the seeming impossibility of ever getting home against the relentless flood, he boxed them up and shelved them. He did it again now. It was blessedly dark under the holm oaks, so no one could see the brief twist of anguish on his face. He mastered that too after a moment. "There's the water," Alice said. "We need to go slow. There could be another boat out there." They paused at the tree line, watching and listening. The wide stretch of water lay ahead, its steady rush against the bank the only sound. Malcolm was straining to remember if they'd pulled the canoe to the left or right of the path. "Do you remember where we—" "There it is," she said, pointing. She gestured to the left, and when he looked, he saw it. The canoe was hardly hidden, yet it had been unseen just a moment earlier. The brilliant moonlight wove a tangled web of shadows beneath the trees, making things appear and disappear. "Your eyes are sharper than mine," he admitted, pulling the boat onto the grass. He turned it right side up, scanning the area carefully. His hands moved over the hull with a gentle, practiced touch, checking each hoop bracket for firmness, counting the hoops stored inside, and ensuring the tarpaulin was folded and stowed with neat precision. Everything was in order. The hull was sound, though the tidy Egyptian paint showed a few fresh scratches. He guided the canoe back to the water, and that familiar feeling returned. The vessel seemed to wake with a quiet joy as it met the river. He steadied the gunwale for Alice as she climbed in, then passed her the heavy rucksack taken from Bonneville. "Good grief, this weighs a ton," she said, shifting it onto her lap. "What's inside?" "Haven't had a chance to look. Once we find Lyra and a safe spot, we'll open it up. Ready?" "Yeah, let's go." She pulled a blanket around her thin shoulders and kept watch astern as he began to paddle. The moon was dazzling, turning the water into a wide, swift pane of glass. Despite his bruises, Malcolm felt a surge of relief to be paddling again. He worked them steadily toward the center of the flood. Their speed was felt only in the chill air against his face and the occasional shiver of the hull as some submerged obstruction sent a faint ripple through the water. 1,000 doubts nagged at him. If they missed the priory, they'd never paddle back against this current. What if they found it guarded, or impossible to enter? His mind raced with worries, but he pushed them aside. On they sped beneath the constant moon. Alice continuously scanned the stream behind them, both banks, and the distant horizon. She saw no other boats, no sign of life whatsoever. They spoke little. Since the fight with Bonneville, something fundamental had shifted between them. It wasn't just that she'd started calling him Mal. A wall of hostility had crumbled away, leaving an easy companionship in its place. It felt natural to sit together now, head. Something gleamed on the horizon, still far off. "Is that a light, do you think?" he asked, pointing. She turned to look. "Might be, but it looks more like something just white, catching the moon." And then it appeared again, that spangled ring, his own personal aurora. It was so familiar now, he almost welcomed it, despite the visual clutter it cast. Nestled within the growing celestial curve was exactly what Alice had noted, a great structure glowing white under the moonlight. They were moving so swiftly, it soon became clear she was right. A massive building, castle-like, rose from the water, but it wasn't a castle. At its heart, instead of a keep, stood the slender spire of an oratory. "That's it," Malcolm said. "It's bloody enormous." Alice breathed. The priory lay to their left as the current swept them toward it. built from a pale stone that shone almost like snow in the lunar glare. It was a vast, sprawling complex of walls, roofs and buttresses, all centered around that graceful spire. Black windows punctured the sheer white cliffs of its walls, occasionally flashing a mirror-like glimpse of the moon as they floated past. The building was as starkly bright and dark as the scintillations in his spangled ring, which now hung so close it was nearly behind him. The priory offered no low windows to climb through, no visible doors, no stairways, just immense, vertical sheets of pale stone, any break in the smoothness far above anything they could reach from the water's surface. Like a fortress, it seemed designed to defy any attempt to enter. Malcolm fought the current, his muscles straining against the relentless pull of the floodwaters. La Belle Sauvage, however, seemed to relish the challenge, her hull responding with a nimble grace that felt almost like dancing on the surface. He gave the gunwale an affectionate pat. "Spot any way inside yet?" Alice murmured, her voice barely audible over the water. "Not a clear one," he replied, keeping his eyes on the immense structure. "And we won't be using the front door, that's for sure." "No kidding," she whispered back. "This place is monstrous. It just keeps going." Guiding the canoe to port, he aimed to skirt the building's perimeter. As they slipped from the moon's silvery path into the profound shadow cast by the walls, a deeper chill settled over him, a cold that had little to do with temperature and everything to do with the imposing silence of the place. Here, away from the main current's grip, he steered closer, scanning the sheer stone face for any hint of an entry. It looked utterly impenetrable. "Hear that?" Alice said suddenly. "Hear what?" "Just listen." He stilled the paddle. Ahead, a soft, persistent splashing echoed from the base of the wall near a massive stone buttress. Atop the buttress, a cluster of chimneys caught the moonlight, standing out like pale sentinels. A kitchen must be nearby, he reasoned, and then he saw the source, a square opening near the waterline, partly obscured by a loosely hanging iron grate, from which a steady stream of clean water cascaded in a gentle arc. "Toilets," Alice guessed. "Doubt it," Malcolm said. "The water's clear. No smell. Probably an overflow drain or something similar." Paddling onward with silent strokes, they rounded the next corner. They remained cloaked in shadow, but Malcolm knew any movement could betray them on this exposed expanse of water and stone. There was no cover to be found. With painstaking care, he nudged the canoe forward just enough to glimpse what had to be the building's front facade. Alice gripped the sides, peering into the tricky light. Malcolm turned the boat sideways to present a narrower silhouette. About halfway along the front, a broad staircase ascended to a portico supported by classical columns. Was that movement among them? Alice twisted around to look. "There's a man," she breathed. "Two men. They've got a boat." Tied at the foot of the steps was a motorboat, and Alice was right. Two figures stood casually smoking, rifles slung over their shoulders, deep in conversation. With even greater caution, Malcolm eased the canoe back around the corner, out of their line of sight. "What did that man in the cave call them?" he whispered. "The security of the Holy Spirit," Alice recalled. "They guard places like this, so that way's definitely out." His gaze drifted back up to the chimneys and a memory sparked. "If the kitchen's just behind this wall because of the chimneys, remember the old priory at Godstow? That ancient room they called the scullery? I never went in there." "Well, it had this old stone drain," Malcolm explained, a thread of excitement in his voice. "It came from a spring, ran right across the floor in a channel, and emptied into the river. Sister Fenella used to toss her dishwater into it." "You think this is something like that?" "Could be. The water's clean here." "It's got a massive iron grate over it, though. Here, take the paddle and hold us steady right up against it." Once Alice had the canoe positioned, Malcolm stood, gripped the cold iron grill, and pulled. It came free in a cloud of disintegrating mortar and fell with a startling splash between the canoe and the wall. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, quickly steadying himself against the sudden shift. "We can't go in there." She protested. "Why not?" "To start with, we'd never get back out. There's nothing to secure the boat to. And what if there's another grate at the top where it opens into the kitchen or the scullery or wherever it leads?" Besides, we'd be drenched. The water is freezing. I'm going to try. You'll need to stay here with the canoe. Just hold it steady, keep warm and wait. You can't, she started, then stopped herself. You'll drown, Mal. If it gets too hard, I'll turn back and we'll figure something else out. Stay close to the wall. Tuck it in near the chimney. I'll be as fast as possible. He gripped the canoe's edge and thought, look after her, Belle Sauvage. Then he stood, reached for the opening, and took hold of the stone rim. The stream of water wasn't heavy, but it was bitterly cold and constant. By the time he hauled himself up, he was soaked through. Asta was already inside the drain as an otter, her teeth clamped on his sleeve, tugging insistently until they both lay gasping on the drain floor, trying to stay to one side out of the water's flow. Get up, she urged. You can crawl, it's high enough for that. His shins were scraped, his fingernails broken. He gingerly knelt and found, as she said, there was room to crawl. Asta shifted into some kind of nocturnal creature and clung to his back, her wide eyes catching every faint flicker of light. Soon, however, the light vanished entirely, and they were crawling upward in complete darkness. Malcolm felt a deep, rising fear. He thought of the immense weight of stone above them. He longed to stand, to stretch his arms overhead, to have more space than this cramped tunnel allowed. He was nearing panic when Asta whispered, Not far now, really. I can see the kitchen light. Just a little farther. But what if? Don't, what if anything? Just breathe deeply. I can't stop shivering. I know, but keep moving. A big place like this is bound to have a range burning all night in the kitchen. You'll be warm soon. Just push the thoughts aside like we practiced. Keep going. That's it. His hands and legs were numb with cold, yet not so numb that he couldn't feel a sharp pain beneath the numbness. How are we going to get Lyra down here? We'll find a way. There is a way, we just don't know it yet. Don't stop. After another desperate minute, his eyes began to see what he hadn't believed hers could, a faint glimmer of light on the wet tunnel walls. See? She said. Yeah, just hope there isn't. A grating at the top like the one at the bottom, he meant to say. And of course there was. The kitchen staff wouldn't want things falling into the drain and disappearing. For a moment, he nearly gave in to despair. Dark iron bars stood solid and still between him and the dimly lit scullery beyond. There seemed no way through. He choked back a sob. Wait, said Asta. She was a rat now, scampering up the grating to examine it closely. They'll need to clean this drain sometimes. They'll need to get brushes and things down here. Malcolm gathered himself. One more sob, born as much from cold as despair, shook his chest, but then he said, Yeah, you're right, maybe. He gripped the bars, shook them, and felt them give slightly. They swung back and forth a tiny amount. Is there at the top, a hinge? Yes. So, down at the bottom. Malcolm slid his arm through the grating and felt around. Simply enough, he found a heavy, well-greased iron bolt lying across the bars just above the water, its end seated in a hole in the stone. It slid out effortlessly. The grating swung up toward the kitchen, and Malcolm's numb, trembling hands found a catch above to hold it secure. A moment later, he scrambled underneath and out into the room, which was, as he'd guessed, a scullery with sinks for washing and racks for drying dishes. Emerging from the drain's gloom, his eyes adjusted to a faint, welcoming light that revealed the room. A brick-lined stream cut across the floor, reminiscent of the one at Godstow, and to his immense relief, a range glowed drowsily in the corner. Above it, a rack of warmed towels hung drying. He stripped off his soaked sweater and shirt, wrapping a large towel around his shoulders and huddling close to the heat, rocking gently as the deep chill began to recede. I don't think I'll ever feel truly warm again, Malcolm muttered. If I'm shaking like this, I'll never be able to search that nursery quietly for Lyra. Are you even sure we'll know her? All babies look pretty much the same, don't they? I'll know Pantalaimon, and he'll know me, came the reply. If you say so, we can't linger here? His thoughts flew to Alice, alone outside on the dark water with no shelter. It must be terrifying. He pulled his damp shirt and sweater back on, a fresh shiver racking his frame. All right, let's move, said Asta. Then, with a flicker of interest, wait, look at that crate. She had taken the form of a cat. The wooden box she indicated was the sort used for storing fruit. What about it? Oh, right. It was easily large enough for Lyra. If he padded it with towels, she might stay dry during the journey back through the drain. He pulled several towels from the rack and arranged them inside. Let's go, he whispered. Easing open the scullery door, he listened. Silence. Then, from somewhere high above and distant, a deep bell tolled 3 times. He crept along a bare, whitewashed stone corridor, lined with dim electric lamps and closed doors. The bell sounded again, much louder now, and he heard the sudden rise of choral singing, as if a chapel door had swung open. He glanced around desperately. There was no cover. The singing grew nearer, and to his dread, a line of nuns, hands clasped and eyes downcast, turned a corner and moved directly toward him. Clearly, like the sisters at Godstow, they kept nocturnal hours for prayer. He was trapped. All he could do was stand there shivering, head bowed. Someone halted before him. He kept his gaze down, seeing only sandaled feet and the hem of a habit. "Who are you, boy? What is your business here?" "I had an accident, sister. Wet the bed, then I got lost." He tried to sound pitiful, which wasn't difficult. He sniffed, wiping his nose on his sleeve, and was met with a stinging slap to the side of his head that sent him stumbling against the wall. "Disgusting child. Go upstairs to the washroom and clean yourself. Then fetch an oilcloth and a fresh blanket from the linen closet and return to your bed. We will address your discipline in the morning." "Sorry, sister." "Enough snivelling. Do as you are told, and do it quietly." "I don't remember where the washroom is." "Of course you do. Up the rear staircase and down the hall. Just be silent." "Yes, sister." He shuffled off in the direction she pointed, doing his best to look remorseful. "Well done. That was clever," Asta whispered from his shoulder. She had fought her instinct to shift into something with teeth and remained a small robin. "Easy for you to say. Your head didn't get smacked. The oilcloth will be useful, though, for the crate. And the blankets." He found the staircase without trouble. It was lit, like everything else, by a feeble electric bulb, which made him wonder how the place still had power. "You'd think a flood would knock that out first," he murmured. They must have a generator running. They communicated in the faintest whispers. At the stairhead, a bleak corridor stretched ahead, its floor covered in rough coconut matting. The light here was even weaker. Recalling the instructions from the woman in the cave, Malcolm kept a mental tally of the doors. The left side held the nuns' cells, while the right began with 2 bathrooms, followed by the nursery. "Where's that airing cupboard?" He whispered into the quiet. "Right there, tucked between the bathrooms," Asta replied. He eased the small door open and was hit by a wall of stale, warm air. Inside, shelves climbed above a hot water tank, each stacked with thinly folded blankets. "The oilcloths are up top," Asta pointed out. Malcolm reached for a roll from the highest shelf and grabbed a couple of blankets. "That's all we can manage," he murmured. "Carrying her will be difficult enough as it is." Closing the cupboard without a sound, he paused outside the nursery door, Asta now a mouse in his pocket. He listened intently, a soft, rhythmic snore, likely the nun on duty, mixed with faint snuffles and whimpers from the children. No sense in delaying, Malcolm whispered to himself. He turned the handle, wincing as the faint click echoed in his ears like a hammer on tin. Steeling himself, he slipped inside and shut the door, then froze, taking in the scene. It was a long, stark room lit dimly by anbaric lamps at either end. A row of cots lined one wall with small beds opposite, and near the door an adult bed where a nun slept, her gentle snoring confirming what he'd heard. The floor was covered in dull linoleum, the walls bare and cheerless. A sudden, sharp memory flashed in his mind. The cozy, lovingly decorated nursery the sisters had prepared for Lyra at Godstow. His hands tightened into fists. "Focus!" came Asta's whisper, now from his shoulder as a small owl. "She's here in one of these cots?" A torrent of possible disasters threatened to overwhelm Malcolm's thoughts, but he forced them back. He crept to the first cot and peered in, Asta leaning from his shoulder to look. A sturdy child with dark hair lay sleeping. No, not her. They moved on. The next was too small. The next had a head that was too round. The next had hair too light. The next was simply too large. As they approached the next cot, the nun in the bed behind them stirred, groaning and mumbling in her sleep. Malcolm became a statue, holding his breath. After a tense moment, she sighed deeply and fell quiet again. "Keep going," Asta urged softly. The next child matched Lyra's size and coloring, but one glance confirmed it wasn't her. He felt a strange surge of certainty. He would know her instantly. They moved to the following cot, and then the door handle turned. Acting on pure instinct, Malcolm dove under the nearest bed against the far wall, clutching the blankets and oilcloth clothes. Two voices, speaking in hushed, confidential tones, drifted from the other end of the room. One was a man's. A chill, deeper than the room's cold, seized Malcolm, making him tremble. "Help me stop shaking," he pleaded inwardly. Asta swiftly shifted into a ferret and coiled warmly around his neck. Footsteps began a slow approach as the murmured conversation continued. "Are you certain about this?" the woman's voice asked, a note of strain in her whisper. "As certain as I can be," the man replied. "That child is Lord Asriel's daughter. But how does she end up in a woodland cave with poachers and common criminals? It defies all logic. I don't have the answer, sister. We likely never will. By the time we send anyone back to question them, they'll have vanished. I must say, this entire situation has been Lower your voice, father." Both speakers sounded irritable, worn thin. "Which one is she?" asked the priest. Malcolm lifted his head just enough to watch as the nun led the man to the sixth cot from their end. The priest stood looking down. "I'll be taking her with me in the morning," he stated flatly. "I must object, Father Joseph. You will do no such thing. She is in our care now, and here she remains. That is the rule of our order. My authority supersedes the rules of your order. Besides, I would think a sister of holy obedience would understand the virtue of obedience itself. I am taking this child at first light, and that is final." He turned on his heel and walked briskly to the door, exiting without another word. As Malcolm moved past the rows of sleeping children, a faint whimper escaped one, and the nun at the far end of the room released a soft, shuddering snore before turning in her bed. The sister who had just entered lingered beside a cot for a moment, then moved more deliberately toward the door. From his hiding place beneath the bed, Malcolm could see the hem of her habit and her sandaled feet pause in the dim corridor light. She turned, looking back into the room, and stood there for what felt like an eternity. His heart hammered. Had she spotted him? What would she do? But at last she turned away, the door clicking shut behind her. Malcolm thought of Alice, steadfast and freezing outside, completely unaware of what was unfolding inside. How incredibly fortunate he and Lyra were to have her loyalty. But he couldn't stay cramped under here much longer. The cold was seeping into his bones, making every muscle ache. Cautiously, he slid out from his hiding spot. Asta, in the form of a watchful cat, scanned the room, ears alert, before transforming into a wren and alighting on his shoulder. She went down the hallway. Asta whispered. Now, quickly, shivering violently, Malcolm crept to the cot. He was just about to reach down when Asta hissed. "Wait!" He froze, glancing around, but she clarified. "No, look at her!" The child sleeping there had a head of thick, dark curls. "That's not Lyra," he muttered, confused. But the nun said, "Check the other cots." He peered into the one on the right, empty, then the left. "Is this her?" His mind was reeling. It looked like Lyra, yet the nun had seemed so certain. Asta, silent on owl wings, swooped down to the pillow. She nudged the small daemon curled around the child's neck. The child stirred slightly, sighing in her sleep. "Well?" Malcolm pressed more urgently. "Yes, that's Pan. But something's off. I can't place it." She lifted the ferret-shaped demon's head. It fell back limply when she let go. "They should have woken up," Malcolm whispered. "They've been drugged. I can smell something sickly sweet on her breath. At least that would make moving her easier," he thought grimly. "Are you completely sure it's her? Look for yourself. Don't you recognize her?" The light was faint. but as he leaned in close, studying the child's face, all doubt vanished. This was Lyra, the girl he cherished. Yes, it's her. Of course it is. All right, let's move. He spread the blankets he'd brought onto the floor. While Asta carefully lifted the unconscious Pan, Malcolm bent and gathered Lyra into his arms, surprised by her tangible weight. She didn't stir or make a sound. Lost in a deep, drugged slumber, he placed her on the blankets and wrapped her securely. Asta, now a badger, carried Pan gently in her mouth, and they slipped silently between the lines of cots and beds, past the still snoring nun, and out the door. The corridor was silent. Without hesitation, Malcolm stepped through, Asta at his heels, and they shut the door softly before retracing their steps toward the staircase. Just as they reached the top step, the great bell tolled, the sudden sound startling Malcolm so badly he almost dropped his precious bundle. But it was only marking the hour. Nothing stirred. They continued down through the quiet kitchen and into the scullery, finding the wooden box where they'd hidden it. Malcolm laid Lyra on the table, lined the box with oilskin, and carefully placed the blanketed child inside. Asta settled the limp demon back around Lyra's neck. "Ready?" Malcolm asked. "I'll lead," said Asta. Malcolm was trembling so hard, he doubted his ability to carry the box, but he managed to step into the drain, his back to the exit, and pull the box in after him. Once they were beneath the grating, he reached up to release the catch. He couldn't stop it from falling with a loud, echoing clang. A mistake he realized too late, wishing he'd left it be. But there was no going back now. He scrambled backward through the drain, shivering violently, his head knocking against the stone, his knees scraped raw. He slipped, fell forward, then forced himself up, moving deeper into the dark until Asta whispered, "Look, I can see the end." A dim glow reflected off the wet walls. The scent of clean air reached him, and he heard the gentle slap of water. "Easy now, don't rush." "Is she there?" "She's there." "Alice, Alice, come closer." "Took you long enough," her voice floated up from below. "Here, give me your foot. That's it, now the other one." He felt the canoe rock and sway under his weight and lowered himself fully into it. Dazed from exhaustion, cold and fear, he fumbled with the box. "I've got it steady. No need to hurry," Alice said calmly. "Just bring it out slow and easy. Take your time. Turn it this way. I've got it, honestly. She slept through all that. What a lazy duck. Come here, darling. Come to Alice. Mal, sit down and wrap those blankets around you. For heaven's sake, get warm and eat this. I saved it from the cave. Something in your stomach will warm you faster." She pushed a hunk of bread spread with dripping into his hands, and he tore into it immediately. "Hand me the paddle," he mumbled around another mouthful. Bundled in blankets, paddle in hand, he pushed away from the stark white walls of the priory and guided the trusty canoe back out onto the flooded river. Between hungry bites and steady paddle strokes, Malcolm recounted everything to Alice. "So the priest meant to take her," Alice said, "and the nun pointed him to the wrong child? You think she genuinely didn't know which was which?" "No, she knew she was trying to fool him, and it almost worked." "It might still work, for a little while at least, until he realizes it isn't Lyra, and until the nuns discover the real Lyra's gone. But how did he even know Lord Asriel's daughter was there to begin with? Had to be Andrew. I used our real names because Mr. Boatwright knows us, but I should have given Lyra another name. How many Lyras can there be? Couldn't be helped. I trusted them too. Little rat. What I don't get is what the nuns planned to do with Lyra if the priest left with the wrong girl. They couldn't hide her forever. Maybe whatever they had in mind was even worse than what he intended. I'd still like to see their faces in the morning. Shame we couldn't rescue all those kids. Poor little things. He finished the bread, every part of him aching for sleep. He felt hollowed out, teetering on the edge, and before he knew it, his eyes drifted shut. "Want me to take over paddling?" Alice's question jolted him awake, and he nearly dropped the paddle. "You've been asleep a while." "No, I'm fine," he insisted, though his words were thick. "Just as soon as we find a place to stop." "Right. What about that hill over there?" She turned, pointing. A wooded hilltop rose from the water like its own little island, bathed in the light of the low-hanging moon. The air was surprisingly warm and carried a soft, almost sweet fragrance. Half in a dream, Malcolm steered toward it, bringing La Belle Sauvage gently to rest against the hillside, away from the main current. Little eddies made the canoe dip and sway until Alice grabbed hold of an overhanging branch. "A little farther. Look, there's a kind of tiny beach," she said. He dug the paddle in and nudged the bow onto a patch of grass. The moonlight showed him a sturdy branch to tie the rope to, and then he simply slumped where he was in the canoe, closed his eyes, and was instantly asleep. He must have slept for hours. Waking felt like stepping into a different season entirely, the air warm, the light through the canopy above dazzling and alive. Leaves and blossoms. It was impossible, far too early for that. He blinked, rubbing his eyes, but the vision held, a shimmering green canopy dotted with white and pink. The light was so intense he had to shield his eyes, yet it pierced through anyway, dancing and sparkling inside his vision like a familiar, persistent companion. It had to mean something. Stiff and sore from where he'd collapsed, he lay still, letting his senses return as that glittering ring slowly widened, drifted, and finally faded from sight. Nearby voices murmured. Alice was speaking with a woman whose tone was soft and melodic. They were talking about infants. Was that Lyra's happy babbling mixed in, or just the gentle trickle of water nearby? It sounded like a small stream now, not the roaring flood from before, and birds, a blackbird's rich song, sparrows chattering, a lark trilling high above as if spring had arrived overnight. A sweet floral scent hung in the air, blended with something warm and comforting. Could that be coffee or toast? Both seemed beyond belief, yet the aroma grew stronger by the minute. "I think he's awake," came the woman's gentle voice. "Richard?" Alice called, a note of urgency in her tone. Instantly alert, he heard her light footsteps approach, felt her hand on his, and forced his eyes open fully. "Richard, come have some coffee," she said. "Can you believe it? Coffee. Where are we?" he mumbled. "I don't know, but this lady, she's been kind. Come on, wake up." He yawned, stretched, and pushed himself upright. "How long was I out?" "Hours, a long time." "And how's Ellie?" Alice cut in quickly. "She's fine. Everything's all right." "And who?" he whispered. "This lady. It's her spot, that's all," Alice whispered back. "She's really nice, but—" Malcolm rubbed his eyes and, with some effort, hauled himself out of the canoe. He'd slept so deeply there were no dreams, unless the strange episode at the White Priory had been one, which seemed more likely as fragments of it drifted back. Still heavy with sleep, he followed Alice. No, what was her name? Sandra. That was it. Sandra. Up a gentle grassy slope to where Lyra Ellie lay on the turf. Pan was nearby, delightedly watching a cloud of large blue butterflies that flitted and danced around him. One of them might have been the woman's demon. The woman herself. She appeared young, perhaps in her 20s, with a lovely sunlit grace, golden hair glowing and a light green dress swaying softly. She knelt on the grass beside Lyra, sometimes tickling her, sometimes letting petals from a flowering branch drift over the child's face, or leaning down so Lyra could try to grasp the long necklace she wore, though the child's hands passed through it as if it were made of air. "Miss," said Alice, "this is Richard." The woman rose in one fluid, elegant motion. "Hello, Richard," she said. "Did you sleep well?" "Very well, thank you, miss. Is it morning or afternoon?" "Late morning. If Sandra is done with the cup, you may have some coffee. Would you like some?" "Yes, please." Alice filled a cup for him from a copper pot hanging over a crackling fire set within a circle of stones. "Thanks," he said, accepting it. "Do you live here?" "Not always. I come when it suits me. Where do you live?" "In Oxford. Up the river." She seemed to listen closely, though not entirely to his words. Everything about her was gentle and kind, yet a faint unease prickled at him. "And what will you do with little Ellie?" she asked, sitting back down and stroking the child's hair. "We're taking her to her father." "In London?" "That's a long way," she said softly, her gaze drifting toward the water, as if listening to something only she could hear. Pan had fully transformed into a butterfly, joining the swirling cloud of large blue ones. They fluttered around him, offering encouragement and support, even trying to lift him. But he couldn't manage to fly far from Lyra and soon drifted back down, landing on the grass beside her as gently as a falling leaf. He then shifted into a mouse and scurried up to nestle against her neck. "Yeah, it really is," Malcolm agreed. "You can stay here and rest as long as you need." "Thank you." Over by the fire, Alice was busy. "Here you go," she said, handing him a plate with a fork and 2 perfectly fried eggs. "Oh, thanks," he said, suddenly aware of his intense hunger, and he devoured them in moments. Lyra was laughing joyfully. The woman had lifted her high into the air, laughing up at her. Pan became a butterfly once more, this time a brilliant white one, and danced successfully among the blue cloud. A strange thought struck Malcolm. What if her demon wasn't just one butterfly, but the entire swirling cloud? The idea sent a shiver through him. Alice passed him a slice of bread. It was fresh and soft, a world away from the rock-hard loaf from the cave, and he felt he'd never tasted anything so good. "Miss," he said after finishing the bread, "what's your name?" "Deania," she replied. "Diana? No, Deania. Oh. Right. How far are we from London, then? Miles and miles away. Is London closer than Oxford?" "That depends on how you travel." "By road, yes, it's probably nearer. But all the roads in Albion are flooded now. By water, everything's different. By air, I'd say we're about halfway between them." Malcolm glanced at Alice. Her expression gave nothing away. "By air," he said to Deania. "You don't have a zeppelin or a gyrocopter, do you? Zeppelins, gyrocopters." She laughed, tossing Lyra up and making her giggle too. "Who needs a zeppelin? Clumsy, noisy contraptions. But you can't just, Richard, I've only known you since you woke up half an hour ago, but I can already tell you're an unusually practical boy. I'm not sure what that means. Literal-minded, how about that?" He didn't want to argue because she might be right. He was still figuring himself out, and she was an adult. "Is that a bad thing to be?" he asked carefully. "Not for a mechanic, for example. It'd be a good quality for a mechanic." "Well, I wouldn't mind being a mechanic. There you have it." Alice was watching their conversation intently, a slight frown on her forehead, her eyes narrowed. "I'm going to check on the canoe," Malcolm announced. La Belle Sauvage rocked gently on the water, which had lost the raging intensity of the past few days and now flowed with a steady, strong current faster than the Thames near Port Meadow. But not alarmingly so, it seemed the river had settled into this new rhythm for good. He inspected the canoe thoroughly from bow to stern, taking his time, letting his hands linger on the familiar wood longer than necessary. It soothed his lingering anxiety. Everything was in order. All their belongings inside were dry and secure, and Bonneville's backpack was still wedged under the seat. The backpack. He lifted it out. "Are you going to open it?" Asta whispered. "What do you think?" "I thought it might be like evidence or something. If they ever found his body," she said. "Proof that we had, true. But then I figured we could say we found it anywhere. Just picked it up along the bank, something like that." "Yeah. It feels pretty heavy. Might be gold bars in there. Go on then." It was a worn old thing made of green canvas, with leather patches reinforcing the corners and edges. The buckles were tarnished brass. Malcolm undid them and pulled back the flap. The first item inside was a navy blue wool sweater, which carried the scent of engine oil and smoke leaf. "We could have used that earlier," he remarked. "Well, now we know it's there, keep going." He set the sweater on the grass and looked deeper. There were 5 folders made of faded cardboard, their corners bent or torn, each one stuffed with papers. No wonder it was so heavy, he said. He pulled out the first folder and opened it. The documents were filled with a rapid, spidery script in black ink, difficult to decipher. It appeared to be a lengthy mathematical treatise, entirely in French. "There's a diagram here," Asta pointed out. One sheet did contain what resembled the blueprint of a structure. Rooms, hallways, entrances. The annotations were also in French, but in a different hand. He couldn't make sense of any of it. Accompanying the first were additional plans, likely depicting other levels of the same building. He carefully replaced them and retrieved the next folder. "This one's in English," he noted. "He was English, right? Bonneville, I always assumed he was French. Wait, look at this. The first page was typed, a title page that read, An Analysis of Some Philosophical Implications of the Russakoff Field, by Gerard Bonneville, Ph.D. The Russakoff Field, Malcolm exclaimed, a surge of vindication cutting through the damp air. We were on the right track. He knew about it. And he has a doctorate, see? Like Dr. Relf. We really should take all this to her. Yeah, he agreed, his voice trailing off. If we ever get the chance, what else is in there? He leafed through the pages. They were dense with type, the text frequently interrupted by complex equations filled with unfamiliar symbols. Understanding it was impossible. His eyes scanned the opening lines. Since the discovery of the Russakoff field and the profound, unsettling realization that consciousness can no longer be considered solely a product of the human brain, the pursuit of an associated particle has been vigorously undertaken by numerous researchers and institutions, thus far without any conclusive result. In this paper, I intend to outline a proposed methodology. We'll save that for later, Malcolm decided, though a part of him was genuinely intrigued. I have a feeling it's going to be fascinating. What's next? The third, fourth, and fifth folders held only papers that were utterly incomprehensible. The jumble of letters, numerals, and strange glyphs resembled no language Malcolm had ever encountered. It has to be a code, he concluded. I'd bet anything Dr. Relf and Oakley Street could crack it. There was still one more item at the very bottom of the rucksack, and it had considerable weight. It was a parcel wrapped first in oilskin, then in supple, thick leather, and finally in a layer of black velvet. Unwrapping, it revealed a square wooden box, about the size of a large man's palm, intricately adorned with marquetry in exotic, swirling patterns. Will you look at that craftsmanship? Malcolm said, genuinely impressed. That must have taken a lifetime to make. How does it open? Asked Asta, now in her mouse form. He examined every side, finding no hinges, no latch, no keyhole, no apparent entry point at all. He mused. Well, if there aren't any hinges, maybe the lid just lifts off. He tried, but it was firmly sealed. If you were a proper mechanic, she began, but he playfully flicked her off the gunwale before she could finish. She transformed into a butterfly before touching the water and fluttered up to settle in his hair. He rotated the box slowly, pressing every inch of its surface in search of a hidden mechanism. That edge there, came his demon's delicate butterfly voice, where the inlay has that greenish tint. What about it? Try pressing it sideways. He did, gently at first, then with a bit more force, and felt a slight shift. A narrow panel along the end of the box slid sideways about the width of his thumbnail. Ah, he said, a spark of triumph in his voice. That's a beginning. He pushed it back and then out again, his fingers searching for any minute give that might hint at the next step. After a few moments he found it. The opposite side of the box slid downward the same small distance. Getting closer, he murmured. The first panel slid a bit further, then the other side followed, and it happened a third time. But that was the limit. He could push them back to the start and out again, but they would only move those 3 increments, and the box remained stubbornly shut. He inspected it again, feeling along its surfaces, and then, he said with a grin of realization, I've got it. When the side panel was slid down as far as it would go, the top simply slid out. It was that straightforward. Oh, breathed Asta, is that a... Nestled in a bed of black velvet was a golden instrument, something like a large watch or a compass. It was the most exquisite thing Malcolm and his demon had ever laid eyes on. It matched Dr. Relf's description perfectly, yet was far more magnificent than he had pictured. The 36 tiny images around the dial were crisp. The 3 hands and the single needle were crafted from a silvery metal with incredible delicacy, and a sunburst of gold radiated from the center. That's it, he breathed out, realizing he was whispering, hide it, put it back right now. His demon urged, look at it later, when we're somewhere safe. Right, you're right. He was utterly captivated by its beauty, but he obeyed, slipping it back into its box, wrapping it tightly, and shoving it to the very bottom of his rucksack. Where could he have possibly gotten that? His demon whispered. Stole it. That's my guess. He fastened the pack and stowed it back under the canoe seat. Dr. Relf said there were 6 to begin with, he murmured, and one was missing because they only knew where 5 were. I bet this is the 6th one. A quiet had settled over the grassy clearing where their fire was. When Malcolm returned, he saw why. Lyra was fast asleep on the grass, and the woman was intently working on Alice's hair. Alice knelt with her back turned as the woman leaned over her, fingers moving deftly to weave her hair into intricate braids, tucking wildflowers into the strands as she went. The butterflies were still present. A couple rested on the sleeping pan, others perched on the woman's shoulders and neck. A few tried to land on Ben, who lay with his head on his paws near Alice, but each time he emitted a low, soft growl, and they fluttered away again. Alice's expression was a complicated mix. She was clearly embarrassed, yet there was a shy delight there too, a fierce determination to become the pretty vision the woman seemed to be crafting. The look she shot Malcolm was almost defiant, daring him to mock or look away, but it held a plea as well. Since the ordeal with Bonneville, they had been inseparable, closer than Malcolm had ever felt to anyone. Now she was being transformed from that sharp-tongued, wiry girl with a perpetual scowl, his closest ally, into someone almost beautiful. It unsettled him, and he could tell it unsettled her too. He averted his gaze. The woman was murmuring softly to Alice, and Malcolm made an effort not to listen. He moved further off and lay down in the grass. The day was warm, and drowsiness pulled at him. He closed his eyes. A hand shook his shoulder. It was Alice. "Wake up, Mal. We can't stay here. Wake up." She was whispering, but her urgency was clear. "Why can't we stay?" he whispered back. "Come see what she's doing." He rolled over, rubbing his eyes, then sat up. "What? Where is she?" "By the fire. Just come quietly. Don't make a sound." Malcolm stood, his head still foggy with sleep. She steadied him before he stumbled. "You okay?" she asked. "Just dizzy. What's she doing? I can't really. But you have to come look." She took his hand as they walked the short distance back toward the fire. It was late afternoon, nearing evening, and for the first time in what felt like months to Malcolm, the sky promised a proper sunset. The southwestern sky was clear, and the sun's rays cut through the trees, warm, red, and brilliant. As his senses sharpened, he glanced back at the canoe. It was still there, the rucksack safely under the seat. Alice tugged his hand, impatient. The small glade was bathed in the fiery light, and there in the center sat Diania, bare-shouldered and bare-breasted, with Lyra suckling vigorously at her right nipple. The woman looked up and gave them a smile so peculiar it seemed almost otherworldly. "What are you doing?" Malcolm asked, his voice tight. "Why, feeding the child, of course," she replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Giving her good milk. Look at how she feeds." She gazed down with unmistakable pride. The nipple fell from Lyra's lips, and the woman lifted the child to her shoulder, patting her back until a soft burp escaped. Without pause, she shifted Lyra to the other side, and the baby's mouth began to search eagerly even before finding the breast again. Once latched, Lyra's eyes drifted shut as she suckled with a vigor Malcolm had never seen with any bottle. Asta's whisper was sharp in his mind. "She's trying to take her." Malcolm pulled at Alice's hand, and they retreated from the small clearing back to the canoe. "She's bad," Asta insisted, her voice trembling. "She is," echoed Alice's daemon. "She's not hurting her," Malcolm said, but the words felt hollow the moment they left his mouth. Alice cut in. "She's doing it to make Lyra hers. She isn't right, Malcolm. She isn't fully human. Look at all those butterflies. Which one is her daemon? I think they all are." "Then where were they a minute ago?" They weren't visible." "They were. They covered Pan completely. You could barely see him. She's working some kind of magic, I'm sure of it. You know the stories about fairies? They steal human children. But that's just in stories, isn't it?" Malcolm said weakly. "Story after story, and songs too, they all say it happens. Kids get taken and are never seen again. It's real," Alice insisted. Malcolm tried, well, usually, But Asta interrupted, "Nothing is usual. Everything changed after the flood." Asta was right. Nothing felt normal anymore. "We have to get her back," Malcolm declared. Alice suggested, "Let's just go and ask her straight out, then we'll know for sure. We need to be ready to leave immediately. If we stay, she'll just take Lyra while we sleep." "Yeah," Alice agreed, "but we can't pack all our things without her noticing." "It's impossible. I have an idea," Malcolm said. Asta instantly flew from his shoulder to hunt for a stone of the right size, while he pulled the rucksack from the canoe. "What are you doing?" Alice asked. "What's that?" He opened the small box and showed her the alethiometer. Her eyes grew wide. "Found one?" Asta called from a short distance. "But I can't lift it." Alice helped pry the stone from the earth and rinsed it in the stream. Meanwhile, Malcolm wrapped the alethiometer in its velvet and oilskin, tucking it back into the pack. A glint of approval shone in Alice's eyes as he placed the stone in the box and closed the lid. "I'll explain more later," he promised. Then, with the alethiometer and the decoy box secured separately in his rucksack, they returned to the glade. The woman was still feeding Lyra, but as they approached, she drew the child away from her breast. Lyra was drowsy and utterly content. "She's never had milk like this before," the woman remarked. "No, and we thank you for feeding her," Malcolm said, keeping his voice steady. "But we're leaving now. Won't you stay another night?" "No, we need to move on. It was kind of you to let us rest here, but it's time we continued." "Well, if you must, then you must, and we'll take Ellie now." "No, you will not. She is mine." Malcolm's heart hammered so fiercely he felt unsteady. Alice's hand found her grip firm. "We are taking her," Alice stated, "because she belongs with us. We know how to care for her. She is mine. She has drunk my milk. See how peacefully she rests in my arms. She will remain with me. What makes you think you can do this?" Malcolm demanded. "Because I wish to, and I have the power." "If she could speak, she would say she wishes to stay as well. What do you plan to do with her?" "Raise her as one of my own, naturally. But she isn't one of your people. She is now that she has taken my milk. You cannot change that." "And what people do you mean, anyway?" "The oldest people there are. The first inhabitants of this land. She will be a princess. She will become one of us." "Listen," Malcolm said, swinging the rucksack to the ground. "I will give you a treasure in her place." "What sort of treasure?" "A treasure worthy of a queen." "You're a queen, aren't you?" the woman asked. "Of course I am," Alice replied. "Are you one of the fairy folk? Where is this treasure you mentioned?" Malcolm produced the small wooden box. "Let me see it," the woman demanded. "Hand me the child first, so you can look properly," Alice suggested. But Diania only clutched the baby tighter, shooting Alice a glare so sharp it sent a chill down her spine. "You think I'm a fool? Every trick you could possibly imagine, I've witnessed and heard 1,000 times over. Why would two children be entrusted with a treasure? It makes no sense. No one would give something so precious to you to guard." "Then why would we be looking after a baby?" Alice countered. "That," the woman said, "is far simpler to explain. This was precisely the opening Malcolm had been waiting for. If you can explain it," he said calmly, "then you may keep her, and the treasure too." The woman stared at him, rocking Lyra gently in her arms. If you can explain how Sandra and I came to be caring for Ellie, then she stays with you." The woman fell silent, thinking deeply. "How many guesses do I get?" she finally asked. "I want more than one." "You may have 3. 3. Very well. First guess, she is your little sister. Your parents have passed, and they left her in your care." "Incorrect," said Malcolm. 2 chances remain." "All right then. Second, you stole her from her crib and are taking her to London to sell her." "That is also wrong. You have only 1 guess left." "Only one." "Only one. Let me think. I know. She was under the care of nuns when the great flood came. You and Sandra took her from her cradle into your boat. You were swept away by the waters, pursued by a man. You fought him off, and then she was taken by the Sisters of Obedience. You rescued her and brought her here." "Who did?" "You did," Richard and Sandra. Brought who here? Ellie, of course. Well, you are wrong for the third time, Malcolm stated, his voice steady. Because this is Alice, not Sandra, and I am Malcolm, not Richard, and the baby's name is Lyra, not Ellie. You have lost. Then the woman opened her mouth and released a wail so piercing and full of anguish that Malcolm instinctively covered his ears. Her arms went slack, and Lyra tumbled forward, only to be caught by Alice, who lunged just in time. The woman pressed her hands to her head, tears streaming down her face, and threw herself onto the grass, sobbing with a raw, desperate passion that filled Malcolm's heart with a strange mix of pity and dread. He quickly gathered their blankets and the tin of biscuits, then held out the wooden box. "I promised you a treasure," he said, "and here it is." The woman wept bitterly, her whole body shuddering with each ragged breath. "Here," Malcolm repeated, placing the box on the grass beside her. She rolled onto her back, tossing her head from side to side. "My baby," she cried out. "You're taking my baby from me." "No, she is not your baby," Malcolm said firmly. "I waited 1,000 years to hold a child to my breast, but she drank my milk. She belongs to me. We are leaving now. Look, I've left the treasure right here." She pushed herself up to a sitting position, sobbing so violently she could barely stay upright. With one hand, she wiped the torrent of tears from her face, while the other groped across the grass until her fingers found the box. "What is this?" "I told you. Treasure. We're going now. Thank you for letting us rest here a while." The woman struggled to her knees and then threw herself at Alice's feet, clinging desperately to her legs. Alice looked alarmed and held Lyra higher, out of reach. "He doesn't understand. He never could. How could a man possibly understand? But you—" "No," Alice interrupted, her voice cold. "Did you look in the mirror after I fixed your hair? Yes. And did you like what you saw? Yes. But I could make you beautiful. I could make your face so lovely that every man would be your devoted servant. I have that power. I could truly do that." Alice's lips pressed into a thin, hard line. Malcolm could only watch helplessly. He had sensed for some time that Alice was unhappy with her own appearance. Reading her face now, he saw a rapid succession of emotions, some too complex and shadowed for him to name or fully comprehend. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed in his mind. Alice, weeks ago, bitterly comparing her reflection to a picture in a discarded magazine, a moment of vulnerability she thought no one had seen. Her expression finally hardened into its familiar mask of sneering contempt. "You're lying," she accused, voice flat. "Let go of my legs." The woman obeyed, her sobs returning, but this time they were hollow, stripped of any hope. Malcolm felt a genuine pang of pity for her, a sharp ache in his chest. What could they possibly do? He placed the small box within her reach and turned away without a word. Alice fell into step beside him, the sleeping Lyra a quiet weight in her arms. He glanced back once, just in time to see the woman sitting up, cradling the box as if it were a wounded bird, turning it over and over in trembling hands. "What's she going to do when she opens it?" Alice whispered, her breath a cloud in the damp air. "She never will. How can you be sure? Because she's not a mechanic," Alice stated, as if it were the most obvious fact in the world. The canoe, to his immense relief, was exactly where they'd left it. He'd been nursing a quiet dread that the rising waters might have stolen it. He steadied the craft for Alice, and once she and the child were settled in the prow with the rucksack secured beneath the thwart, he climbed in himself. Taking up the paddle, he pushed La Belle Sauvage away from the shores of that strange, enchanted island for good. In the overwhelming deluge of news that followed the physical flood, reports full of collapsing buildings, dramatic rescues, and countless disappearances, the devastation of a small religious community near Oxford was a mere footnote. Several nuns had perished, a medieval gatehouse was destroyed, but so many other places had suffered far worse. Sifting for relevant facts in that immense volume of chaos was a monumental task for both the Consistorial Court of Discipline and for Oakley Street. Yet Oakley Street, thanks to Hannah Relf's sharp instincts, gained a slight edge, beginning their search for a boy, a girl, and a baby in a canoe just ahead of their opposition. The CCD, however, had far greater resources. Oakley Street commanded 3 vessels. The boat Bud Schlesinger had secured from Tilbury, and 2 Gyptian narrowboats manned by Nugent and Papadimitrieff. The CCD deployed 7, including 4 swift engine boats. But Oakley Street had a crucial advantage. Their Gyptian guides possessed an intimate, hard-won knowledge of every waterway. The CCD, in contrast, had little to rely on, but the fear they inspired with their brutally direct methods of interrogation. So the 2 sides embarked on their search for La Belle Sauvage, Oakley Street setting out from Oxford, the CCD from various points downriver. The weather, however, was uncooperative, the flood all-consuming, and the confusion absolute. Before long, Lord Nugent began to suspect this was no ordinary deluge. To him and his Gyptian crew, the inundation seemed to spring from a source stranger than mere weather, spawning peculiar illusions and behaving in utterly unpredictable ways. At one point, all sight of land vanished, and they might as well have been adrift on an endless ocean. Another time, Nugent was certain he saw the silhouette of a beast like a crocodile, longer than their boat, shadowing them just beneath the surface without ever fully revealing itself. Then, one night, mysterious lights glided beneath the black water, accompanied by the sound of an orchestra, playing music unlike anything any of them had ever heard. It wasn't long before Nugent overheard his companions using a phrase unfamiliar to him to describe these phenomena. They called the flood, and all its eerie effects, part of the secret commonwealth. When he pressed them for an explanation, they clammed up, offering only wary silence, and so they pressed on, while La Belle Sauvage continued to elude everyone. The floodwaters now ran with a strange, smooth power, like some great mythic river, the Amazon or the Nile that Malcolm had read about, carrying an unimaginable volume of water forward without snags, rocks, or shoals. There was no harsh wind to whip the surface into waves, only a steady, silent flow. The sun sank, yielding to a pale moon. Malcolm and Alice sat in silence, Lyra sleeping soundly between them. Malcolm had assumed Alice was also asleep until her voice cut through the quiet. "Are you hungry?" "No," he answered. "Me neither. You'd think we would be, seeing as we haven't eaten for hours." "Lyra too," Malcolm added. "Fairy milk," Alice said, a note of dark amusement finally colouring her tone. "I wonder what it'll do to her. It'll probably make her part fairy, won't it?" "We ate fairy food too," Malcolm reminded her. "Those eggs," she murmured, and for a moment the memory of their taste, both unsettling and wonderful, hung in the air between them. "Yeah, I suppose we did." They drifted across the water, shimmering under the moonlight, as if caught in the same dream. "Mal," she said, "what? How did you know how to trick her like that?" I was certain it wouldn't work, but the moment she realized she had the names wrong, I thought of Rumpelstiltskin. It made me think names must hold power for fairies, so maybe it would work. But if you hadn't given those false names to begin with, we wouldn't have even had the chance to try. A quiet minute passed before Malcolm spoke again. "Alice, are we murderers?" She considered it carefully. "He might not be dead. We can't know for sure. We never meant to kill him." "That wasn't the plan at all. We were just protecting Lyra. Isn't that right?" "That's what I keep telling myself. But we're definitely thieves. Because of the backpack. Made no sense to leave it there. Someone else would have taken it. And if we hadn't had that tin— Mal, that was brilliant. I never would have thought of that. You saved us then. And getting Lyra out of that big white priory, I still feel terrible about it." "About Bonneville? Yeah. I suppose. The only thing we can do is— Do you feel bad about him?" "Yeah. But then I remember what he did to Sister Katerina. And I never told you what he said to me, did I?" "When? That first night I saw him, in Jericho?" "No. Or what he did." "What did he do after he bought me fish and chips?" he said. "Let's go for a walk on the meadow." And I thought, well, he seems nice. It was night time, wasn't it? Why would he want to go for a walk? Well, he wanted— Malcolm suddenly felt like a fool. "Oh," he said. "Right, I'm sorry. Yeah. Don't worry about it. There haven't been many boys who wanted that with me. Seems I scare them off or something. But he was a proper man, and I couldn't resist. We went down Walton Well Road and over the bridge, and then he kissed me and told me I was beautiful. That's all he did. I felt so many things, Mal, I can't even explain. Something glistened on her cheek, and he saw to his immense surprise that tears were streaming from her eyes. Her voice trembled slightly. She continued, "But I'd always imagined that if it ever happened to me, the other person's demon would be kind to my demon too. That's what happens in stories. That's what people say. But Ben, her demon in the form of a greyhound, nudged his head under her hand." She absently stroked his ears. Malcolm watched, silent. "That awful hyena," she went on, now sobbing openly. "That vicious thing. It was horrible. It was impossible. She was never going to be gentle. Bonneville was. He wanted to keep kissing me, but I couldn't. Not with her growling and biting and urinating. She pissed like it was a weapon." "I saw her do that," said Malcolm. "So I had to tell him, no, I can't, no more, and then he just laughed and shoved me away, and it could have been. I thought it was going to be the best thing. And in the end, it was just scorn and hate. But I was so confused, Mal, because at first he was so gentle and so sweet to me. He said it twice, that I was beautiful. No one ever said that to me, and I thought no one ever would." She pulled a tattered handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her eyes. "And when that fairy woman did my hair with all those flowers and showed me in the mirror, I thought, well, maybe, I just thought that." "You are pretty," said Malcolm. "Well, I think so." He tried to sound sincere. He felt sincere, but Alice gave a short, bitter laugh and wiped her eyes again, saying nothing. "When I first saw him in the Priory garden," he said, "I was terrified. He just stepped out of the darkness and said nothing, and that hyena just stood there and pissed on the path. But later that same evening, he came into the Trout, and my dad had to serve him. He did nothing wrong. Bonneville, not in the pub anyway, but all the other customers moved away. They just didn't like him. It was as if they already knew everything about him. But then I walked in, and he was so welcoming that I convinced myself I must have been mistaken about what I'd seen. Maybe he really was a decent person. All the while, though, he was fixated on Lyra the whole time. Sister Katerina never stood a chance," Alice said quietly. "She didn't have any way to resist him. He could have taken whatever he wanted. He almost did. If the waters hadn't started rising when they did, do you think he actually meant to kill her?" Alice asked. "It sure looked that way. I can't picture what else he would have been after. Maybe kidnapping. Maybe. We had to protect her. Of course we did. And Malcolm knew it was true. They'd had no other choice. He felt completely certain about that. After a few moments of quiet, Alice spoke again. "What was that thing you took from the box?" "An alethiometer, I think. I've never actually seen one before. They say only 6 were ever made, and 5 of them are accounted for. One's been missing for years. I have a feeling this might be it." What would he have wanted with it? Sell it, maybe, or try to read it himself, but that takes years of training. He might have used it as some kind of bargaining chip. He was a spy. How do you know that? The papers in his rucksack. A lot of them are in code. I'll take them to Dr. Relf if we ever make it back. You think we might not make it back? No, I'm sure we will. It's just what's happening now, with the flood and everything. It feels like a kind of in-between time. Like a dream, but not exactly. So it's all in our heads. None of this is real. No, it's real. More real than anything, honestly. It just feels bigger than I expected. Like there's more to everything than I ever noticed. He wanted to tell her about the spangled ring he'd seen, but something held him back. If he tried to explain it now, the meaning might slip away. That would have to wait until he understood it better himself. "We're getting closer to London, though," he said, trying to sound sure. "Closer to Lord Asriel. Once we find him, we can head back to Oxford. The water will have gone down by then, and I'll see my—" He meant to say Mum and Dad, but the words caught in his throat. A sob rose up, then another, as memories washed over him. His mother's kitchen, her dry humour filling the room, the smell of shepherd's pie and apple crumble, steam fogging the windows. His father laughing, reading the football scores, listening intently whenever Malcolm shared some new idea he'd learned. The ache was sudden and fierce, a raw, breaking feeling, as if he were destined to drift forever on this endless flood. Farther and farther from everything that felt like home, and they would never even know where he'd gone. Just a couple days ago, he would have rather lost an arm than cry in front of Alice. This felt like standing there stripped bare, but strangely, it didn't seem to matter because when he looked over, she was crying too. The length of the canoe lay between them, with Lyra asleep in the middle. Otherwise, he thought, they might have held on to each other and wept together. Instead, they each let the tears come, quiet sobs that slowly settled like a passing storm, and still the canoe drifted on. Lyra slept peacefully. Neither of them felt hungry, nowhere to land, nowhere to rest. Malcolm guessed the flood must have reached its peak. Here and there, clusters of treetops broke the water's surface, but there were no islands like before, no hills or rooftops, no solid ground at all. It reminded him of descriptions of the Amazon, so wide you couldn't see either shore from the middle. For the first time, a small, nagging doubt crept into Malcolm's thoughts. Suppose they actually made it to London? Suppose the city was still standing after all this water? Would it really be easy to find Lord Asriel? He'd told Alice confidently that it would be simple. But now, floating in this vast, featureless expanse, he wasn't so sure. Exhaustion clawed at him, but Malcolm refused to let his eyes close. The fear of steering La Belle Sauvage into some unseen hazard kept him painfully alert, pushing him into a strange, wakeful state beyond mere tiredness, just as he was now beyond hunger. Perhaps sleeping on that enchanted island had altered them somehow. Lyra, meanwhile, remained a peaceful, silent weight, deep in undisturbed slumber. After an hour of quiet, a new sensation began to register, a distinct current within the vast flood, a purposeful stream that had caught their canoe. At first, it was barely faster than the surrounding water, easy to miss, but by the time Malcolm fully noticed, it had become a swift river within the river. He attempted to paddle back to the slower, mirror-like expanse, but La Belle Sauvage herself seemed to resist, her prow subtly following the faster flow. The current was simply too strong to fight, especially alone. With only one paddle and Alice asleep, his options were limited. He laid the paddle across his knees, straining to see their destination in the deepening dark. But Alice was awake. "What's happening?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. "There's a current." "It's okay. I think it's taking us the right way," he said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. She sat up, more curious than frightened. "You sure about that?" Pretty sure. The moon had nearly vanished, leaving the night at its deepest point. A handful of stars glimmered above, their silver reflections fracturing on the black water. Malcolm scanned the horizon, finding no clear landmarks, no trees, no cliffs, but directly ahead, wasn't there a patch of deeper darkness? "What are you staring at?" Alice asked. "Dead ahead." "There's something." She twisted around to look. "Yeah, there is. Are we heading right for it? Can't you get us out of this stream?" "I tried. It's too strong now. It's an island. Yeah, must be. Looks deserted, no lights at all." His attempt at calm was fraying. The current was pulling them inexorably toward that solid mass of shadow. "We're going to smash right into it." "The current will sweep us around one side," he insisted, but he didn't believe it. They were aimed directly at the island's dark, vegetation-choked flank, and now a new sound reached them, a deep, troubling roar that seemed to emanate from within the island itself. Alice heard it too. "That's a waterfall," she said flatly. "Can you hear it?" "Yeah, we'll need to hold on tight. It's still a ways off, though, but it wasn't far enough." He made a desperate, muscle-burning attempt to paddle to the right, but it was utterly futile. The roar grew, sounding less like a surface cascade and more like the earth itself was vomiting water from its depths. He cursed himself for not acting sooner, when the current was weak. "Keep your head down," he shouted as the island's bulk rushed toward them, a tangle of branches and leaves. Then came the crash and sweep of vegetation, and he barely got his arm up in time to shield his face. They were plunged into a tunnel, into absolute darkness, the roar of water and a booming echo assaulting their ears from close, confining walls. He almost yelled for Alice to hold tight to Lyra, but he knew she already would. He hooked his arm through a rucksack strap, jammed the paddle under his feet, and gripped the gunwales with all his might. The crashing sound was upon them, then all around them. The canoe pitched forward violently, icy water drenching him, shaking them hard. Alice cried out in fear. "Hold on!" Malcolm yelled into the roaring dark. "Hold on!" Malcolm shouted, but his warning was swallowed by the roar. Then, to his astonishment, a peal of delighted laughter cut through the chaos. Lyra was utterly enchanted. This wild, blind rush down the waterfall was the most thrilling thing she had ever experienced. She was cradled in Alice's arms, but was Alice even conscious? Malcolm cried out again, his voice cracking with fear over the tumult. "Alice! Alice!" Abruptly, as if a curtain had been lifted, the canoe was spat from the cavern's mouth, free of the cataract and the oppressive dark. They were suddenly floating on a placid stream, bathed in the soft radiance of what seemed like 1,000 lanterns. "Alice!" he gasped. She lay slumped, unconscious, her arms still locked around Lyra. Ben was motionless beside her. With trembling hands, Malcolm seized the paddle and guided the canoe toward the left bank, where a manicured lawn met a small wooden dock. He secured the boat in an instant. Asta had already borne Pan ashore, and Malcolm carefully extracted Lyra from Alice's grasp, setting the giggling child on the grass. Then he bent into the canoe, cradling Alice's head as gently as possible. She'd been thrown about violently, her skull striking the gunwale, but she was beginning to stir, and thankfully there was no sign of blood. "Alice, can you hear me?" He hugged her awkwardly, then released her as she pushed herself up, disoriented. "Where's Lyra?" she mumbled. "On the grass. She's perfectly fine." That little monster, she thought it was a grand adventure. "She still does," Malcolm said, a weary smile touching his lips. With his support, Alice stumbled out onto the dock, Ben trailing warily behind. Asta was already fussing over Pan, so they moved to sit on the soft grass beside the chattering Lyra, exhausted and shivering, and took in their surroundings. They were in a vast, impossible garden. Immaculate lawns, a luminous green under the ambient light, stretched away, dotted with flower beds and winding paths. The light itself came not from lanterns, but from enormous glowing blossoms clinging to every tree branch, casting a warm, pervasive glow. The trees were so numerous the ground was fully illuminated, yet overhead was only a profound, velvety blackness that felt both infinitely distant and oppressively close. The lawns ascended gently toward a magnificent palace, every window ablaze, where tiny, indistinct figures moved about as if at a lavish ball. Music, the strains of a waltz played by some unseen orchestra, drifted down to them, mingled with faint echoes of conversation. Turning to look across the narrow river, they saw only a wall of dense, impenetrable fog clinging to the far bank. It would occasionally swirl as if stirred by some unseen presence, but it never parted. Whether that hidden shore was a paradise mirroring this one, or a barren wasteland, was a complete mystery. So they sat dumbfounded, on this cultivated side, pointing out marvel after marvel. A fountain that shimmered with its own inner light, a tree heavy with pairs of solid gold, a synchronized school of iridescent fish that leaped from the stream and seemed to peer at them with bulbous, curious eyes before vanishing back into the depths. Malcolm stood up, his body aching. "Where are you going?" Alice asked. "Just to bail out the canoe, get our things drying." In truth, the sheer weirdness of it all was making him light-headed. He hoped the mundane, familiar task of tidying up would steady his nerves. He retrieved the bag containing Lyra's belongings, spreading her soaked clothes on the sun-warmed planks of the dock. He inspected the biscuit tin. The contents were now a collection of crumbs, but thankfully still dry, and unrolled the coal-silk tarpaulin to let it air out, clinging to the simple ritual like an anchor. The rucksack slung over his shoulder had kept its precious contents dry. The sturdy canvas had shielded the paper folders within, and the alethiometer remained safe in its oilskin wrap. He placed each item carefully on the small wooden dock before returning to the others. Alice was entertaining Lyra, holding the child up so her feet brushed the ground and pretending to guide her steps. Lyra was cheerful, and nearby, Ben in his blackbird form was helping Pantalaimon attempt a flight toward the lowest branches of a luminous tree, though the little demon couldn't quite reach them. "What's the plan?" Alice asked as Malcolm approached. "We should check that house. Maybe someone there can point us toward Lord Asriel's place. You can't tell, everyone around here looks like nobility." "All right, your turn to carry Lyra for a while. Maybe we'll find some food too. And a spot to change her." Lyra was lighter than the pack, but far more cumbersome. The rucksack's weight settled on his shoulders, while holding Lyra required both arms, as Malcolm quickly recalled. She wasn't exactly smelling fresh either. Alice gladly took the pack, and Malcolm walked beside her, the child squirming and fussing in his hold. "No, you can't stay with Alice forever," he told her softly. "You're stuck with me for now. Once we reach that lovely house on the hill, the one all lit up, we'll get you changed and fed. That's what you need." It won't be long, but it took much longer than they expected. The path toward the palace wound through elaborate gardens past delicate light-bearing trees and beds of roses, lilies, and other blooms. They passed a fountain with water that glowed softly, then another where it sparkled, and a third that sprayed not water but something like scented cologne. Yet after all that walking, the building on the hill appeared no closer. They could see each window, every column, the steps leading to the grand open doorway, and the warm light within. Figures moved behind tall windows, and the faint sound of music suggested a ball was underway. But the distance hadn't shrunk at all. "This path is laid out like a bloody maze," Alice muttered. "Let's cut straight across the grass," Malcolm suggested. "If we keep it directly ahead, we can't lose our way." So they tried. They crossed paths when they met them, circled fountains, and tramped right through flower beds. Still, the palace seemed just as far. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Alice sighed, dropping the rucksack on the lawn. "This is enough to drive anyone mad." "It isn't real," Malcolm said. "Not in the ordinary sense, anyway." "Look, someone's coming. Let's ask them." A small group of 2 men and 2 women was strolling toward them. Malcolm set Lyra down on the grass. She began to cry, so Alice, with a tired expression, picked her up. Malcolm waited on the path as the group drew nearer. They were young and elegant, dressed for an evening event. The women wore long gowns that left their arms and shoulders bare, the men in classic black and white evening wear, each holding a glass. They were laughing and chatting in that bright, carefree manner Malcolm had seen among couples in love. Their daemons, all birds fluttering nearby or perching on their shoulders. "Excuse me," he began as they approached, "but could you?" They paid him no mind and continued walking. Malcolm stepped directly into their path. "Sorry to interrupt, but do you know how we can?" They acted as if he weren't there at all, except as a slight obstruction. 2 veered around one side of him, still laughing and talking, while the other 2 went around the other side, hand in hand, whispering to each other. Asta shifted into a bird and flew up to speak with their daemons. "They won't listen. It's like they can't even see us." She called down, "Hello, excuse me." Malcolm called out more loudly, darting in front of them once again. "We have to figure out how to reach that house up there, whatever it might be. Can you tell us?" Once more they simply walked around him, acting as if he wasn't even there. It was as though he had become a ghost, unseen, unheard, untouchable. He snatched a small stone from the path and hurled it, striking one man squarely on the back of the head, but the man didn't so much as flinch, as if it were nothing more than a passing breeze. Malcolm turned back toward Alice with a helpless shrug. She was glaring, her expression dark. "Incredibly rude," she muttered. Lyra was now crying in earnest. "I'll get a fire going," Malcolm decided. "At least we can warm some water for her. Where did we leave the canoe? Can we even find our way back, or is that going to start acting strange too?" "It's right over there, look," he said, pointing just a short distance back. "After all that walking, we barely moved. It feels like some kind of trick. None of this makes any sense." He discovered he could return to the canoe in only a few strides. Somehow, that didn't even surprise him anymore. He gathered what they needed for the baby and made his way back to Alice. Pulling some twigs from a nearby tree, he broke off a few branches, shredding the smaller pieces and arranging them carefully before striking a spark. The fire caught immediately. He snapped the branches into neat logs. It was strangely easy, as if they were meant to break just so, and were perfectly dry despite just coming off the tree. Seems this place doesn't mind us having a fire. It's only going up to the house that it objects to. I'll fetch some water. The fountain was closer than he expected. The water was fresh and clear as he filled the saucepan. They had taken bottles of water from the pharmacy. It felt like a lifetime ago now, and he refilled those as well. Everything here seems to help us, except when it comes to the house and the people, Asta observed. Several guests had strolled past their fire, and not one paused to question it or scold them. He'd built it right on the grass, just feet from a main path, yet it seemed as invisible as they were. More couples wandered by, young lovers and older pairs alike, along with dignified statesman-like figures with grey hair, grandmotherly women in elegant gowns, and confident middle-aged guests who carried an air of authority. All sorts of people came and went. It wasn't only guests, waiters wove through the crowd with trays of wine or plates of delicate canapés. As one passed, Malcolm lifted a plate and brought it to Alice. "I'll change her first," she said, her mouth already full of a smoked salmon sandwich. "She'll be more comfortable. I'll feed her after. Do you need more water? What's in the pan now will be too hot." But it was, in fact, just the right temperature to wash Lyra. Alice opened the baby's clothes, cleaned her gently, and dried her in the warm air. Then she went to look for a place to dispose of the soiled diaper while Malcolm entertained the child, offering her tiny bits of smoked salmon. Lyra promptly spat them out, and when Malcolm chuckled, she frowned and firmly shut her mouth. When Alice returned, she asked, "Have you spotted any trash cans around here?" "No, neither have I, but the moment I needed one, it just appeared." It was simply another mystery. The water in the saucepan had boiled and cooled enough for Lyra's bottle, so Alice prepared it and began to feed her. Malcolm wandered across the grass, admiring the small trees with their softly glowing blossoms and listening to the birds singing in the branches, their melodies as lovely as any nightingale's. Asta flew up to join them and returned shortly. "Just like you and the people on the path," she exclaimed. "Those birds acted like they couldn't see me at all. Were they young birds or adults?" "Adults, I think." "Why?" "Well, everyone we've seen here is an adult, but this is like a fancy evening cocktail party or a grand ball. You wouldn't expect children at something like this anyway." "True enough," Malcolm conceded. They walked back to Alice. "Here, you take over," she said, handing Lyra to him. The baby had no time to protest before he settled the bottle back into her mouth. Alice lay back on the grass, stretching out completely. Ben and Asta settled beside her, both taking the form of snakes, and each trying to out-lengthen the other. "He never used to be so playful," Alice murmured, referring to her Damon. "Asta is always fooling around." "Yeah, I wish." Her voice trailed off. "What?" Ben asked after a pause. She glanced at him, seeing he was fully distracted by Asta, and said softly, "I wish I knew when he'd finally stop changing and settle." "What do you think actually happens when they do stop?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, does it just end one day like a switch flipping, or do they gradually do it less and less until it stops?" "Not sure. My mum always said not to worry, that it just happens when it happens." "What would you want him to settle as?" "Something poisonous," she stated firmly. He nodded in agreement. More people wandered past, all sorts of people, and among them were faces he thought he recognized. They might have been regulars at the Trout Inn, or figures from half-remembered dreams. They could even have been old-school friends who had aged into middle age, which would explain why they seemed both familiar and oddly different. Then a young man passed who looked exactly like Mr. Taphouse, only 50 years younger, making Malcolm nearly rise to greet him. Alice lay on her side, watching the crowd drift by. "Do you see anyone you know?" he asked. "Yeah. For a minute I thought I was dreaming. Are the young ones older and the old ones younger here?" "Yeah, and some of them are dead." Dead. I just saw my grandmother. Do you think we're dead? Alice was quiet for a moment. I hope not. Me too. I wonder what they're all doing here, and who the others are, the ones we don't recognize. Maybe they're people we'll meet someday. Or maybe this is the world that Fairy Woman came from. Maybe everyone here is like her. It has that sort of feeling. Yeah, she agreed. It does. That must be it. Except they can't see us the way she could. But she was in our world then, so we would have been more solid to her. Down here, we're probably invisible to them. Probably. Still, we should be careful anyway. She yawned and rolled onto her back. Not wanting to be left out, Lyra yawned too. Pantalaimon attempted to become a snake like the others, but gave up after a few seconds, turning into a mouse instead and nestling close to Lyra's neck. She fell asleep almost instantly, and once Ben had shifted into a greyhound and curled against Alice's side, she was out too. Without quite understanding why, Malcolm knelt beside the sleeping Alice and studied her face. He knew it well, but he'd never really looked this closely before. She would have pushed him away if she were awake. He felt a twinge of guilt doing it now while she was unaware, with Ben tucked securely beside her, but his curiosity was too strong. The usual little frown between her eyebrows was gone, her face was softer altogether, her mouth was relaxed, and her whole expression held a complex, subtle quality. There was a kindness in it, and a sort of lazy contentment. Those were the words that came to him. A hint of a teasing smile lingered around her eyes. Her lips, usually thin and pressed tight when she was awake, were fuller and almost smiling, like her closed eyes. Her skin, or what might ladies call it, her complexion, was smooth and fine, with a faint flush in her cheeks, as if she were warm or blushing at a dream. It felt too intimate. He felt he was crossing a line. He sat back and looked away. Lyra stirred and mumbled in her sleep, and he stroked her forehead, finding it warm, much like Alice's face. He wondered what it would be like to gently touch Alice's cheek, but the thought was unsettling. He stood and walked the short distance down to the landing stage, where La Belle Sauvage rocked gently on the water. He wasn't sleepy at all, and his mind kept circling helplessly back to the image of Alice's face and what it might feel like to stroke it or to kiss it. He dismissed the thought and forced his mind elsewhere. Kneeling to inspect the canoe, he felt a jolt of alarm. An inch of water sloshed in the bottom, though he was certain he'd emptied it completely. Untying the painter, he dragged La Belle Sauvage onto the grass and tipped her over. His fears were confirmed. A crack marred the hull. From the cataract, Asta observed, her voice sharp, must have struck a rock. Damn. Crouching on the damp grass, he examined the damage closely. A plank in the canoe's skin had split, the paint around it scraped raw. The fracture didn't appear catastrophic, but Malcolm understood how the hull flexed in motion. It would keep seeping until fixed. "What's required?" asked Asta, now in her cat form. "Ideally, a new plank, or canvas and adhesive, which we lack. The rucksack is canvas." "True. I could cut a section from the flap. And look there," she said, pointing. Among the predominantly deciduous trees stood a great cedar, part way up its trunk. A broken branch wept a steady flow of golden resin. "That will work," he decided. "Let's prepare the canvas." The rucksack flap was generous, easily yielding a patch of suitable size. For a moment, Malcolm questioned if the canvas was even necessary, since the resin itself would seal the breach. But then he pictured Alice and Lyra as water steadily rose, and himself scrambling for a safe landing. He resolved to mend it properly, as Mr. Taphouse would have. Opening his knife, he began sawing at the tough, stiff fabric, cutting a piece slightly longer than the split. The work was stubborn. "Never realized canvas was this durable," he grunted. Should have sharpened the blade. Asta, having taken bird form, had been perched high on a branch, keeping watch. She glided down to his shoulder. "We shouldn't linger," she murmured. "Is there trouble?" "Something I can't quite see." "Not trouble exactly, but let's just get the resin and move." He finished cutting the canvas free and headed for the tree. Asta darted ahead, shifting to a hawk and reaching the cedar just before him. The resin was out of reach without climbing, but the broad, sweeping branches made it feel secure. He pressed the canvas patch into the sticky golden flow, letting it soak thoroughly. From this perch, he gazed across the expansive lawns and flower beds toward the terrace and the grand house beyond, a vision of grace and comfort, of splendor and generosity. He allowed himself a fleeting daydream. One day he would return here by invitation, welcomed, strolling these gardens with cheerful companions, at peace with life's turns. Then he looked the other way, across the narrow river. From this height he could see over the top of the fog bank, which he now realized rose only a few feet. Beyond it stretched a scene of utter desolation, a wilderness of shattered buildings, burned-out homes, piles of rubble, crude shanties pieced together from broken plywood and tar paper. Rusty coils of barbed wire lay tangled beside puddles of filthy water that gleamed with a toxic chemical shimmer. Children with sores on their limbs were throwing stones at a dog tied to a post. A cry escaped him before he could stop it. Asta cried out as well, swooping to his shoulder. "Bonneville, it's him!" On the terrace, he spun to look. The distance made details fuzzy, but there was a commotion. People running toward a figure in a chair, some sort of conveyance, a wheelchair. "What are they doing?" he breathed. He felt the focus of her attention, sharp and swift as a lance from her keen eyes. With trembling fingers, he peeled the sticky canvas from the resin. "They're looking right at us, pointing toward Alice and the canoe. They're heading for the steps now." His view cleared, and at the heart of the commotion was unmistakably Gerard Bonneville, orchestrating the movements below. They were lifting his wheelchair, beginning its precarious descent from the terrace. "Take this," Malcolm urged, thrusting the canvas forward. It was disgustingly tacky. Asta snatched it in her beak, holding close to the tree as Malcolm scrambled down. The moment his feet touched earth, he sprinted for the canoe, Asta Dove, placing the resin-soaked fabric exactly where he indicated. "Will this hold on its own?" she asked. "I'll hammer in some tacks. It won't be simple. My fingers are practically glued together." The noise roused Alice, who blinked her eyes open drowsily. "What's going on?" she mumbled. "Fixing a leak. Then we have to move. Fast. Bonneville's up by the house. Can you get the toolbox open? Grab a tack from that smoke leaf tin and hurry." She scrambled up to help. He took the small nail, his grip clumsy from the resin, and pressed its point to the canvas corner. One firm tap of the hammer set it, and he drove it home, repeating the process with 5 more nails. "All right, let's flip her," he said. As he worked, Alice rose on her toes, straining to see the activity on the terrace. Malcolm's gaze inadvertently fell on her, the slim line of her legs, her narrow waist, the gentle curve of her hips. He wrenched his eyes away, a silent ache tightening in his chest. What was happening to him? There was no time to dwell on it. Forcing his focus back, he slid the boat into the water. Asta remained in her hawk form, circling as high as she could, her eyes locked on the terrace. "What are they doing now?" Malcolm asked, while Alice tossed the blankets into the canoe. Lyra was awake and curious, with Pan zipping around her head like a bee. "They're moving him along the path," Asta called down from above. "It's hard to see clearly. There's a crowd around him now, and more people are joining them. What do we do?" said Alice, settling into the bow with Lyra in her lap. "Only thing we can," Malcolm replied. "We can't paddle up a waterfall. We'll have to see what's waiting for us downstream." He pushed off from the landing, watching the resin-patched hole with anxious intensity. La Belle Sauvage cut swiftly through the water as Malcolm drove the paddle deep and hard. Asta glided to the gunwale, while Alice's daemon Ben took bird form and flew down to the safety of her shoulder. "Hush, sweetheart," Alice whispered, because Lyra was beginning to fuss. "We'll be away soon. Just hush now." They passed a stretch of open lawn, devoid of trees, and Malcolm felt terrifyingly visible. Nothing stood between them and the house, and when he glanced up, he saw the crowd beginning to move down toward the water. At its center was a small carriage. People were pointing directly at them, and a distant, mocking laugh carried over the distance. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Oh, Lord!" Alice whispered. "Almost clear," Malcolm said, as they reached a cluster of trees that finally blocked their view of the house and garden. Thick vegetation crowded both banks, and the glow from the tree lanterns faded rapidly the farther they went, leaving almost everything ahead in darkness. Almost everything. But there was just enough lingering light for Malcolm to see what lay before them. A massive pair of iron-bound doors, ancient and heavy, draped in moss and weeds, rising from the stream like the gates of a lock. They completely barred the way forward. There was no escape by water. Alice couldn't understand why they had stopped and twisted around to look. "Oh no," she sighed, her voice thick with defeat. "Maybe we can open them. There has to be a way," Malcolm said. But no matter how closely he peered to the right or left, all he could see were dense bushes, tangled waterweeds, and the low, hanging boughs of yew trees. The glow from the forest was gone now, left far behind them. Here, the darkness felt different. It wasn't just an empty space where light should be. It was a thick, living thing, breathed out by the wet leaves and the damp earth. Malcolm held still, listening. The only noises were the endless whispers of water, a soft drip here, a quiet lap there, the faint trickle of the current. Maybe it was the river itself, squeezing through the rotten gaps in the ancient gates. Or maybe it was just the forest, weeping from every leaf. From behind them there was only silence. He guided the canoe right up to the massive barriers, the wood cold and slick under his fingers. Standing carefully, he tried to gauge their height, but it was useless. They stretched up into the blackness, far beyond his sight or reach. He couldn't tell how they were meant to open, whether they rolled, swung, or rose, but the water was still pushing against them, so it had to be going underneath. If there was a way to open them, the control had to be from the shore. Still standing, his hands on the slimy wood, Malcolm turned to look at the right bank. What he saw sent a jolt of pure terror through him. He stumbled back, rocking the canoe violently. Alice gasped, clutching Lyra tighter. "What is it? What's wrong?" she cried out, straining to see through the gloom. Malcolm sank down shakily onto the canoe seat. "Over there," he whispered, pointing. It was a head, a man's head, but monstrously large, rising from the water among the reeds. He had to be a giant. Weeds were tangled in his hair, which seemed to grow right through a corroded, rusty crown. His skin had a sickly greenish hue, and a long, dripping beard flowed over his chest and vanished into the dark water. The giant regarded them with a calm, almost sleepy curiosity. As he rose higher, they saw his left hand was wrapped around the shaft of a weapon. A spear. No, looking up, Malcolm saw 3 faint points of reflected light in the darkness, a trident. There was a strange, gentle patience in the giant's weathered face. "Sir," Malcolm began, his voice unsteady, "we need to get through these gates. There's someone following us and we have to get away. Can you open them?" "Oh, I can't do that," rumbled the giant, his voice like stones grinding together. "But they're meant to be opened, and it's urgent, meant to be, maybe, but they haven't been opened for thousands of years. Rules say they're only for use if there's a great drought in the world above. If we could just slip through, it would only take a moment. You don't understand the depth of these gates, boy. A moment to you is a flood of calculation. There aren't enough numbers in the world to measure the water that would escape in your moment. The world is already flooding. Please, mister." "What've you got there? Is that a child?" "Yeah," Alice said, her voice firming. "This is the Princess Lyra. We're taking her to her father, the king. We have enemies on our trail." "King of where? What king?" "King of England. England, Albion." Malcolm blurted out, desperately remembering a term from the fairy woman's stories. "Oh, Albion," the giant said, his tone shifting slightly. "Well, why didn't you just say so? Does that mean you can open the gates?" "No. I have my instructions. That's final." "Who gave you those instructions?" "Old Father Thames himself." Somewhere in the distance, Malcolm was sure he heard the chilling, laughing shriek of the hyena. From the way Alice's eyes widened in fresh fear, he knew she heard it too. Time was running out. A new, reckless idea sparked in Malcolm's mind. He forced a tone of dismissive doubt into his voice. "Anyway," he said, with a shrug he didn't feel, "I shouldn't have bothered asking. You probably aren't even strong enough to move them anymore." What do you mean by that? The giant boomed, water swirling around his shoulders. I can open these gates just fine. I've done it thousands of times. What would it take then? What would make you open them again? Proper orders, that's what. Well, as it happens, Malcolm said, his hands trembling as he fumbled in his rucksack, we have orders from the King's own ambassador in Oxford. It's a kind of passport for safe passage. See, he pulled a folded sheet of paper from a cardboard folder. It was covered in dense, inscrutable mathematical equations. He held it up toward the giant's immense face. The giant leaned closer, his great eyes squinting. Hold it up higher, he commanded. Malcolm turned the paper around, though he knew it was already facing the right way. The giant loomed so near that Malcolm caught the scent of his skin, a deep, earthy smell of river mud, wet fish, and waterweed. Leaning in even closer, the enormous man seemed to sound out the words under his breath before nodding slowly. Yes, I understand now, he rumbled. That's clear enough. Can't dispute it. Let me have a look at the little one. Tucking the document back into his pack, Malcolm took Lyra from Alice and lifted her up. Lyra stared at the giant with a quiet, serious expression. Ah, the giant sighed, his voice softening. She does have the look of royalty. Bless her. May I hold her? He extended his massive left hand. Alice whispered urgently, Mal, be careful. But Malcolm felt a surprising trust. He placed Lyra onto the huge open palm, where she gazed upward without a trace of fear, while Pantalaimon trilled a sweet nightingale-like song. The giant gently kissed his own forefinger and then touched it to Lyra's forehead before handing her back with exquisite care. Can we pass through now? Malcolm asked, hearing the hyena's call drawing nearer. Very well, the giant replied. Since you allowed me to hold the princess, I'll open the gate for you, and you'll close it again after. No one else gets through, not unless they carry orders like yours. Before you do, Malcolm pressed, what is that place behind us? That garden. That's where folks end up when they forget. You noticed the fog on the far side? Yes, I saw what it was hiding. That fog covers all the things they ought to remember. If it ever lifted, they'd have to face themselves, and they couldn't stay in that garden any longer. Now, back up a little and give me space. Malcolm passed Lyra to Alice and eased the canoe backward. The giant planted his trident in the muddy bank, drew a deep breath, and sank beneath the water. Moments later, the gates began to groan and shift, dripping as they swung slowly open against the current, making the water swirl and foam. As soon as the gap was wide enough, Malcolm guided La Belle Sauvage forward and through into the darkness beyond. The last sound from the underground garden was the fading, mocking laughter of the hyena as the gates sealed shut behind them. The tunnel leading out took about 5 minutes to navigate, but it was utterly dark, forcing Malcolm to paddle slowly, feeling his way along the walls. Finally, they pushed through a thick curtain of hanging roots and vines, greeted by the fresh scent of open air. After a short struggle, they emerged into the quiet night. I don't understand, Alice said, breaking the silence. What? We went down into that tunnel with the rapids to get in there. Shouldn't we have had to climb back up to get out? But we're on the same level. Doesn't matter, Malcolm replied. We're out. Guess so. And who was he anyway? Not sure. Maybe he's the spirit of a small tributary, like old Father Thames is for the main river. That would fit. George Boatwright claimed he'd seen old Father Thames once. What was it you said Lyra's father was king of? Albion. Something that fairy woman mentioned. Good thing you remembered it. Malcolm paddled on under the moonlight. The flooded landscape stretched wide and still under a quiet sky. Gradually, Alice drifted into sleep, and he thought about adjusting the blanket around her shoulders, though the air wasn't cold. After about half an hour, a low, flat island came into view, bare earth and rock without a tree, bush, or blade of grass in sight. He stopped paddling, letting the canoe drift toward it. Maybe they could tie up here and rest, though the spot felt terribly exposed. The canopy was great for hiding among leaves, but against bare rock it would stand out for miles. Still, exhaustion weighed on him. He guided the canoe to a narrow strip of bare shore between the rocks, his body aching for sleep. He eased the bow onto the soft earth, and the canoe settled into stillness. Alice and Lyra were deep in slumber. Malcolm set the paddle down and climbed out, his limbs stiff and aching. Only then did he recall the breach in the hull, the makeshift resin repair, and with a sudden spike of dread he bent to inspect it. To his relief, the interior was as dry as the rest of the boat. The patch had held. "You are secure," a voice stated from behind him. He almost stumbled in fright, whirling around with fists raised, only to find Asta, now in the form of a cat, leaping into his arms, her fear as sharp as his own. Watching them was the most peculiar woman he had ever laid eyes on. By the moonlight, she appeared to be around the same age as Lyra's mother. A small crown of woven wildflowers rested in her long, dark hair. She was clothed, or rather, partially clothed, in what seemed to be cascading ribbons of black silk, leaving little to the imagination. She regarded him with an expectant calm, and then he understood what was so unsettling. She had no visible demon. A pine branch lay on the ground beside her. Could that be her demon's form? A cold tremor ran down his back. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I am Tilda Vasara, queen of the witches in the Onega territories." "I've never heard of it. It lies far to the north. You weren't here a moment ago. Where did you come from?" "From the sky itself." A faint rustle made him glance toward the canoe. A white bird was murmuring into the ear of Alice's demon, Ben. So the witch did have a demon after all. "They will sleep soundly until morning," Tilda Vasara said, "and those on that vessel will not perceive you." She gestured past his shoulder just as a new light caught in her eyes. Malcolm turned to see the sweeping beam of a searchlight from a boat, either the same CCD craft that had nearly captured them earlier or one identical to it. It was advancing steadily toward the island. Malcolm fought the urge to throw himself to the ground and hide behind a rock, the canoe, even the witch herself. The boat drew nearer, its light scanning left and right, seemingly on a direct path for the island, but at the final moment it veered slightly to starboard and continued on. In those tense seconds as the light intensified, he saw the witch's face, utterly serene, almost amused and completely without fear. "Why didn't they see us?" he asked once it had passed. "We can render ourselves unseen. Their sight simply glides over us, and anything near. You were in no danger. They cannot even perceive this island. Do you know who they are?" "No. They want to take that baby and, I don't know, likely harm her." She followed his gaze to the sleeping forms of Lyra and Alice. "Is she the child's mother?" No, Malcolm said quickly. "We're just protecting her. But if they can't see the island, why did the boat turn away as it got close?" "They do not know why. It is of no consequence. They are gone now. Where are you headed?" "To find the baby's father." "How do you intend to do that?" "I have his last known address. I'm not sure how we'll locate it, but we must." The white bird flew to her shoulder. It was a species Malcolm didn't recognize, with a snowy body and wings and a jet-black head. "What kind of bird is your demon?" Asta inquired. "An Arctic tern," the witch replied. "All our daemons are birds." Malcolm ventured another question. "Why are you here so far from your northern home?" "I was searching for something. Now that I have found it, I shall return."
"I see. Well, thank you for concealing us."
The moonlight fell fully upon her face. He had initially thought her young, perhaps no older than Mrs. Coulter, whom he guessed to be in her 30s. Her form was slender and agile, her skin smooth and unlined, her hair a thick, dark cascade without a trace of grey. Yet something in her expression, a weary, timeless wisdom, made him feel she was immeasurably ancient, as old as the legends of giants sleeping beneath the sea. She appeared serene, almost welcoming, yet there was an undeniable ruthlessness in her gaze. Her curiosity mirrored his own. For several heartbeats, they held eye contact with an unguarded honesty that felt profound. Breaking the connection, the witch stooped to retrieve the fallen pine branch at her feet. When her eyes met his once more, that sensation of total transparency returned, as if they shared a deep, unspoken understanding with no room for deception. Then, with the branch clasped in her left hand, she leapt skyward. Her daemon swept down in a low arc over Malcolm and Asta, a silent goodbye before both vanished into the night. Malcolm watched for a long while as her silhouette dwindled to a speck against the starfield, until no trace of her remained. He knelt by the canoe, adjusting the blanket snugly around Alice's shoulders and carefully tucking it near Lyra's face to shield her while ensuring she could breathe easily. Pan was nestled like a tiny dormouse between the paws of the cat-formed Ben, both deep in sleep. "You exhausted," he whispered to Asta. "Past exhausted, I'm on the far side of tired. Same here." The island was no larger than 2 tennis courts combined, its highest point barely reaching Malcolm's waist above the surrounding floodwaters. It was a barren slab of jumbled stone, devoid of any life, not a single blade of grass, shrub, tree, or even a patch of moss. It felt utterly alien, like a fragment of the moon. They made a slow circuit of the entire perimeter in little over a minute. "Can't spot any other land," Malcolm observed. "Feels like we're in the middle of an ocean, except the water's moving." "This is still the flood," Asta replied. They settled on a rock, watching the immense star-studded black expanse glide past, the moon's reflection shimmering below its twin in the sky. "I liked that witch," Malcolm said after a quiet moment. "Doubt we'll ever meet another. Did you see her bow and arrows? When she mentioned finding what she was looking for, you think she meant us? Come all this way just for us? Unlikely. A queen like her must have had grander purposes. I wish she'd stayed a bit longer. We could have asked her so much." They sat in silence until Malcolm felt his eyelids growing heavy. The night was profoundly still, the world hushed, and he realized that despite their earlier words, he was more drained than he'd ever been. All he desired was to slip into unconsciousness. "We should get in the canoe," Asta murmured. After checking that Alice and Lyra were secure and comfortable, they climbed into the boat and were asleep in an instant. That night, the dream of the wild dogs returned. His fierce pack, with their bloodied muzzles, torn ears, and broken teeth, their eyes blazing and jaws dripping, surrounded him once more. They howled and barked, swirling in a frenzied circle, surging forward to lick his face, nudge his hands, and press against his legs, a whirlwind of canine ferocity with him at its core, all submitting humbly to Asta in her cat form. And just as before, he felt no fear, only a raw, exhilarating joy and boundless delight. The mausoleum, they were exhausted, hungry, chilled to the bone, grimy, and perpetually trailed by a shadow. Thick clouds blanketed the sky. All the next day, Malcolm paddled across the bleak grey waters, while Lyra fussed and Alice lay apathetic in the bow. Whenever a hilltop or a rooftop broke the water's surface, Malcolm would stop, secure the canoe, build a small fire, and they would take turns tending to Lyra. Sometimes, in his fatigue, he wasn't sure if he was the one acting or if it was Alice, and everywhere they went, something moved with them. It lingered just at the edge of vision, flickering away when looked at directly, only to reappear when their attention shifted. They both saw it. It became their sole topic of conversation, yet neither could perceive it clearly. "If it were night," Malcolm muttered, "I'd call it a night ghast." "Well, it's not," Asta replied flatly. "Night, I mean," Alice muttered, her voice sharp against the quiet. "I hope it clears up before dark," Malcolm offered, trying to sound hopeful. "Shut up. I didn't want to think about that. Thanks for nothing." It was the old Alice again, the one from the beginning, all scorn and bitterness. Malcolm had thought that version of her was gone for good, but there she was, sprawled in the canoe with that familiar scowl. He couldn't even look at her now without a strange electric tension coiling in his body, a feeling he only partly understood, partly welcomed, and partly feared. He couldn't discuss it with Asta either. They were all crammed too close together in the canoe. Besides, he sensed his demon was just as caught in this strange spell, whatever it was. The landscape shifted as they drifted further down the great flood toward London. Signs of ruin began to appear, the hollowed-out skeletons of houses, roofs ripped away, furniture and clothes scattered across the mud or snagged in bushes and trees. The trees themselves stood bare and lifeless under the heavy grey sky, some stripped down to their pale trunks. They passed a small chapel, its bell tower toppled and lying in the muck, great bronze bells flung aside, their mouths choked with mud and dead leaves, and always just at the edge of sight, never quite forgotten, was the shadow. Malcolm would jerk his head left or right, trying to catch it, but he only ever saw the swift fading movement of where it had just been. Asta, watching from behind, had the same frustrating experience. It was always one step ahead, just slipping away. "Wouldn't be so bad if it felt friendly," Malcolm whispered to her, but it didn't. It felt like being hunted. With Alice in the bow, facing backward, she was more aware of what lay behind them. A couple of times that day she'd tensed up. "Is that them?" she'd hissed. "The CCD, is that their boat?" Malcolm tried to twist around to look, but his body ached from hours of paddling. The heavy grey sky and the dark, wind-whipped water made everything a blur. Once, he thought he spotted the CCD colours, navy and ochre, and Asta shifted into a wolf cub, letting out a small, involuntary whine. But the shape, if it was a boat at all, soon melted back into the murky haze. Late in the afternoon, the clouds deepened to a bruised purple, and a low rumble of thunder rolled in the distance. "Rain was coming. We need to stop at the next spot we see," Malcolm said. "We'll put the tarp up." "Yeah," Alice sighed, sounding utterly weary. Then, her voice sharpened with alarm. "Look, it's them again." This time, when Malcolm turned, he saw it clearly, a brilliant beam of a searchlight cutting through the gloom, sweeping from left to right. "They just switched it on," Alice said, her voice tight. "They'll see us any second. They're coming fast." Malcolm drove his paddle into the water, his arms trembling with exhaustion. Outrunning the CCD boat was impossible. They had to hide. The only possible refuge in sight was a wooded hill, with a patch of overgrown soggy grass just above the waterline. He steered for it as fast as he could. The darkness was falling quickly now, and the first fat, cold raindrops began to splatter against his head and hands. "Not here," Alice said suddenly, her voice low and strained. "I hate this place. I don't know what it is, but it's horrible. There's nowhere else."
I know, but it's horrible.
He guided the canoe onto the lank, wet grass beneath the sprawling branches of a yew tree. His fingers fumbled as he tied the painter to the nearest limb, then hurried to fit the hoops into their brackets. The sound of the engine was growing louder, closer. Lyra, feeling the rain on her face, stirred and began to fuss. But Alice ignored her protests, pulling the dark coal silk over the hoops and securing it as Malcolm directed. Under the makeshift canopy, they sat frozen. Alice held Lyra tightly, whispering, shushing sounds into her hair. Malcolm hardly dared to breathe, listening to the approaching drone of the engine. The beam of the searchlight cut through the thin, oiled fabric of the canopy, flooding their cramped hiding place with a stark, invasive glow. Malcolm pictured their canoe from the outside, a desperate prayer in his heart that its neat green outline would vanish into the chaotic tangle of shadows on the water. Lyra surveyed their surroundings with a grave expression, while their three daemons huddled together on the seat for comfort. For agonizing seconds that stretched into minutes, the light pinned them in its glare before finally sweeping away. The engine's pitch shifted as the boat throttled up and continued down the flooded channel. The noise was almost drowned out by the relentless drumming of rain on the shelter above them. Alice let out a long, shaky breath and opened her eyes. "I wish we'd picked anywhere else to stop," she muttered. "Do you even know what this place is?" "What? It's a cemetery. See that little stone building? That's where they put the dead." "A mausoleum," said Malcolm, who had only ever read the word, and pronounced it mausoleum. "Is that what that is? Well, I don't like it." "Neither do I, but there wasn't another option. We just have to stay low in the canoe and leave as soon as possible." Yet the rain was pounding too fiercely on the canopy. Unless they wanted to be soaked to the skin and frozen, they were stuck. "So how are we supposed to feed her?" Alice demanded. "Or get her clean? You planning to build a campfire right here in the boat?" We'll have to use cold water to wash her and— Don't be an idiot. We can't do that. She needs a warm bottle for starters. What's wrong? Why are you so mad? Everything. What do you think? He just shrugged. There was nothing he could do about everything. Arguing was the last thing he wanted. He wished that Searchlight would vanish forever. More than anything, he longed to talk with her about the secret garden they'd found underground and puzzle over what it meant. He wanted to describe the strange sights he'd glimpsed beyond the fog bank. He ached to tell her about the witch and the feral dogs and wonder what their presence signified. He wanted to mention the creeping shadow they both felt trailing them, then agree it was nothing and finally laugh it off. He wanted her to be impressed that he'd fixed the crack in the hull. He wanted her to call him Mal. He wanted Lyra to be warm, clean, content, and well-fed, but none of that was going to happen. The rain hammered the oiled silk with increasing fury, a roar so loud he didn't even hear Lyra's crying until Alice leaned forward and gathered her up. Even when she was furious with him, she was endlessly gentle with Lyra. He noted, maybe there was some dry wood under the trees. If he went out now, he could grab it and bring it into the canoe before it was completely drenched. Maybe the rain would let up soon. After a while, another crack of thunder echoed, more distant this time, and shortly after, the downpour began to slacken. It eased until the only sounds on the tarpaulin were the sporadic drips falling from the branches overhead. Malcolm lifted the edge of the canopy. Everything was still dripping, the air thick and wet as a soaked sponge, heavy with the scents of decay, of damp plants, of soil teeming with worms. Nothing but earth and water and air, and all he craved was fire. "I'm going to look for wood," he announced. "Don't go far," Alice said, instantly alarmed. "I won't, but we need some if we want a fire. Just stay where I can see you, okay? Do you have the flashlight?" "Yeah." "The battery's almost dead, though." "I can't leave it on." The moon was still big, and the clouds now, thin and scudding away after the storm, let through a faint silver light. But beneath the ancient yew trees, the darkness was absolute and oppressive. Malcolm stumbled more than once over gravestones half sunk in the mud or concealed by tall grass, all the while keeping a wary eye on that small stone building where bodies were left to decay above the earth. Everything was waterlogged, whether from the rain or the lingering flood. Every branch he touched was sodden, heavy, and rotten. His own heart felt just the same. He'd never get any of it to catch a spark. Behind the mausoleum, the torchlight revealed a pile of old fence posts soaked through by the rain. With considerable effort, Malcolm managed to snap one over his knee, discovering the wood inside was still dry enough to shave for tinder. Of course, there were always Bonneville's 5 volumes of notes. They would certainly burn well. "Don't even think about it," Asta whispered from his shoulder, her lemur eyes wide in the gloom. He knew he wouldn't, not even in desperation. Gathering half a dozen posts, he carried them to the front of the stone building, where a new idea struck him. The torch beam settled on the door, secured by a simple padlock. "What do you think?" he murmured to Asta. "Dry wood." Her reply was a soft, pragmatic whisper. "They can't hurt us if they're dead." The lock gave way easily when he levered a fence post behind it and pulled down hard. With a snap, it fell to the ground. A gentle push swung the door inward. The air inside carried the scent of age, damp and dry rot, nothing more sinister. In the flickering light, rows of shelves came into view, each holding a coffin. The wood felt perfectly dry to his touch. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the first coffin's occupant, "but I need this. They'll give you another, don't worry." The lid was fastened with brass screws, untouched by rust, and his knife made quick work of them. Within minutes, he had the lid off and split into long pieces. The skeleton inside didn't unsettle him. He had expected it, and he'd seen far worse. He guessed it was a woman. A delicate gold necklace rested where her neck once was, and 2 bony fingers wore rings. After a moment's thought, he gently collected the jewelry and tucked it beneath the faded velvet lining. "To keep them safe," he whispered. "Sorry about your lid, ma'am. We need it badly." He propped the pieces against a stone shelf and shattered them with several sharp kicks. The wood was as dry as its former occupant, ideal for a fire. After closing the mausoleum and rehanging the broken padlock to disguise the intrusion, he turned back toward the canoe. He flashed the torch once to signal Alice, and that's when he saw it, a shadow shaped like a man crouched near the boat. It darted away in an instant, but he knew immediately. It was no ordinary shadow. It was Bonneville. The shock was visceral, flooding him with a renewed sense of vulnerability. "Did you see?" he hissed. "Yes," Asta confirmed, already shifting into a cat as she darted beside him. He stumbled across the grass, littered with gravestones, falling twice and bashing his knee. Asta urged him on, her feline form alert to every rustle in the dark. Alice had been singing a nursery rhyme, but stopped at the sound of his ragged approach. "Mal?" she called out. "Yeah, it's me." He swept the weak torch beam over the canoe's canopy, then across the dark yew trees, the dripping branches, the sodden earth. There was no sign of the shadow, no sign of Bonneville. "Did you find some wood?" Alice asked from under the canopy. "Yeah, a bit. Maybe enough." His voice trembled, and he couldn't steady it. "What's the matter?" she said, lifting the cover. "You see something?" Her own terror was immediate. She knew exactly what he might have seen. "No, it was just a trick of the light," he lied, forcing himself to scan the darkness once more. Bonneville could be hiding anywhere, under the trees, behind the mausoleum's columns, or even shifted into some small, unseen form among the headstones. And where was that hyena demon? He shook his head, trying to convince himself it was all his imagination. They could not simply push off into the water. This was the only solid ground they had encountered. The night was absolute, and somewhere out on the black expanse was the CCD patrol boat. Lyra was desperate for food and warmth. Malcolm took a steadying breath, fighting the tremor in his hands. "I'll get a fire going here," he announced. Using his knife, he shaved kindling from a broken piece of driftwood and arranged it on the damp grass. His strength was nearly gone, but the tinder caught, and soon their small saucepan was heating over the flames with the last of their drinking water. He kept his eyes fixed on the fire. Its small dancing light seemed to make the surrounding darkness thicker, causing every shadow to shift and stir. Lyra's soft, continuous crying was a quiet melody of pure misery. When Alice undressed her, she lay limp and unresisting. Asta and Ben tried to console Pantalaimon, but he squirmed away, desperate to be near Lyra's small, pale form that could do nothing but weep. The pieces of the coffin lid burned quickly, providing just enough heat to warm Lyra's milk. The moment Alice had her dressed and feeding, the final bit of wood flared in a last defiant yellow tongue and died. Malcolm scattered the ashes with his foot and climbed back into the canoe with a sense of grim relief. Every part of him ached, his arms, his back, his very heart. The idea of setting out again onto that pitiless water was dreadful, even without the threat of the CCD boat. His body, his mind, and his daemon all yearned for the blank escape of sleep. "Is there any candle left?" Alice asked. "I think a little piece," he said. He searched through the chaotic basket they had taken from the pharmacy, what felt like a lifetime ago, and found a stub of candle no longer than his thumb. He lit it, let a pool of hot wax form, then tipped it onto the canoe's seat to anchor the candle upright. It was a small, ordinary task, and completing it gave him a flicker of satisfaction. He hadn't lost the ability to live from one moment to the next, to take a shred of pleasure in the warm, golden glow now filling the little boat. Lyra twisted in Alice's arms to look at the flame. She found her thumb with her mouth and stared solemnly at the tiny light. "What did you see back there?" Alice whispered. "Nothing," Malcolm replied. "It was him, though, wasn't it?" Maybe for a second it looked like him. Then it was gone. There was nothing there. "We should have finished him," Alice said, her voice low and hard. "Back when he almost had us. We should have made sure." "When a person dies," Malcolm began, "what happens to their daemon? They just vanish." "Poof. Don't talk about this," Asta insisted, and Alice's terrier daemon, Ben, growled in agreement. "Yeah, cut it out." But Malcolm pressed on, ignoring them. "So if there's a ghost, or a night ghast, is that what's left of the daemon?" "How should I know?" Alice shot back. And could a body keep moving, keep doing things if its daemon was dead? You never find a person without a daemon. It's impossible because— Shut up, Ben barked. Because the pain of being pulled apart is too much to bear. Malcolm finished quietly. But I've heard stories, he continued, about places where there are people without daemons. Maybe they're just walking corpses. Or maybe, don't, stop talking about it. Asta cried, her voice trembling with fear. She shifted into a terrier like Ben, and the two daemons growled together in shared dread. Then Lyra fussed, breaking the tense silence. Alice turned her attention back to the child. Listen, sweetheart, your milk's all gone. How about a special treat, eh? I've got a bag full of fancy bits. She reached into the bag and pulled out a small piece of toast that had once held a quail's egg. You eat the toast and I'll find the little egg for you, a tiny perfect egg. You'll love it. Lyra took the toast without complaint and brought it to her mouth. Did you get those from the garden? Malcolm asked the question, sounding foolish even to him. I lifted a whole bunch from the waiters' trays when they went by. Alice said with a shrug. They never had a clue. There's enough for us too. Here. She leaned forward and handed him something brown and slightly crushed, about the size of Lyra's palm. It was a miniature spiced fish cake. I suppose, he mumbled around a mouthful of food, if she fills up on enough toast, it might not be such a big deal if our supplies run low. A sound cut through the night from outside the boat. It wasn't just any noise, it was a word spoken in a soft, chillingly familiar voice. Alice. The voice was Bonneville's. She went completely still. Malcolm found himself staring at her instantly, the way every student in a room turns to look at the one whose name a teacher has just called in that tone that promises trouble. He searched her face for a reaction and immediately wished he hadn't. Pure terror had taken hold. All the color drained from her cheeks. Her eyes grew wide, and she pressed her lips together until they were white. He hated that he had looked at her like someone who was safe, while she was clearly not. You don't need to, he started to whisper. Be quiet, she hissed, cutting him off. Just be silent. They sat frozen, listening so intently it hurt. Lyra continued to contentedly munch her toast, oblivious. For a moment, there was only the wind sighing through the old yew trees and the gentle slap of water against the hull. Then something odd happened to their candle. Its flame was burning, casting light, but it seemed to have a shadow. The searchlight was back. Alice gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth, then quickly moved that same hand to hover near Lyra, ready to muffle any sound. In the harsh, cold glare piercing the canopy, Malcolm saw it all clearly, and now he could hear the low rumble of an engine too. After several heartbeats, the main beam swung away, but a diffuse light remained nearby, as if someone was meticulously searching the shoreline where the water met the edge of the graveyard. Here, Alice said, her voice thin. Take Lyra. I think I'm going to pass out, with great care. Steering clear of the candle flame, she handed the child over. Lyra went willingly, still happily occupied with her snack. Alice was pale as parchment, but she didn't look like someone about to faint. Malcolm thought if she were truly that far gone, she wouldn't be able to announce it, she'd just collapse. She pushed the bag of food toward him as well. Malcolm watched her closely. It wasn't just the light that had terrified her. It was that ghostly whisper of her name in Bonneville's voice. She looked poised on the very brink of panic. She leaned back and then jerked her head sharply to the left toward the bank. She was listening to something. Malcolm could hear it now too, a low, insistent whispering. Her eyes widened further, filling with a horror so profound it seemed to swallow her whole. She no longer seemed aware of him or of Lyra, only of that vile murmur coming through the coal silk beside her. Alice, he tried again, desperate to break the spell. I said shut up. She clamped her hands over her ears. Ben, in his terrier form, had his back legs on her lap and his forepaws on the gunwale, equally fixated on the whisper, which Malcolm could now hear clearly, though the words themselves were indistinct. A storm of emotions raced across Alice's face, not like fleeting clouds on a spring day, but like shadows of pure dread, disgust, and revulsion. Looking at her, Malcolm felt a profound despair, as if all the warmth and light of the world had been extinguished by the depth of her suffering. She began to shake her head helplessly, and tears spilled from her eyes. Acting on instinct, Malcolm fumbled in the bag for another piece of toast for Lyra, who had dropped the first. Then the tarpaulin beside Alice shivered. Ben jumped back. A knife point slid down the coal silk canopy, slicing it open. A man's hand thrust through the new gap and seized Alice by the throat. Alice tried to scream, but the grip choked the sound into a strangled gurgle. The hand then slid down her front onto her lap, groping left and right, searching. Malcolm realized with a jolt for Lyra. Alice moaned, writhing to escape the hateful touch. Ben, despite what must have been his own revulsion, sank his teeth into the man's wrist. Then, finding no child, Bonneville's grasping hand closed on the little demon instead, snatching Ben right out through the slit in the canopy, out into the darkness, away from Alice. "Ben, Ben!" Alice shrieked, lurching forward. She tumbled over the canoe's bench, nearly pitching into the water before righting herself and scrambling onto the bank, vanishing into the dark. Malcolm's hand shot out to stop her, but she was already gone. The hyena daemon's laugh ripped through the quiet, a shrill ha-ha-ha that held a twisted edge of agony. Lyra, startled and terrified, began to wail. Malcolm held her tight, rocking her as he shouted, "Alice! Alice!" Asta, in her cat form, stretched her paws onto the canoe's edge, peering out from under the canvas cover, but Malcolm knew she could see nothing. Pantalaimon fluttered about as a frantic moth, alighting briefly on Lyra's hand before darting away, nearly colliding with the candle flame in his panic. He finally settled, trembling, in the child's damp hair. From the direction of the old mausoleum came a high, desperate cry, not a scream, but a raw wail of utter protest. Malcolm's heart seized. Now the only sounds were the baby's cries, the gentle lap of water against the hull, and a soft, mournful whimper from Asta, who had shifted into a puppy and pressed herself against his leg. "I'm not old enough for this." The thought screamed in his mind, nearly spoken aloud. He held Lyra closer, tucking the blanket snugly around her before settling her among the cushions. A storm of guilt, rage, and fear raged inside him. He felt painfully, acutely awake, convinced he would never sleep again, certain this was the darkest night of his life. His head pounded as if it might split. "Asta!" he choked out. "I have to go to Alice, but Lyra, I can't leave her." "Go," she insisted, her voice a fierce whisper. "Yes, go, I'll stay, I won't leave her side. It's going to hurt so badly, but we must. I'll guard her, I promise I won't move." Hot tears streamed down his face. He kissed Lyra's head again and again, then clutched Puppy, Asta, to his chest, his face buried in her fur. He placed her gently beside the child, and in an instant she shifted into a beautiful spotted leopard cub, a sight so pure it made him sob. Moving with deliberate care, he stood, not disturbing the canoe's balance, took up the paddle and climbed out. The deep, wrenching pain of separation began immediately. He heard a stifled moan from the canoe behind him. It was like fighting his way up a steep, airless incline, his heart battering his ribs, but worse, because woven through the physical agony was the horrible guilt of inflicting this pain on his dearest Asta. She trembled with love and hurt, yet her eyes watched him with unwavering devotion as he slowly, cruelly pulled himself away, but he had to. He forced himself through the torment, knowing it was tearing at her leopard form without mercy. He dragged his body from the little boat and up the slope toward the dark mausoleum, drawn by Alice's wild, protesting cries, and there in the sudden wash of moonlight was the worst sight he could imagine. The hyena demon, both front legs mangled, was half clutched on the grass, with Ben the terrier trapped in her foul jaws. Ben writhed and bit and howled as the monstrous teeth began to close, slowly, savagely on his small body. The cold light glinted in the hyena's eyes, and in Bonneville's too, as the man pinned Alice's wrists, holding her down on the stone steps. It reflected off the tears on Alice's cheeks. A surge of nauseated fury cut through Malcolm's pain. He stumbled up the slippery grass, raised the paddle and brought it down on the man's back, but the blow was weak, pitifully weak. Bonneville twisted, saw Malcolm, and let out a loud, contemptuous laugh. Alice cried out, trying to shove him away, but he slammed her down hard, and she screamed. Malcolm, gritting his teeth against the separation pain and his own rising terror, tried to swing again. The brilliant moonlight poured over the rain-soaked lawn, the moss-covered headstones, and the decaying tomb, illuminating the dreadful struggle between the pillars. A force erupted within Malcolm, undeniable and untamable, a pack of feral hounds with torn ears and sightless eyes charging through his soul. They surrounded him, consumed him, and he swung the paddle with all his might, striking the hyena Damon squarely on the shoulder. Bonneville grunted and stumbled. As the beast growled, Malcolm struck again, this time landing a blow to its skull. The creature staggered, its hind legs slipping on the wet grass, its full weight crushing little Ben. One more powerful swing freed the mouse, who scrambled toward Alice, but Bonneville lashed out with a kick, sending Ben tumbling across the lawn. Alice cried out in agony. The phantom hounds howled, and in that frenzy Malcolm whirled the paddle and struck Bonneville hard against the back of his head. "Tell me," Malcolm roared, though the command died in his throat. He tried to hold the dogs at bay, but they surged forward again, and he struck once more. The figure collapsed with a long, final groan. Malcolm turned to the spectral pack, his gaze burning, yet in a flash of clarity he understood, without their savage fury, pity would overwhelm him. Only through them could he punish the man who had hurt Alice. But if he let them run unchecked, he'd lose any chance for answers. He wrestled with this in less than a heartbeat before turning back to the fallen man. The dogs howled. Malcolm swung again, smashing the arm that came up in a feeble defense. He had never hit anything with such brutal force. "Go on, finish it, you little bastard." The figure gasped. Finally, some peace. The hounds lunged forward, and the man flinched before Malcolm even moved. Malcolm knew another strike would be fatal. All the while, the agonizing pain of separation drained him, and the thought of his own brave, distant demon guarding baby Lyra filled him with a profound, desolate sorrow. "What is the Rusakov field?" he forced out. "Why does it matter?" "Dust," Bonneville whispered, his final word barely audible. The dogs milled about, confused. Malcolm thought of Alice, of her sleep-warmed cheeks, of the way she sometimes absently tucked her hair behind her ear, and he remembered the feeling of holding Lyra, so small and trusting, in his arms. The dog sensed his shift in emotion, turned, and leaped through him once more. He raised the paddle and brought it down again and again until Bonneville lay still, the groaning ceased, and silence reclaimed the cemetery. The hyena Damon had vanished. Malcolm stood alone over the body of the man who had hunted them for so long. His arms, strengthened by days of relentless paddling, now trembled with exhaustion. The paddle felt impossibly heavy. He let it drop. The dogs were gone. He sank down suddenly, leaning against a cold stone column. Bonneville's body lay partly in the dazzling moonlight, a dark trickle of blood slowly tracing a path to mingle with the rainwater on the steps. Alice's eyes were closed. Blood marked her cheek, dripped down her leg, and was caked under her fingernails. She was shaking violently. Wiping her mouth, she lay back against the wet stone like a wounded bird. Ben, now a mouse, trembled at her neck. "Alice," Malcolm whispered. "Where's Asta?" she mumbled through swollen lips. "How?" "She's guarding Lyra. We had to separate." "Oh, Mal," was all she said, and in those two words he felt every ounce of pain had been worth it. He wiped his own face, smearing grime and rain. "We should drag him to the water," he said, his voice unsteady. "Yeah," Alice breathed. "Okay, take it slow." Malcolm forced his aching body upright, leaning down to grip the man's ankles. He started to drag. Alice pushed herself up and joined him, tugging at a sleeve. The corpse was a dead weight, but it slid without catching on the half-sunken headstones. They reached the water's edge where the flood current ran swift and dark. The CCD boat and its glaring searchlight were gone. Together, they clumsily rolled the body until the current snatched it away. Then they stood, clinging to each other, watching the dark form a deeper black on the black water drift with the flood until it vanished from sight. Back in the canoe, the single candle still flickered. They found Lyra in a deep sleep, with Asta, utterly spent, curled beside her. Malcolm gathered his demon into his arms, holding her close as they both wept quietly. Alice climbed into the boat, her body trembling, while Ben licked tirelessly at her, cleaning away the dried blood. She pulled a blanket over them both, turned away and shut her eyes. Malcolm cradled the sleeping child, lying down with her in his arms, their daemons nestled between them, and wrapped the blankets tight around their little group. The last thing he did was pinch out the candle flame. The flood had reached its peak. Across southern England, homes and villages lay in ruins. Large structures were torn from their foundations, livestock drowned, and the count of missing or dead was beyond anyone's reckoning. Local and national authorities poured every resource and every moment into managing the sheer chaos. Amidst all the other desperate, urgent efforts, the two factions hunting for Malcolm and Lyra pressed steadily downstream toward the capital. They chased down rumors, and there were plenty, ignoring every plea for help from the stranded people around them. Their focus was singular: a boy and a girl in a canoe, with a baby and a man accompanied by a three-legged hyena daemon. Like Lord Nugent, George Papadimitriou felt the flood's eerie, disorienting effect. The Egyptian boatman he travelled with mentioned an old belief: extreme weather carried its own mood, much like calm days did. "How can the weather have a mood?" Papadimitriou asked. The Egyptian tapped his temple. "You think the weather's only out there? It's in here too. So you're saying the weather's state of mind is just our own?" "Nothing is just anything," the Egyptian replied, and said no more. They pushed on with the current, questioning everyone they met about the canoe and its young passengers. The stories varied wildly. Some claimed to have seen them just yesterday, though it was a dinghy with an outboard motor, not a canoe. Others insisted they were dead in their boat, or that they were water ghosts or armed with rifles. Over and over came the whispers: they were spirits. It was bad luck to speak of them. They came from the fairy realm. Papadimitriou listened to all this with grave patience. The CCD search parties would be hearing the same wild tales. The challenge wasn't judging their truth, but guessing how the other side would react. Nugent and Schlesinger faced the exact same puzzle, and with every passing hour they all drew closer to London. The morning light, cold and pitiless, woke Malcolm far too early. Every muscle screamed in protest, and his mind ached as images from the night flooded back. He struggled to sit up, trying to gather his wits. Alice was still asleep, and the child lay warm and still in his arms. He almost wished he hadn't woken. He knew he'd have to rouse them soon, and he longed to let them rest. He peered out from under the canopy. The graveyard looked even more desolate by day than it had in the night, when moonlight had at least given the scene a ghostly silvered logic. The harsh morning light revealed a scene of neglect and decay, the small mausoleum looking more forlorn than Malcolm remembered. What truly stole his breath, however, was the sight of the stone steps, stained dark with a shocking amount of blood. A wave of nausea washed over him, forcing him to close his eyes and steady himself against the canoe until the feeling subsided. Moving with deliberate care so as not to disturb Lyra, he settled her among the blankets and stepped out onto the damp grass, shivering as he gathered Asta into his arms. Her closeness only amplified the heavy weight of guilt and sorrow he carried, making him feel immeasurably older. She nuzzled her feline face against his neck, a silent communion. They had both been wounded by the painful separation, a conversation for another day, perhaps. For now, his regret was a physical ache, and he imagined her pain was just as profound, saturating every part of her being. "We didn't have a choice," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It was the only way." "I know it was." His eyes drifted back to the stained steps. Could the blood ever be scrubbed away? The thought made his stomach turn. A faint voice called from the canoe. "Mal, you there?" Peering in, he saw Alice's sleep-blurred face, still marked from the night's ordeal. He fetched a crumpled towel, dragging it through the wet grass to dampen it before handing it to her. She accepted it wordlessly, dabbing at her eyes and cheeks before climbing out with a pained grimace. Her body trembling, reaching back in, she lifted Lyra. The child was fretful and drowsy, a stark contrast to her usual bright chatter, and badly needed a fresh diaper. Pantalaimon lay listlessly against her neck, a small, limp mouse. Her cheeks are flushed, Malcolm observed, anxiety tightening his chest. She might be coming down with something. And we're down to our last diaper. We can't keep going like this. Alice sighed, a sound of pure exhaustion. We need a fire, Mal. We have to get her cleaned up and fed. I'll find more wood. He reached for the paddle, his first thought to wash the blood from it, and discovered the disaster. A soft curse escaped his lips. What's wrong? The shaft was broken. The frantic efforts of the night had snapped it. The blade clung to the handle by a splinter. Any pressure at all would finish the job. He turned the ruined tool in his hands, a cold dread settling in his gut. Mal, what is it? Alice's voice grew urgent, and then she saw it. Oh no, what happened? It's broken, useless. I just wish I'd been more careful. His voice threatened to crack. Can you fix it? I could if I had a proper workshop and tools, he said, the hopelessness evident. Alice, ever practical, scanned their grim surroundings. First things first, we absolutely have to have a fire. I could just burn this thing, he muttered bitterly, holding the paddle. Don't, go find wood. Try to get a fire going, Mal. It's the most important thing right now. He looked at Lyra, so pale and quiet in Alice's arms, and felt a surge of protective fear. He placed the broken paddle carefully back in the canoe. Leave that be. If it comes apart completely, it'll be even harder to fix. I'll find something to burn. With heavy steps, he trudged up the slope toward the mausoleum, giving the dark stain on the steps a wide berth. Inside, the air was still and cold. He glanced respectfully at the coffin he'd disturbed the previous night. Good morning, he murmured to the silence. Sorry again, it's just, we're in a real bind here. It was a grim, repetitive ritual. Another lid pried open, another silent apology offered to ancient bones, another desperate attempt to build a fire. Soon, their last clean water was heating in the saucepan. His next task was the paddle. Scouring the heap of old fencing posts, the real problem became clear. Finding a splint was easy. Finding something to bind it with was not. There was no twine, no cord, nothing. The only possibility was a length of rusty, stubborn wire tangled among the posts. He worked it free, the metal biting into his palms, and began the frustrating work of winding it around the fracture. The wire resisted every turn, refusing to tighten properly, but it was all they had, a pathetic temporary fix for a situation that felt increasingly permanent. The wire cage held the blade securely, even if it shattered completely. His hands were a mess of cuts and scrapes, stained with rust the color of dried blood. He washed them in the murky floodwater and realized the canoe was no longer floating, it was resting on the grass below. The water's dropping, he said, finally. They were both eager to move. Once Lyra had drunk as much milk as she could manage, they climbed back into the canoe, settled Alice and the baby as best they could, and pushed off into the receding flood. The day dragged on under a heavy grey sky, but by Malcolm's estimate they covered a decent distance. The water continued to fall, revealing an increasingly urban landscape. Houses, shops, and roads emerged on either side, with a few people wading through the streets. The paddle felt flimsy in his hands, but at least he wasn't fighting the current anymore. He used it mostly to steer, keeping close to the bank where it felt safe. Both he and Alice scanned their surroundings intently, silently sharing the same worry over Lyra's condition. "Turn down there," Alice said suddenly, pointing to a side street lined with small shops. It took all of Malcolm's strength to wrestle the canoe around, every muscle in his arms protesting the strain on the weakened paddle. Eventually, he guided them into the calmer water that had once been a street, and they began moving slowly past the storefronts. There, Alice said, indicating a pharmacy. It was closed and dark, but someone was moving inside. Malcolm hoped it wasn't a looter. He nudged the canoe up to the door and tapped on the glass. "Hold her up so he can see," he told Alice. The man inside came to the door and looked out. His face wasn't unfriendly, Malcolm thought, but tense and distracted. "We need medicine." Malcolm shouted, gesturing toward Lyra, who lay pale and limp in Alice's arms. The man peered at the child and nodded. He motioned for them to come around back. An alley between the shops led to an open door. Inside, the water was just as high as outside, up to Malcolm's thighs, he discovered as he stepped out and tied the canoe to a drain pipe. The cold was a shock to his system. "You'd better come," he said to Alice. "You can explain what we need." He took Lyra while Alice climbed out, gasping at the icy water. Holding the child close, they made their way into the shop. "I hope what we need isn't on the bottom shelves," Malcolm muttered. The man met them in a small kitchen area. "What's the trouble?" he asked, not unkindly. "It's our little sister," Malcolm said. "She's sick. We were caught in the flood, and we've been trying to care for her, but—" The man gently pulled back Lyra's blanket to see her face and pressed the back of his fingers to her forehead. "How old is she?" 8 months, Alice answered. "We ran out of formula and don't have anything else to give her. We need disposable diapers too. Anything for a baby, really. And medicine." "Where are you headed?" "Since the flood swept us away, we can't get back home to Oxford," Malcolm explained. "We're trying to reach Chelsea, where her father lives. She's your sister?" "Yes, she's Ellie. I'm Richard, and this is Sandra." "Where in Chelsea?" The man seemed jumpy, as if listening for something else even as Malcolm spoke. "March Road," Alice said quickly before Malcolm could answer. "But can you please give us some of the things she needs? We don't have any money. We're really worried about her." The man looked about the same age as Malcolm's father. He had the weary air of a parent himself. "Let's go see what we can find," he said, his voice a little too loud, as if forcing cheerfulness into the damp, dim space. They waded through the murky water into the front of the pharmacy, finding a mess of bobbing bottles, soaked tubes and cardboard boxes turning to pulp. "I'm not sure the business will ever bounce back from this," the man sighed. "So much inventory is just gone. All right, first things first, give her a dose of this." He stretched up to a high shelf and retrieved a small bottle of medicine and a spoon. "What's in it?" Malcolm asked. "It'll help her feel better. A spoonful every few hours." "How are her teeth? Has she started teething yet?" "She's got 2 coming in," Alice replied. Her gums seemed tender. "I think more might be on the way." "Let her gnaw on one of these," the pharmacist said, grabbing a box of teething rusks from a shelf just above the waterline. "What else did you need?" "Milk formula." "Right, yes. Lucky that survived too. Here you go. This is a different brand than we used before. Do you mix it the same way?" "They're all prepared the same." "How are you heating the water?" "We build a small fire. We have a saucepan. That's how we warm her bath water as well." "Very inventive. I'm impressed. Anything more? Diapers? Ah, of course. Those were on the bottom shelf, so all these are ruined. Let me check the back room." Malcolm was carefully pouring the pink medicine into the spoon. "Can you prop her up?" he whispered to Alice. Then, his voice low, he added, "There's someone else here." He went out to speak with them. "I hope it tastes all right, or she'll just spit it right out," Alice said aloud, before murmuring in return, "I saw her. She's staying hidden." "Come on, Lyra," Malcolm coaxed. "Sit up for me. That's it, sweetheart. Open up." He dabbed a drop of the pink liquid on her lips. Lyra stirred, began to fuss, then tasted the strange flavor and smacked her lips thoughtfully. "Does that taste good? Here's a little more," Malcolm said. Alice was staring intently at the reflections in the glass door of a medicine cabinet. "I can see them," he's whispering to her. "And now she's leaving," she muttered under her breath. "Sneaks, we need to get out of here fast." The shopkeeper returned. "Here we are," he announced. "Thought I had a few packs left. Do you need anything else?" "Could I take one of these rolls of adhesive tape?" Malcolm asked. "Wouldn't individual bandages be more useful for you?" "I need it to fix something else." "All right then. Go ahead." "That's very generous of you. Thank you. What will you all eat?" "We've got some crackers and such," Malcolm said, his eagerness to leave now matching Alice's. "Let me pop next door, see if I can find you something from the grocery. I'm sure he won't mind. You wait here a moment, actually, better yet. Go upstairs, get out of this cold water, warm up a bit." Thank you, but we really have to keep moving, Alice insisted. Oh, come now. Keep the little one in here, out of the chill. You all look like you could use a proper rest. No, thank you, Malcolm said firmly. We're going. We appreciate the supplies. We don't want to wait. The shopkeeper continued to insist, but they were already moving, climbing back into their canoe, shivering and soaked, and pushing off immediately. He was trying to stall us while his wife went for the police, Alice said quietly, watching the man over Malcolm's shoulder as he paddled them toward the main current, or the CCD. Once they had some distance, Malcolm removed the rusty wire and wound the roll of adhesive tape as tightly as possible around the paddle shaft. It was a definite improvement over the wire, though it lacked real strength and wouldn't hold for long. But then, maybe they didn't have far left to go. He voiced this thought to Alice. "We'll see," was all she said. For centuries, the engineers and builders of the city had mastered the rhythm of the river, balancing the outward freshwater flow with the powerful inward push of the tide. All the way up to Teddington, the water level would faithfully rise and fall with this daily pulse, a fact noted mainly by the skippers and barge owners whose vessels crowded the docks. But the Great Flood had rewritten all those old rules, turning the familiar into a treacherous, unpredictable force. Twice each day, as the tide pushed inland up the estuary, the immense pressure of the floodwater pressed against the sea, fighting to drive it back. Until the tide finally receded, the two colossal forces of water clashed in a furious, churning chaos. All but the most essential boating had stopped. A few barges and lighters clung desperately to their moorings, while many others broke free, hurtling upriver or down to crash against embankments, wharves, quays, and bridge piers, capsizing in the surge or being swept out to sea and lost. Several bridges were severely damaged. Only Tower Bridge and Westminster Bridge remained completely intact. Blackfriars, Battersea, and Southwark had collapsed, their wreckage adding to the violent turmoil where the waters met. In the small motorboat he'd hired, Bud Schlesinger rode the wild current, his eyes scanning the surrounding chaos as he tried to reassure the terrified owner. "There's too much wreckage in the water," the man yelled over the roar. "It's suicidal, it could punch straight through the hull." "Which way to Chelsea?" Schlesinger shouted back from the bow, leaning out and shielding his eyes from the stinging rain. "Just ahead," the owner cried. "We have to pull in and tie up. This is madness." "Not yet. Is Chelsea on the left bank or the right?" "Left," the owner bellowed, followed by a torrent of curses. The boat plunged onward. As far as Schlesinger could see, both embankments were submerged under several feet of water. To the right, a large park lay drowned beyond a row of great bare trees. To the left, a line of grand houses and stately apartment buildings stood dark and abandoned. "Slow down a bit," Bud called, making his way back to the cockpit at the stern. "You ever heard of a place called October House? Big white building further down. What in God's name is that idiot doing?" A powerful vessel with a navy blue and ochre hull surged up close, crowding them on the starboard side. A deckhand leaned out with a boat hook, swinging it at Schlesinger. Bud swayed back, letting it pass inches from his chest. The man nearly lost his balance, grabbed the rail, and swung the hook back for another try. Schlesinger drew his pistol and fired above the boat. By pure chance, the bullet struck the boat hook, knocking it from the man's grip. "You can't do that," wailed the owner of Bud's boat, yanking the throttle back hard. The larger boat lunged ahead but then struck something submerged and jerked to a halt. Bud could see the helmsman fighting the wheel, trying to turn to starboard, but clearly something was fouling the propeller. The engine shrieked. The boat lost momentum, and within seconds, it was wallowing helplessly behind them. "What in the hell?" Bud's helmsman was nearly speechless. "Did you even see their colors? Do you know who that was?" "CCD," said Bud. "We have to reach October House before they do. You're insane." The man's quiescent daemon crouched shivering beside his legs. The owner shook his head in disbelief but nudged the throttle forward a notch. Bud wiped the rain from his face and peered through the spray. In the confusion, countless shapes moved on the water, and it was impossible to tell if any might be a canoe carrying a boy, a girl, and a baby. Half a mile downstream, Lord Nugent's boat slammed into the submerged landing stage at the foot of a broad lawn leading up to a white neoclassical building. The landing stage was completely underwater, so only the hull made contact, and there was nothing to tie to. Nugent was over the side in an instant, waist deep in the freezing current, fighting to keep his balance as he waded toward what appeared to be a large boathouse to the left of the lawn. Its open front, facing the raging river, glowed with electric light. The sounds from within the building cut clearly through the storm and the roar of the river, the rhythmic thud of a hammer, the high-pitched whir of a drill, a turbine-like whine. Nugent, still wading knee-deep, finally reached the landward side and seized the handle of a heavy door. He yanked it open and stepped inside. Under the harsh glare of floodlights powered by a generator thudding just outside, a team of men was working on a long, slender vessel. Nugent barely registered their task. His gaze was fixed on the figure crouched on the foredeck, the bright flare of a welding torch in his hands. "Asriel!" he shouted, hurrying forward along the temporary planking. Lord Asriel pushed up his protective mask, his expression one of pure astonishment. "Nugent? Is that really you? What in the world are you doing here? Is this boat ready to launch?" "It is, but if you want any chance of saving your daughter, take it out right now. I'll come with you and explain everything. Don't waste a single second." As La Belle Sauvage was swept with increasing speed toward the heart of London, the tide was reaching its peak, and the consequences for the little canoe were dire. Tossed violently from side to side, battered by chaotic waves and treacherous cross-currents, Malcolm fought to keep her on course. With every wrenching twist on the rough water came an ominous creak, a sound that suggested her very frame was beginning to fail. If only they could find a place to stop. But stopping was an impossibility. There was nowhere to go. As if the surging tide wasn't challenge enough. A fierce wind had risen, lashing the water into white-capped waves and whipping stinging spray into their faces. The grey, dull sky had been overtaken by heavy, rain-laden thunderclouds. Malcolm kept scanning the banks, desperately looking for any semblance of shelter where he might address that terrifying creak, a sound he could now hear even above the wind. He could feel it, too, a sickening, twisting flex that began as a faint suspicion of weakness and grew more pronounced with every lurch and sideways plunge. "Mal," Alice called out, her voice tight with fear. "I know," he shouted back. "Just hold on." They were carried relentlessly past a grand palace set far back in rain-shrouded gardens, past rows of elegant brick townhouses, past a small, pretty chapel. Each time Malcolm spotted a potential refuge, he dug his paddle deep, fighting to turn toward it, but the current made it a hopeless effort. To make matters worse, the paddle blade was working loose again. Through the murk ahead, he could just make out 4 massive chimneys on the southern bank, rising like sentinels from the corners of a great cliff-like building. Were they near Chelsea? And if so, how could he possibly stop? Alice held Lyra tightly against her. He felt a sudden, overwhelming surge of love for them both, mixed with a bitter regret for having brought them into this nightmare, but he couldn't dwell on that. A new sound now pierced the wind and driving rain, a siren, an alarm shrieking somewhere behind them, its cry like a seabird thrown about in the turbulent air. Alice strained to see over his shoulder, clutching Lyra to her breast while trying to shield her eyes from the rain. At the same moment, Malcolm heard a frantic clanging of bells coming from directly ahead. Other noises reached them on the pummeling wind, the roaring beat of a powerful engine, the groan and shriek of great timbers being crushed, distant human shouts. Malcolm could focus on none of it. His entire world had narrowed to La Belle Sauvage and the fear that she was breaking apart. Then came a massive impact from behind, a powerboat. Malcolm could hear its engine scream as the propeller cavitated out of the water, heard Alice's scream over the noise, and then felt the brutal thrust and shudder as the propeller bit back into the river and slammed the larger vessel against the fragile canoe. Alice cried out, her voice torn away by the wind as if it were nothing more than a scrap of paper. With a violent crash, the dark hull of the powerboat slammed into the canoe, sending La Belle Sauvage heeling over. A wall of cold water poured over the gunwale before the little vessel righted itself, shuddering. Malcolm fought with every last ounce of his being, driving the paddle deep, throwing his whole weight into each desperate stroke, all while feeling the canoe itself disintegrate beneath him. He wrenched the shattered blade free and hurled it behind him. It spun through the storm. Was that the sound of shattering glass? A furious yell? It was impossible to tell, because now a second engine, higher pitched and screaming, came charging from the starboard side and collided with the first boat. Malcolm could see nothing. The lashing rain blinded him. The world was a chaos of sound and violent, sickening motion. Then a gunshot cracked, 2 more, 4 more from a different weapon. A sudden, massive impact shuddered through the canoe, and immediately, freezing river water began pouring in, unstoppable. Another brutal smash, this time from the right. A powerful, commanding voice roared above the din. "Pass her up to me, Lord Asriel." Malcolm swiped a wet hand across his eyes. He saw Alice clutching Lyra, trying to shield her from the hands reaching down from the larger boat. "Alice, it's all right," he screamed, his own voice raw. "Pass her up." She shot him one wild, desperate glance. He nodded fiercely, and the harsh command came again. "Pass her up!" And Alice thrust the wailing child upward. Strong hands seized Lyra, pulling her back into the powerboat. Before Alice could react, a hand closed around her wrist and hauled her up as effortlessly as if she were the infant. Her demon Ben, a small monkey now, clung tightly to her side. The first pursuing boat had swung around. It smashed into the canoe one final murderous time, and the brave little Belle Sauvage splintered apart, like kindling. Both Malcolm and his demon Asta cried out in a shared pang of loss. "Now, you boy," that immense voice boomed again. Knee-deep in the surging water as the canoe sank, Malcolm heaved the rucksack upward. It was clumsy with one hand, and the hands from above seemed to push it away. You fool, take this first." Malcolm screamed, and Alice echoed him from the deck. "Take it! Take it!" The bag was wrenched from his grasp. Then he stood in the wreckage, Asta coiled as a snake around his leg for stability, and an iron-hard hand clamped onto his arm, yanking him up. He crashed onto the wooden deck, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Gasping rain and tears streaming down his face, he stared down as the shattered remains of La Belle Sauvage were swallowed by the wild river, gone forever. For a moment there was only noise and the violent plunging motion of the powerboat. Malcolm crawled to Alice, dragging the rucksack, and they huddled together with Lyra between them, their daemons clinging close. Abruptly, the movement ceased. The engine cut out. They were inside a vast boathouse, harsh electric lights blazing down upon them. A wave of utter exhaustion washed over Malcolm from his feet to his head. Asriel was shouting. "What in hell did you think you were doing?" Malcolm tried to gather the strength to sit up and answer, but he had nothing left. It was Alice who scrambled to her feet, fists clenched, facing Lord Asriel. Ben, now a wolf at her side, bristled and bared his teeth. Her voice was a lash of pure contempt. "Doing? You think this was some kind of game? This was Malcolm's plan to bring Lyra to you because there was no other place on earth she'd be safe. And I told him it was impossible, but he's more stubborn than I am, and when he sets his mind to something, by God, he does it. You don't know the first thing about him to ask a question that stupid a game. How dare you? If I tried to describe even half of what Mal has done to keep us safe and breathing, you'd never believe it. You couldn't even picture it. So whatever Mal says, I take as truth. Now wipe that damn smirk off your face." Malcolm was fading in and out, the world turning to a dream. Yet the look on Lord Asriel's face, warm with amusement and a clear admiration for Alice, felt too vivid to be imagined. He forced himself upright, his voice rough. "Scholastic sanctuary. We aimed for Jordan College, but the current was too fierce, and I don't know the Latin phrases, so we hoped you might." With trembling fingers, he offered the small white card that had tumbled from the canoe. Lyra was weeping, her whole body shaking with it. Malcolm fought to stay standing, but the effort was too much. Just as darkness took him, he heard a voice cut through. "The boy's bleeding, he's been shot." He woke in a different world, cramped, hot, filled with the relentless drumming of a gyrocopter engine, lit only by the ghostly glow of instrument panels. A fierce pain burned along his left arm. Where had that come from? A hand squeezed his right one. Alice? Where's Lyra? He rasped. She pointed to the floor. Lyra was swaddled like a mummy, deep in sleep, with Pan coiled around her neck as a tiny green serpent. Asta, in the form of a cat, was curled on Malcolm's lap. He tried to stroke her with his left hand and winced as fresh pain throbbed up his arm. She stood and pressed her face to his. "Where are we?" he whispered. "In a gyrocopter. He's flying it. Where are we going?" He didn't say. "The rucksack, behind your legs." He felt for it with his good hand there, safe, gently. He explored his left arm and found a rough bandage wrapped around his forearm. "What happened? You were shot," Alice said flatly. The gyrocopter shuddered and swayed. But Alice seemed calm, so Malcolm decided to push his own anxiety down. The engine roared so loudly, so close, that talking was nearly impossible. He leaned back into the hard seat and slipped back into unconsciousness. Alice shifted his position carefully so he wouldn't wake with a sore neck. Over the engine's pounding, she heard Azrael shout something. She thought she caught her name. She leaned forward and yelled back, "What? I can't hear you!" A man in the co-pilot's seat, some sort of attendant, twisted around and passed her a headset, showing her how to fit it and position the microphone. Suddenly, Lord Asriel's voice was crisp and direct in her ears. "Listen closely. Don't interrupt. I'm leaving and I won't return for some time. I want to find the child safe when I come back. The best way you can guarantee that is to make yourself and Malcolm vanish. Stay quiet, stay out of sight. Do you understand? You think I'm an idiot? No, I think you're young. Go back to the Trout Inn. I know you work there. I've seen you return and pick up your life. Tell no one about any of this. You can talk to Malcolm, of course, but not a word to anyone else except the master of Jordan College. He's trustworthy, but when the waters recede, all sorts of dangers will be waiting to pounce. The magisterium, you mean? Why do they want her? I don't have time to explain, but they'll be watching you and they'll be watching Malcolm. Keep your distance from her for a while. I'd take her with me into the far north, where the threats are plain and honest, except for one thing." "What?" "She appears to have stumbled upon some capable guardians already. The girl must have luck on her side." He said nothing more. Alice removed the headset. She bent to touch Lyra's forehead. Cool, no fever. The girl's daemon in the form of a greyhound gently licked Pantalaimmon's emerald serpent head. Alice took Malcolm's right hand, closed her eyes and held on. Almost immediately, it seemed, they began to descend. Malcolm's stomach dropped as the gyrocopter shuddered, a sickening plunge he fought to suppress with a tight clench of his muscles. It was over in seconds, the craft bumping to a halt on solid ground. The engine's roar faded to a whine, then silence, leaving only a high ringing in his ears. Through it, he could make out the drumming of heavy rain against the fuselage and Lord Asriel's commanding voice cutting through the storm. "Thorold, guard the aircraft. I shall return shortly." Turning, Asriel spoke without looking back. "Out now. Bring the girl and that damned pack." Alice located a hatch on her side, gathering Lyra into her arms before clambering out into the deluge. Malcolm wrestled the heavy rucksack after her, emerging into a biting wind and a downpour that soaked him instantly. "This way," Asriel ordered, already moving. A brilliant fork of lightning illuminated the scene. A vast domed structure, ancient stone walls, the silhouettes of spires and swaying treetops. "Can this be?" Alice began, her voice nearly lost to the wind. "Oxford, this looks like Radcliffe Square." Lord Asriel stood waiting at the mouth of a slender alley, illuminated by the erratic glow of a gas lamp. The rain had turned the world into a landscape of wet, gleaming surfaces, and Asriel's dark hair shone like polished slate. "Give me the child," he said. Alice transferred Lyra with great care. Asriel's demon, the formidable snow leopard, stirred with interest, and he bent low so she could nuzzle her great head close to the sleeping girl's face. Shifting the weight of the rucksack, a sudden desperate thought struck Malcolm. He'd never found the right moment to give Lyra the small wooden boat he'd carved for her. But perhaps now, is this Jordan College? Malcolm asked, his voice tight. just as I indicated. Keep up. Asriel led them down the narrow lane before producing a key and unlocking a door set into a high wall on their right. They passed through into a spacious, rain-swept garden enclosed on two sides by dark academic buildings. One displayed great Gothic windows, glowing warmly to reveal endless shelves of old books. Without hesitation, Asriel moved to a shadowy corner of the garden, following a tight passage lit by another flickering lamp. He stopped before a substantial door flanked by two elegant bay windows and knocked sharply. Gritting his teeth against the fiery agony in his left arm, Malcolm dug into the bottom of the rucksack, his fingers closing on the alethiometer wrapped in its black velvet. The cloth fell away as he pulled it free, and the golden instrument caught the dim light. "What is that?" Asriel demanded. "A gift for her," Malcolm said, and he tucked it securely into the folds of Lyra's blankets. From inside came the sound of a turning key and sliding bolts. As a peal of thunder shook the sky, the door swung open to reveal a dignified man holding an oil lamp, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. "Asriel, can it possibly be you? Come in, quickly, get out of this weather. Set your lamp down, master, there, on the table, that will suffice." What in heaven's name? Before the master could finish his question, Lord Asriel placed the bundled child into his arms. "Secundum legem de refugio scholasticorum, protectionem tegimentumque huius collegi profilia mea Lyra nomini reposco," Asriel intoned, his voice leaving no room for debate. "You will look after her? Scholastic sanctuary? For this infant? For my daughter Lyra? As I have stated, but she is no scholar. Then you had better see that she becomes one," Asriel replied, the words dripping with a sarcasm that felt wildly out of place after the night's dire journey. It was a jarring, almost cruel twist, as if the gravity of their situation was merely a minor bureaucratic inconvenience to him. He then glanced at Malcolm and Alice, who stood dripping, shivering, smeared with grime and blood, utterly spent. "Treasure these two," he said flatly. And with that, he was gone, swallowed by the stormy night. Malcolm's legs finally gave way. Alice lunged forward, catching him and lowering him gently onto a rich Turkish carpet. The master closed and bolted the door, shutting out the tempest. In the sudden, profound quiet, Lyra began to whimper and then to cry. The exhaustion was a physical weight, but beneath it, a fragile thread of hope remained. They had arrived. Philip Pullman pursued his studies in English at Exeter College, Oxford. His debut children's novel, Count Karlstein, was released in 1982. To this day, he has authored 33 books cherished by readers both young and old. He is best known for the His Dark Materials trilogy. This celebrated series has garnered multiple accolades, such as the Carnegie Medal, the Guardian Children's Book Award, and the Whitbread Book of the Year Award for the Amber Spyglass, marking the first occasion that prize was bestowed upon a work for children. Pullman's additional honours include the 2002 Eleanor Fargione Award for Children's Literature and the 2005 Astrid Lindgren Award. Lyra and her daemon slipped through the shadowy hall, careful to stay along the wall hidden from the kitchen's line of sight. The 3 long tables were already set for the evening's feast, their silver and crystal glinting faintly in the low light, with benches drawn out in anticipation. Portraits of previous masters watched from the high, dark walls. Reaching the dais, Lyra glanced back toward the busy kitchen. Seeing no one, she stepped up beside the high table. Here, the settings gleamed with gold instead of silver, and the 14 seats were elegant mahogany chairs with plush velvet cushions. She paused by the master's place and tapped the largest glass lightly with her nail. A clear musical note hung in the air. "This isn't a game," her daemon murmured. "Act properly." Her daemon, Pantalaimon, had taken the shape of a moth, its wings a dusky brown to blend into the gloom. "They're far too loud in the kitchen to hear a thing," Lyra whispered in reply. "And the steward won't be in until the first bell. Quit worrying." Still, she covered the glass with her hand to silence it. Pantalaimon fluttered forward, disappearing through the slightly ajar door of the retiring room at the dais's far end. He returned a moment later. "It's empty," he whispered, "but we must be fast." Ducking behind the high table, Lyra scurried along and slipped through the door into the retiring room, where she straightened up to look around. The only illumination came from a hearty fire in the grate. As she watched, the settling log sent a shower of sparks whirling up the chimney. Though she had spent most of her years within the college, she had never before entered this room. It was reserved for scholars and their guests, and strictly off-limits to women. Even the housemaids were forbidden to clean here. That duty belonged solely to the butler. Pantalaimon alighted on her shoulder. Satisfied. "Can we leave now?" he whispered. "Don't be ridiculous. I want to explore." The room was spacious, dominated by an oval table of gleaming rosewood upon which stood an array of decanters and glasses, alongside a silver smoking mill with a neat row of pipes. On a nearby sideboard sat a small chafing dish and a basket of dried poppy heads. "They certainly know how to live well, don't they, Pan?" she murmured softly. She sank into one of the deep green leather armchairs, its embrace so enveloping she nearly reclined fully. Pushing herself upright, she curled her legs beneath her and studied the portraits lining the walls. More ancient scholars, she supposed, draped in robes, bearded and grim, their painted eyes staring from their frames with a solemn, disapproving air. "What do you imagine they discuss?" Lyra started to say, but the words halted in her throat as voices sounded just outside the door. "Behind the chair now," Pantalaimon hissed, and in an instant Lyra slipped from the seat to crouch in its shadow. It was a poor choice for concealment, positioned squarely in the room's center, and she knew any sound would give her away. The door swung open, altering the light in the chamber. One of the men entering carried a lamp, which he set upon the sideboard. Lyra glimpsed his legs clad in dark green trousers and polished black shoes, a servant. Then a low, familiar voice spoke. "Has Lord Asriel arrived?" It was the master, holding her breath. Lyra saw the servant's Damon, a dog like nearly all servants' companions, pad in and settle quietly by his feet. Then the master's own worn black shoes came into view. "No, master," replied the butler. "There's been no word from the aerodock either. I expect he'll be hungry after his journey. Show him directly into the hall, will you?" "Certainly, master. And you've decanted the special tokay for him?" "Yes, master. The 1898 vintage, as you instructed. His lordship has always had a particular fondness for that one, I recall." "Good. You may leave me now?" "Shall I leave the lamp, master?" "Yes, leave it. Look in during dinner to tend to it." With a slight bow, the butler turned to depart, his Damon following obediently. From her inadequate hiding spot, Lyra watched as the master moved to a large oak wardrobe in the corner. He withdrew his academic gown from a hanger and struggled into it. Once a formidable figure, the master was now well past 70, his movements stiff and slow. His Damon, a raven, hopped down from the wardrobe as he finished and took her customary perch on his right shoulder. Lyra could feel Pantalaimon trembling with nervous tension, though he stayed silent. For her part, she felt a thrill of anticipation. The visitor the master mentioned, Lord Asriel, was her uncle, a man she regarded with both awe and trepidation. He was rumoured to be engaged in lofty political schemes, covert explorations, and far-off conflicts, his appearances always unpredictable. He was stern. Being caught here would mean severe punishment, but she could endure that. What she witnessed next, however, shifted everything. The master drew a folded paper from his pocket and placed it on the table. Removing the stopper from a decanter of rich golden wine, he unfolded the paper and tipped a slender stream of white powder into the vessel. He crumpled the paper and tossed it into the fire. Taking a pencil from his pocket, he stirred the wine until the powder dissolved, then replaced the stopper. His demon let out a soft, brief croak. The master murmured a reply, his hooded, clouded eyes scanning the room before he exited through the same door. "Did you see that, Pan?" Lyra whispered. "Of course I did. We need to leave now before the steward arrives." But as he spoke, a single bell rang from the far end of the hall. "That's the steward's bell," Lyra said, a knot of frustration tightening in her chest. They'd been counting on more time. Pantalaimon darted to the hall door and back in a flash. "The steward is already there," he reported, his whisper edged with panic, "and the other door is no use." That other door, the one used by the master, opened onto the bustling corridor between the library and the scholars' common room. At this hour, it was crowded with men donning their gowns for dinner or rushing to deposit papers and briefcases before heading into the hall. Lyra had intended to slip out the same way she'd entered, counting on a little more time before the steward's bell would sound. Had she not witnessed the master pouring that mysterious powder into the decanter, she might have braved the steward's irritation or trusted the bustling hallway to conceal her exit. But the sight left her unsettled, and in that moment of uncertainty, she heard the heavy tread of boots on the dais. The steward was arriving to prepare the retiring room for the scholars' customary wine and poppy after the evening meal. Without a second thought, Lyra dashed to the large oak wardrobe, yanked it open, and squeezed inside, easing the door closed just as the steward stepped into the room. She wasn't worried about Pantalaimon. The dim tones of the chamber offered plenty of shadow, and he could always slip beneath a piece of furniture. Through the narrow gap where the door hadn't fully latched, she watched the steward adjust the pipes on the rack near the smoking stand and run a critical eye over the crystal decanters and glasses. He then smoothed his thinning hair back with both hands and muttered something to his demon. Being a servant, his demon took the shape of a dog, but a senior servant warranted a superior dog, in this case a graceful red setter. The setter seemed uneasy, sniffing the air as if she'd caught a strange scent, but to Lyra's immense relief, she did not approach the wardrobe. Lyra had good reason to fear this man. He had struck her twice before. A faint rustle told her Pantalaimon had slipped in to join her. "Now we're stuck in here. Why don't you ever listen?" She waited until the steward's footsteps faded. His duty was to oversee service at the high table. Already she could hear the scholars entering the hall, the low hum of conversation, the scuff of shoes on stone. "It's a good thing I didn't listen," she whispered back. "Otherwise we'd never have seen the master poison the wine. Pan, that was the Tokay he asked the butler about. They mean to kill Lord Asriel. You don't know it's poison." "Oh, don't be ridiculous. He made the butler leave the room first, didn't he? If it were harmless, why would that matter? And I've heard the servants whispering for days. Something political is brewing. Pan, we could stop a murder." "That's the most absurd thing you've ever said," he retorted. "How do you plan to stay quiet in this cramped closet for the next 4 hours? Let me check the corridor. I'll signal when it's clear." He fluttered from her shoulder, and she saw his small silhouette against the sliver of light from the door. "It's no use, Pan. I'm staying," she insisted. "There's an extra robe or something in here. I'll spread it out and get comfortable. I have to see what happens next." She had been hunched uncomfortably. Cautiously she straightened, feeling for the clothes hangers to avoid any sound, and discovered the wardrobe was more spacious than she'd imagined. Several academic gowns and hoods hung inside, some trimmed with fur, many edged with silk. "Do you think these all belong to the master?" she murmured. "Maybe when he gets honorary degrees from other colleges, they give him these fancy robes and he stores them here for special occasions. Pan, you really don't believe it's poison in that wine?" "No," he said. "I do believe it just as you do, and I believe it is absolutely none of our concern. And I believe interfering would be the most foolish move in your long history of foolish moves. This has nothing to do with us." "Don't be stupid," Lyra shot back. "I can't just hide in here and let them hand him a poisoned drink. Then go somewhere else. You're a coward, Pan." "Of course I am. And what precisely is your brilliant plan? Are you going to burst out and grab the glass from his hand? What exactly did you have in mind?" "I didn't have a plan, and you know it," she hissed quietly. "But now that I've seen what the master did, I don't have a choice. You're always going on about conscience, aren't you? How can I just wander off to the library or some other corner and do nothing, knowing what's about to happen?" "I have no intention of doing that. I give you my word." After a pause, he replied, "This was your plan from the start, wasn't it? You wanted to conceal yourself in here and observe. How did I not see it sooner?" "Fine, it's true," she admitted. "Everyone suspects they have some hidden ceremony or private custom. I simply wish to understand what it is. That is not our concern. If they wish to indulge in their little mysteries, you should maintain a dignified distance and allow them their privacy. Hiding and eavesdropping is for foolish children. Precisely the reaction I anticipated from you. Now please stop lecturing." They sat in silence for a time, Lyra shifting uncomfortably on the wardrobe's unyielding floor, while Pantalaimon perched with an air of moral superiority upon a hanging academic robe, his borrowed antennae twitching. A tumult of thoughts warred within Lyra's mind. She would have dearly loved to untangle them with her demon's counsel, but her pride held her back. Perhaps she could sort through this confusion on her own. Her predominant feeling was one of deep concern, though not for her own safety. She was well accustomed to finding herself in difficult situations. This anxiety was for Lord Asriel and for the unsettling significance of his unexpected presence. His visits to the college were rare, and given the current climate of political strain, she knew he hadn't travelled all this way merely for a social dinner with old associates. She was aware that both Lord Asriel and the Master served on the Cabinet Council, the Prime Minister's confidential advisory circle, so matters of state could be involved. Yet those official meetings were always convened at the palace, never within the secluded retiring room of Jordan College. Then there was the troubling rumour that had set the college staff to whispering for days. Talk of Tartar forces pushing into Muscovy, driving north toward St. Petersburg, a move that could grant them control over the Baltic Sea and pose a grave threat to all of Western Europe. And Lord Asriel had just returned from the remote north when she last saw him. He was finalizing plans for an expedition into Lapland. "Pan," she whispered. "Yes? Do you believe there will be a war?" "Not immediately. Lord Asriel would not be dining here so calmly if conflict were imminent. That's what I thought as well. But in the future, quiet. I hear someone approaching."